Hansen felt as if he was being bullied by two legendary elites. Not a single second went by without his life dangling by a thread. The spirit's speed was so high, it might as well have been teleportation. Coupled with the armored phantom's indestructible greatsword, Hansen could do little but dodge, and dodge some more. Hansen's proficiency with Dongxian movement was as high as it could go, and with the aid of his Dongxian aura, he was able to predict the movements of both of his aggressors. Thus, Hansen was able to remain a single step ahead of his opposition. It wasn't easy, however, and the pressure from his enemies continued to mount. One tiny little misstep was all it would take to land him in a fatal predicament. But Hansen stayed as focused as he could. He couldn't afford to be distracted, and all idle thoughts were cast from his mind. The fortitude of his mind went entirely into perceiving and predicting exactly which foe would do what at any given second. The spirit was so fast that he was entirely reliant on prediction. The armored phantom's weapon was unbelievably sharp, and since he couldn't withstand or deflect it, dodging was his only lifeline versus it, as well. Slash! Another blade swing fell towards him, and this time, Hansen was unable to dodge it entirely. The back plating of his armor was torn off, and it led to him bleeding heavily. Pang! The spirit now appeared at Hansen's left, and her manic fist punched towards his heart. He could only half-dodge this, too. Her fist was driven into his arm, instead, and his shoulder was instantly dislocated. Hansen bit down on his teeth and tried to maintain his composure. He couldn't afford to slow down, so he continued to dodge. As he went on, he healed any wounds he incurred with his holy light. "Come on, fairy. Hurry up. I can't hold out much longer," Hansen pleaded within. His fitness had yet to reach the level of a celestial being. Dealing with one of these villains might have been fine, but competing with two simultaneously was too much. Hansen's back received a punch by the spirit, and he was launched 50 meters into the sky. With arrow, he altered the trajectory of his fall to avoid the follow-up attack that was set to be delivered by the armored phantom. Hansen knew if this was to continue, he'd be dead well before the fairy finished up with the snake. He didn't want to rely on her help either, so he turned his thoughts to how he might prevent the attacks of his assailants. Hansen started to use arrow more and more. With the vast amount of space he had, he could utilize it for greater formations and subsequent predictions. Hansen's heart was galloping like mad, as energy started to generate within his arms. Once his mind calmed, his judgment and outlook were brought clarity. With this, the situation slightly improved. But only by a little bit. Under the oppression of two wretched foes such as these, no matter what Hansen did, he'd be at a disadvantage. A single mistake was enough to end his life. Every time they attacked now, however, Hansen sustained more wounds. Although they weren't deadly, they put him in greater danger through their debilitations. The Devil Ant King armor was damaged now, as well. If this was to keep up, it could shatter. If that occurred, then his situation would hit rock bottom. Hansen emptied his mind and focused on his judgment. As he did so, he tried to lure them into a trap he was formulating. With his heart and mind free from the burden of thought, the damage he'd receive could be minimized. As Hansen used his Dongxian aura, his appearance was inherently bloody. It was as if he had taken a dip in a pool of blood. His eyes were still solid, however. During the time spent practicing Hand of God and sparring against Qin Xian, this was what he had been preparing for. This was the true life or death trial of his Dongxian aura, but even in the midst of the brutality of what was unfolding, his ability with it was actually improving. Hansen's mind was not occupied with a single other thought, and although he had sustained more wounds than ever, never before had he been so relaxed. Boom! Suddenly, Hansen felt as if his head blew up. A strange sensation overtook his mind, as if the very core of his mind was extending. He was becoming one with the Dongxian aura. In this stage, the spirit and the armored phantom's movements became entirely predictable. It was like he could easily view and foresee a trail of exactly where they planned to go and how. Even though Hansen could not see the spirit prep her frenetic attacks, he could dodge them with ease. It was difficult to describe what he was feeling, but Hansen knew now that he had reached the pinnacle of what was possible with the Dongxian aura. It was most certainly as good as the eighth sense. He had reached the zenith of perception. Hansen's body felt at ease. Under the oppression of two wretched monsters, he could dodge perfectly and even find the time to fight back. Still, there was no point in him fighting back. And doing so would be a needless depletion of energy. But Hansen was still exuberantly happy over his development. All he would have to do now was stall the advance of his enemies, and once the fairy was done with the snake, she could come over and help. That would change the tide of the battle. The spirit was now starting to understand what was going on. Although they were both stronger than Hansen, they were unable to do anything to him. If this continued, they realized that the fairy would be done with the snake and things would end up unfavorably for them. The spirit frowned, and it seemed as if it issued an order to the phantom. The armored phantom turned around and departed. It ran over to the snake, seeking to support it. Hansen's face changed. He knew he could not allow the armored phantom to go support the snake. Gritting his teeth, Hansen ran up the stairs. He planned to run up to the spirit hall. The eyes of the spirit flashed, and it immediately picked up its speed in an attempt to stop Hansen. Left and right, Hansen's body bobbed and weaved without reprieve. He kept dropping red herrings of movement to mislead the spirit. Although the spirit was physically faster than him, she could not stop Hansen on his ascent towards the spirit hall. Hansen thought the spirit would call the armored phantom back, so he could maneuver for more time and give the fairy the chance she needed to finish off the snake. But the spirit did not do this. She did not call for the return of the armored phantom. She stopped moving, and a darkness swelled and consumed her eyes. In that moment, the pupils of the spirit became wider. The white of her eyes turned black, and it seemed as if a strange, dark light swirled inside. Her black armor suddenly looked as if it was on fire, and it was wreathed in what appeared to be a black flame. It looked quite similar to Hansen's devil unicorn smoke. Within that black fire, the spirit's life force became much more powerful. As he noticed this, Hansen's heart jumped, unable to imagine what sort of power brewed within the spirit that gave him chase. Hansen suddenly stopped. He turned around to look at the spirit, which looked like a true monarch, and noticed his muscles begin to tighten. It was not as if he didn't want to go any further, he was just taken aback. The spirit had locked on an attack, and if he moved an inch further, he'd be cut down. But if he just stood there, the spirit's energy would grow until she unleashed an attack of devastating power. At that point, there'd be no way for Hansen to get out of its way. Although Hansen's abilities of prediction were at their peak, if the spirit unleashed an attack he could not react to in any way, then the predictions were pointless. The spirit's energy kept rising, and it gave him a horrid feeling. Damn it! Cold sweat formed on Hansen's forehead. Seeing the spirit building her power, while he was unable to do anything about it, was scary. I'll have to risk it. Hansen could not think of another way out of this predicament. He gathered his power for a sonic thunder punch and readied himself to take the hit. With a frightening attack like the one the spirit prepared to unleash, Hansen didn't think she'd recover to perform one like it again, assuming he could withstand the collision. This was his chance. If he failed, however, at the very most he would lose his armor, gargoyle glyph, and devil unicorn. He had maximized his defense, and with all those beast souls shielding him, the spirit's attack couldn't be a one-hit kill, at least. Boom! After Hansen's fist had collected all the power it needed, he watched the black flame-wreathed, witch-like spirit suddenly make her move. In the distance between the two of them, space collapsed and became disrupted. Then, the spirit disappeared. It was as if she had fallen into that collapsed dimension, zapped out of existence. Hansen's pupils shrank, unable to catch the spirit's movement pattern. His heart was shocked, as all his senses could do was fire an alarm telling him of an imminent threat, one that was big and scary. Boom! Hansen couldn't spare much time, so he threw his fist. The silver lightning in his fist split the atmosphere, as lightning bolts flickered in all directions. Lightning and thunder rolled with a deafening volume, enough to pop eardrums and rattle the brain. In the next second, the spirit suddenly appeared in front of Han Senator. Her cold, monarch-like face was near enough to touch nose to nose. Her jade-white fist was driven into his belly. Boom! Hansen wanted to dodge it, but doing so was impossible. When the spirit punched his belly, his armor shattered as broken plates and splintered metal rained down. Hansen himself was cast into the air once more, and his flight was stopped by the sudden collision with a stone pillar. Beneath the force of that wretched attack, the back of his armor was cracked. The gargoyle glyph had been completely broken, and the beast's soul disintegrated into dust. The devil unicorn did little to hinder physical attacks. It was still there with him, but it didn't do much. Fortunately, the armor was not entirely broken. But it was in disarray and was near enough done for. Hansen spit out some blood and returned the Devil Ant King armor. If it was to sustain another blow, the Devil Ant King armor would surely break. He only had one super armor, so he couldn't risk losing the only one he had. Without the protection of super armor, however, fighting would be much more difficult and risky for Han Senator. His fitness was rather high, but it still wasn't high enough to face off against super creatures. Seeing how things were, Hansen made preparations to leave. He acknowledged the direness of the situation and his inability to fight. With the way things had been going, death would surely be the only outcome to this entire affair. The holy light flowed out from his body to heal his wounds. After that, he quickly ran out the gates of the shelter. Just as Hansen expected, though, the spirit could not teleport in pursuit of him after her last attack. But unlike Hansen, her condition wasn't one of utter exhaustion. She could still deal more damage than he could. After Hansen used a sonic thunder punch, his body became weak. He couldn't dwell on it, so he cast arrow with his knackered body and took off into the skies in an escape from this shelter and its occupying spirit. He didn't dare use his wings. If he used the Berserk Sacred Blood wings, then he'd be much slower. Arrow used the power of a person's body to fly as fast as they could. But the spirit leapt 100 meters into the sky, and appeared directly in front of Han Senator. He veered away, circling the sky like a strange bird. He dodged her next attack, but it was only now that he realized the spirit's black flames worked as wings and gave it the ability of flight. I really have put my life on the line coming here. Hansen gritted his teeth and prepared to run for his life, instead. But then, he suddenly heard a catch-a noise. The noise came from inside his pack, and at that moment, Hansen became exuberantly happy. He thought to himself, is Little Silver going to finish evolving? But Hansen did not have the time to take a look just yet. He continued to fly as fast as he could, evading the spirit's attacks like a dogfight. But after that one sound, there were no further noises. His heart sank once more, and so he returned his focus to fleeing. He also called back to the fairy, telling her, "Run, fairy." After Hansen said that, he took to his attempt of flight. Just as he was about to escape from the shelter, his heart jumped again. Damn it, it's happening again. He looked back and saw the spirit gathering her power once more, undoubtedly seeking to unleash the same attack she had previously. Hansen gritted his teeth and prepared to summon the little angel back, so she could deflect the attack for him. If he sustained the same attack again, he'd be grievously injured. But suddenly, another catch-a sounded from inside his pack. A familiar energy came out of it, and it appeared as if something was indeed hatching inside. Boom! In Hansen's moment of pause, the spirit already broke the atmosphere with her follow-up attack. Hansen lost track of her, and he knew now that it was too late to summon the little angel back. The spirit appeared in front of Hansen, with a fist determined to drive into his waist once more. With such incredible speed, and at such a close distance, Han Sen could not do anything to avoid it. But within that second, Han Sen saw the spirit's face change. Her black pupils reduced in size and her cold face displayed a glimmer of emotion, shock. Boom! A silver lightning bolt appeared from Han Sen's waist. Like bright moonlight, it struck her incoming fist. Arg! Amidst the silver lightning, the electricity coursed through and electrified the spirit's body. She looked up and screamed out to the heavens in pain. The silver lightning leapt and crackled all around her continuously, and with every jolt of electricity, cracks appeared in her armor. Most frighteningly, her body convulsed and twisted into crooked shapes unwillingly under the effect of the lightning attacks. The white lightning came out from near Han Sen's waist, and its origin point was shaped like the head of a fox. As the lightning continued to stream out to electrify Han Sen's foe, the rest of the fox's body started to form. Its body was followed by the legs and paws. Its tail came last. The white lightning fox ended up being 2 meters tall, and from this newly formed creation, lightning sparkled across its fur. It was an immaculate creature, one that was truly beautiful. But at the same time, it exuded an intimidating presence, and it possessed a power that could almost be felt. It was difficult to look upon it straight. Boom! The silver lightning fox became a shadow, and it quickly appeared in front of the spirit like real lightning. Even if the spirit hadn't been paralyzed, Han Sen doubted her ability to stop such a sudden movement from the fox. Catcha! The spirit tried to raise her fist and repel the incoming lightning. She impeded the brutal talon-laden paws of the fox, but not the electricity. Beneath the continuing, greater discharges, her armor suffered more and more cracks and tears. The cracks formed quickly like breaking glass, coursing all across the armor as the lightning itself did. The thunder fox turned itself into a lightning bolt, and it repeatedly drove itself into the spirit. Although the spirit could just about dodge many of the attacks, she could not remove herself from the widespread lightning that surrounded each strike. Crack! The spirit's armor could no longer withstand the constant current of electricity. It shattered into tiny pieces. Without the protection of the armor, her naked body could only tremble and shake under her constant electrocution. Loudly, she screamed in agony. The silver fox did not show restraint. While the spirit was still paralyzed in the electricity, it turned into another lightning bolt and attacked the spirit. 3 scratch marks appeared across her chest, which drew a cascade of blood. Silver lightning breached her exposed wounds, and they filled up with the thunderous power. Han Sen was surprised that the silver fox had evolved into a thunder fox that could keep attacking in the air. The spirit's body did not cease gushing blood, and in one final attack, her body was torn apart by the thunder fox. She was utterly torn apart by the evolved pet, which returned her to the spirit stone inside the spirit hall. Under his breath, Han Sen could only mutter the words, "Little Silver." The adult silver fox was far stronger than he imagined it would be. It could beat a super spirit, and although the attacks first came sneakily, its power was still a gobsmacking spectacle. When the lightning disappeared, the silver fox still looked small and gentle. It didn't look any bigger, and even appeared to have shrunk a little. It was only 1 foot long, but it had a coat of magnificent fur. The silver fox looked as elegant as it ever did, and it leapt onto Han Sen's shoulder with no change of personality. Han Sen was extremely glad, and he took off running up to the spirit hall. It took a while for spirits to respawn, so now was the perfect time for him to nab the spirit stone. Although Han Sen's body was still weak, he didn't care too much. After descending from the sky, he ran to the hall as fast as his tired legs could carry him. Inside the spirit hall, it looked like a holy temple. A giant statue stood proud and tall in the center of the hall, and Han Sen wondered what sort of power might have resided within. On the statue's forehead, there was a spirit stone that looked very much like a black hole. It burnt with a bright flame, reminiscent of the day the universe was born. The spirit was regathering itself inside, preparing itself for a respawn. Acknowledging this, Han Sen did not slow down. He jumped into the sky and landed on the statue's nose. He reached up, grabbed the spirit stone, and held it in his hand. Because the spirit was still respawning, it did not immediately appear from the stone. But then, all of a sudden, a black flame appeared. In front of Han Sen, a black hole manifested. Initially, it was quite large, but it gradually shrank in size until at last, the spirit reappeared. With a complicated expression, she showed no animosity and just knelt before Han Senator. She put her right hand on the left side of her chest, lowered her head and said, "I, Moment Queen, am willing to submit and offer absolute loyalty to a new master. I will become a faithful servant from now until eternity." As she spoke, she turned into a black light and entered Han Sen's sea of soul. He heard the creatures elsewhere in the shelter all roar in a panic or frenzy. When he went out to take a look, all the creatures in the shelter were gone. The fairy flew in front of Han Sen and kept performing gestures, twirling her body as if to tell him how brave, fearless, and helpful she had been. She was trying to say she had done a lot for him. "Thanks a lot, how about I reward you with something good for your services?" Han Sen brought out a Geno creation pill and gave it to the fairy. She very much enjoyed eating those, just like the silver fox did. The giant monster ran up to the palace, and when Han Sen went to check up on it, he found the big monster licking its dying young. Despite being covered in blood, nothing could veil the big monster's sadness. The little monster was on the ground, twitching and crying. It was dying. It had been grievously injured and dragged here without a remedy, and by now, it had almost entirely bled out. The little monster had a high vitality, which had allowed it to remain alive up until now, clutching its final fleeting moments of life. If this was any other super creature, it'd have died a long time ago. The big monster cried aloud to the sky, and after a brief pause, rushed to Han Senator. Han Sen was shocked, thinking the monster wished to exact revenge on him for being partially responsible. He spawned his little angel in preparation for another fight. When the big monster came before Han Sen, it knelt in front of him as if to beg. It was quite the surprising scene to witness, watching a mountain-large beast kneel in front of him. It was difficult to describe the feelings one would get from the sight. "Do you want me to save it?" Han Sen understood what the big monster desired from him. So, he obliged and used the holy light to heal its baby. The big monster knew of the light's effectiveness from when Han Sen had used the ability on it, so the creature thought he might be able to use it on his young, as well. "If I save it, will you adhere to my commands?" Han Sen asked, after a while of thought. Now that he had the power to kill 2 super creatures, doing so would have increased his super Geno points by a large amount. But instead, he cooperated with the monster, for he felt sympathy for them. What was most important for him right now was claiming an Empire-class shelter, a shelter that needed protection. It would only be a matter of time before Han Sen maxed out his super Geno points, and getting 2 massive creatures such as these to guard one's home was not very common. After thinking things over, Han Sen decided to help the little monster and the big monster out. Roar! The big monster roared and knelt before Han Sen again, signaling its willingness to adhere to Han Sen's commands. Inside the spirit hall, Han Sen sat down on the throne. As he did so, he observed Moment Queen. This was his first time learning that the officially defined class for a super spirit was King class. "I may obey you, but we are both King spirits. If you dare mistreat me, I will self-destruct without hesitation," Moment Queen said harshly, biting down on her teeth. "We are both King spirits?" Han Sen looked at Moment Queen with much shock. It seemed as if his super body had earned him the status of a king spirit. Moment Queen continued to look on Han Sen without saying another word. She believed Han Sen was only toying with her. If Han Sen wasn't a king spirit, she would have self-destructed already, not obeying him for a single moment. They were both king spirits, so she already thought it was embarrassing enough for her to obey Han Senator. If she didn't have something else to live for, she would have self-destructed by now, as well. "Okay, tell me what you want." Hansen looked at Moment Queen with curiosity. He had just now learned that the type of body he had was also a type of status. His super body had granted him the body of a king-class spirit. This also earned him a 100% success rate when claiming spirits that were below king-class themselves. If they were at the same level, the success rate was random. Moment Queen had sworn her vow already, but it was evident that she had done so against her will. Quite clearly then, obtaining a super spirit was no small feat as such. Hansen did not want her to explode, and he valued the prospect of her becoming quite the fighter for him. I can adhere to your commands, but first, you must aid me in finishing my own evolution. Give me a chance to ascend to the third god sanctuary again, Moment Queen said, with certainty. Again? Are you saying you came from there? Hansen heard what she had to say and was visibly surprised by the revelation. I used to be there, yes. But I committed a crime that is not so easily forgiven, and thus, I was sent back here. Moment Queen wore a complicated look. Ah, what crime would that be? Hansen looked at Moment Queen with profound interest. I killed the son of a king, Moment Queen said, without emotion. What king? That sounds fairly powerful. Hansen's interest continued to grow. Moment Queen responded, the spirits are at war in the third god's sanctuary. If the opposing faction can be defeated, the victor assumes rule. And you dared to kill the son of the king? You really are something. Hansen paused, and then continued to say, that means, if you return to the third god's sanctuary, you will be hunted. Yes? If you are afraid of this, set me free. Free yourself of the burden that is me, Moment Queen coldly said. Well, that is a bridge we can cross when we come to it, sometime further down the line. But tell me, how can you return to the third god's sanctuary? Hansen asked. But after this, Hansen thought of a more important question. If his king spirit's super body was the same as a king spirit, that meant when he reached the level of a celestial being, his king spirit talents would be triggered. If he truly counted as a king spirit, that meant he could enter the third god's sanctuary like other king spirits did. He would not have to go through the evolution pool. Hansen thought if he entered that place as a king spirit, and used the evolution pool anyway, he might earn something special. Therefore, Hansen wanted to know how the king spirits entered the third god's sanctuary and learn of whether or not there were any benefits to their form of ascendance. If this was similar to what happened to the rhino, he may have considered it. At least it wasn't too random. It must take an extremely powerful spirit to be able to return to the second god's sanctuary and then return to the third god's sanctuary immediately after. Moment Queen explained things to Hansen, and they were just as he had presumed. If spirits wanted to go there, they had to max out their king spirit geno points. When their king spirit geno point total reached 100, they could go to the third god's sanctuary. The way king spirits increased their geno points was similar to how humans gain geno points. They could absorb life geno essences, and also absorb the life essences given by plants. But they were also different than humans. King spirits were limited by the elements they were born with. This meant they could only absorb the life geno essences they were born with. If it was a fire king spirit, it could only absorb a fire element life geno essence. Water element king spirits could only absorb water element life geno essences, and so on. Although Hansen had a king spirit body, he was not a celestial being yet. The king spirit's talents weren't activated, so for now, he could continue absorbing any kind of life geno essence. When he activated the king spirit talents, he did not know whether or not he could do the same. He only had the king spirit body, he wasn't actually a king spirit. He was like a hybrid. Hansen was silent for quite a bit, lost in thought. But then he asked her, "What is your element?" "Space," Moment Queen answered. "Okay. If I come into possession of space element life geno essences, I will give them to you. But in return, you must adhere to my commands without question." Hansen believed this was a fair trade. It wouldn't be a bad thing for Hansen to bring a powerful fighter alongside him, for when he went to the third god's sanctuary. And Hansen wasn't afraid of Queen Moment's issue with the slain son of a king. She was only a spirit, and once he reached the third god's sanctuary, he could always just keep her in his sea of soul and summon her when he required assistance. After striking a deal, Hansen went to take a look at the duo he had now named Big Black and Small Black. He had decided to keep them in the shelter. Hansen was not very proficient when it came to naming things, but without an opinion being expressed by Big Black and Small Black in opposition to the names, he didn't see a problem calling them this. Little Black had been heavily injured, and Hansen had to spend some time every day healing it. Gradually, its wounds started to become better. Still, it would take a long time before it became fully healed. Taking down a king-class shelter was no small feat, but it's a shame how empty the place is. High-class creatures populate the slopes of these mountains, too, which keeps others at bay. Where might I find people, then? If I can't find anyone else to come here, then this king-class shelter will be wasted. Hansen's heart sank at the thought. Not many humans had what it took to travel this far, so earning money from the shelter would not be easy. So now, for the time being, he bid that Little Black and Big Black remain in the area to guard its vacant throne in case other spirits ventured near and attempted to claim it. Hansen now thought of where he might go next. Moment Queen had a suggestion. In the northern mountains, the empty vines were bearing fruit, and it wouldn't be long before they matured. Moment Queen had made plans to send out subordinates for their retrieval. But now, she had been claimed by Hansen and robbed of her ability to command super creatures. She had no choice but to ask Hansen to collect the fruit on her behalf. Do others know and wait on the maturing of this empty fruit? Hansen asked Moment Queen. There are many super creatures hungry for it, yes. In the northernmost reaches of these lands, the Devil Blood King resides. He will most certainly come, for one, Moment Queen answered. Didn't you just tell me you can only absorb life geno essences that are aligned with the element of your being? What is the empty fruit? And why do so many super creatures and spirits vie for it? Hansen frowned. Plant-born life geno essences are non-elemental. Many super creatures and spirits are therefore attracted to them. The empty fruit is just one of many that can be found across this world, Moment Queen said. Oh. Hansen was delighted to hear this, actually. Obtaining such fruit would undoubtedly benefit him. They did not provide him with geno points, but the body-strengthening properties such fruit had yielded him were of great benefit in the past. Tell me, which are the most powerful super creatures you'd suspect us to face off against there? And that Devil Blood King, what manner of super creature subordinates does he command? Hansen wanted as much intel as he could get before wandering off there. Moment Queen proceeded to give Hansen as much information as she could, and when she was done, he frowned. There were a lot of powerful super creatures suspected to be there, but above all, the strength of Devil Blood King was higher than Moment Queen's. After all, Moment Queen had been demoted and returned to the second god's sanctuary. She had only been here for a decade, and the collective of super creatures she had assembled was limited. Devil Blood King's situation was different. He had been here and developed his following over the course of thousands of years. He would inevitably have many more super creatures than Moment Queen previously had. However, it would be unlikely for Devil Blood King to bring even half of his super creatures, as he wasn't the sort to leave his shelter unprotected. His retrieval of the empty fruit was not guaranteed because of this. Well, if this is how things will be, let's go take a look. Hansen decided to go sneak a look at the fruit. Once he was there, he'd determine the viability of obtaining the fruit. If he deemed things to be okay, he'd go for it. If things looked to be too hot to handle, he'd return without risking it. Hansen, with the silver fox, left the shelter under the care of Little Black and Big Black. Little Black's wounds were still bad, and it had to remain there to recover, anyway. Since it had to stay at the shelter, Big Black wouldn't be willing to leave its young. Therefore, Hansen decided to leave them behind to guard the shelter during his absence. Before Hansen left, he asked Moment Queen if there were any Thunder Element super creatures in the nearby vicinity. After hearing of Moment Queen's method of evolution, he began to suspect the reason for the Silver Fox's general disinterest in the life geno-essences he had collected thus far was because of their elements. Perhaps the Silver Fox would want one if it was the right element. The Silver Fox was quite powerful now, and Hansen had grown attached to the little blighter after having him for so long. Hansen was really hoping the Silver Fox could also accompany him when he reached the third god's sanctuary. In regards to the unreliable little fairy, he settled on helping her when he could. But he wasn't willing to go out of his way to aid her purposely. Moment Queen, after a moment's thought, recalled a nearby Thunderhawk. It was not far, but its flying abilities were extremely powerful and felling it was sure to be no easy feat. Moment Queen once tried to capture the Thunderhawk, but her attempt was a failure and the creature managed to escape. The only subordinate she had that could fly was the Black Tiger. Hansen and his followers were different, though. He, the little angel, and the Silver Fox could fly, even Moment Queen could. With such a collective, the chance of securing the Thunderhawk was relatively high. Hansen decided to kill the Thunderhawk before proceeding onwards to collect the fruit. The Silver Fox had just evolved, and it saved Hansen's life right after, so he wanted to reward him with a life geno-essence. And, of course, to boost his strength with further nutritious goodies. No creature sought to impede their travel, even across those mountain ranges that were notorious for the population of high-class creatures. The Silver Fox still frightened them off. And with Moment Queen's presence at the head of the band of adventurers, it would be folly for any creature to try their luck. When they arrived at the correct mountain, it wasn't long before Hansen caught sight of a big, green hawk in the distance. It was flying around just beneath the clouds, surveying the lands below for prey. Hansen immediately summoned his little angel and let the Silver Fox and Moment Queen surround it in the sky. Bringing out the scallop shell, Hansen extended an invitation to the fairy to join them. The fairy, however, continued to sleep and pretend she didn't hear anything. Not wanting to bother with her any further, he returned the scallop and took off into the skies to join his pets and companions in battle. The Silver Fox appeared to be quite excited. A thunderous lightning shone, and it transformed into a Thunder Fox. He hopped towards the Thunderhawk, while the little angel and Moment Queen flanked it from behind. The Thunderhawk attempted to fly away and escape them. It moved extremely quickly, and its passing was accompanied with green lightning like a moving storm. But unlike its previous encounters, the Thunderhawk's challengers on this day were actually faster. That was especially true of the Silver Fox. Resistant to the hawk's lightning, the Silver Fox was quick to catch up and leap atop it. The green lightning that surrounded the hawk was immediately snuffed out by the silver lightning. With the little angel and Moment Queen taking its rear, the hawk quickly found itself in a poor situation. Plumes of feathers rained down, accompanied by a downpouring of its blood. It cried aloud in agony, its echoes like a chorus across the mountainous landscape. When the opportunity presented itself, Hansen fired 2 bolts in quick succession. Once they found their target, the Silver Fox was able to tear off the hawk's head effortlessly. A green lightning-like life geno-essence fell all the way to the ground. The Silver Fox immediately swallowed it and licked its lips. A flicker of green lightning appeared to spark across the Silver Fox's fur, but then, it was gone. The only visible effect it had on the Silver Fox, from what Hansen could see, was that its coat had become shinier. I wonder how many Thunder Geno-essences it needs, before it can proceed to the third god's sanctuary? Hansen thought. There was no way Hansen would be able to eat a life Geno-essence like that. After killing the Thunderhawk, Hansen passed leadership back over to Moment Queen so she could take them to the empty vine. The mountain ranges were massive, and the rocky geography reached on for thousands of miles. They flew for 8 days before arriving at the valley she said the fruit would reside in. Before entering the valley, however, they saw 2 scary creatures fighting ahead of them. Why is he here? Hansen looked surprised. He knew one of the two frightening creatures that fought. One of the creatures was clad in steel armor, and it wielded a greatsword shrouded in green light. It was the armored phantom that Moment Queen once had authority over. Now, it was doing battle with a black skeleton. It wielded a weapon that looked like a bone itself or some sort of horn. It wasn't easy to discern what it was at first glance, but it viciously fought against the armored phantom. When the strange weapon in the skeleton's hand collided with the phantom's greatsword, it wasn't damaged. Evidently, it was far tougher than Hansen's flaming Rex spike. The armored phantom saw Hansen from afar and ran off, abandoning its fight against the skeleton. It didn't stop, and it just ran and ran until it was out of sight. The skeleton had never seen Hansen before, so it wasn't aware of the power he possessed. It ran towards Hansen with its weapon raised, aiming to clobber its new target over the head. The little angel appeared in front of Hansen, and her transparent greatsword was swung to assail the bony fiend. The creature's attack was so hard that she was knocked back 2 meters. Having its first attempted attack blocked, the skeleton didn't waste any time switching targets. Hansen did not go to help the little angel, and he just stood there watching its energy flow. Much to his delight, he learned that it was a second-generation super creature. But after watching for a while, he felt bored. The powers of a second-generation super creature no longer thrilled him, and aside from their element and how they were used, they all seemed to be the same. After learning many second-generation super creature energy flows, he started to realize how most were useless to him. His strongest skill was Sonic Thunder Punch now, and the combination of those two elements proved far more effective than the energy flows he had learned from any other second-generation super creature. Hansen knew the reason for this, however. He was in the second god sanctuary. The energy flows he could simulate were all the same, and only allowed for a power that did not exceed the unlocking of the first gene lock. If he entered the third god sanctuary, he could most likely simulate the power of super creatures that had unlocked 7 of their gene locks. Something like that was sure to be extraordinarily powerful, and worthy of getting excited about. Hansen's Dongxian Sutra was a super qigong, but the extent of its power was capped, like every other skill here. Just like Jade Skin, only one of its gene locks could be opened. The usage of both of those skills were different, yes, but the power of both were practically the same. The question of which qigong was stronger would all be down to how many gene locks could be opened. He would have to go to the third god sanctuary to unravel and grasp the full power of the Dongxian Sutra. No matter how many skills and powers he could simulate, it did not matter much if they were all capped to a single gene lock. Dongxian Sutra could only simulate the energy flow an opponent had. They couldn't be upgraded, so it was unnecessary for him to learn each and every one. Hansen believed the most useful energy flows he had learned were Sonic Thunder Punch and Arrow, but he also believed the energy flow of the Armored Phantom was sure to be up there with his best. Light Son of God's energy flow was also quite useful, taking into account the incredible speed boost it gave him. And in regards to Moment Queen's energy flow, although he could simulate it, his body couldn't handle the ability of teleportation. Using it was sure to result in suicide. Once his fitness was higher, he'd be keen to try it out, though. The skeleton continued to fight the little angel, so Hansen summoned Moment Queen so that she might help her kill it. But the skeleton was cunning, and when it saw Moment Queen coming towards it, it quickly dug underground to escape. The little angel drove her sword a few meters deep into the earth, but hit nothing. Its flight was a success, and she had no idea where it had now gone to. Never mind, then. Let's just go find the empty vine. Hansen used his Dongxian aura to scan the ground below, and couldn't find a trace of the skeleton either. It appeared to be long gone now. Hansen continued walking, and when he saw the empty vine, he froze. He thought it'd just be a vine that had writhed its way up a craggy cliff face. But when he saw it, he felt as if he had never been so wrong. The vine was massive. It was like a grand pillar, wreathed around itself. It extended upwards like a tower towards heaven. It was so high Its top pierced the clouds above, obscuring how tall it truly was. Hansen saw it from afar, and he noticed something else. The armored phantom was climbing it, and not far below it, the black skeleton had resurfaced and was chasing it up. They were going at a hurried pace, and before long, they had both passed through the lofty clouds. This is the empty vine? That's a big vine. How much fruit grows there? Do you think we'll have to fight for the fruit? Hansen asked, while looking at the leaves and flowers. If each flower bore one fruit, the amount that would grow would seem limitless. And if so, there'd be no need for anyone or anything to fight to obtain one. He believed 1,000 creatures could eat their fill without hassle, if that was true. That is only the vine's root, Moment Queen said coldly. Root? Since when do roots grow leaves and flowers? Hansen looked at her with an unconvinced face. Moment Queen continued walking towards the vine, and as she went, she said, "This is the root of the empty vine. As we climb, you will eventually see the vine pierce through a floating island that rests above the sea of clouds. Above the island is the true body of the vine and the life it bears. The fruit will ripen soon, so we best hurry." Hansen nodded and followed Moment Queen over to the empty vine. The vine was like a fried dough twist that extended all the way up to the clouds high above. It was wide enough to drive a truck up its side, presuming the truck did not answer to gravity. Hansen summoned his golden growler and rode up, seeing as there was so much space. It was an interesting experience, and after climbing a few hundred meters, the view of the lands below was rather magnificent. Moment, how long until the fruit ripens? Do you think the Devil Blood King is here yet? Hansen inquired, as he ascended. It should be ready in about 2 days, but it wouldn't surprise me if the Devil Blood King has already arrived and taken over the best vantage points on the floating island, Moment Queen explained. If there is another 2 days to go, what is the rush? Let us climb slowly. While Hansen said this, he suddenly heard a bird. Hansen turned and looked, and he saw a black flame phoenix shoot through the clouds from the south. Isn't that the black flame phoenix from the Black Desert? If that thing was willing to fly all this way here, I wonder how many other creatures are there up top? Hansen suddenly thought of something else, as well. If the black phoenix is here, I wonder if the green Kirin is here, too. While Hansen was still thinking, he heard a woman laugh. He wasn't sure from which direction it came. Have humans come here, as well? Or was that just another spirit? Hansen looked around him but failed to see anyone. The land below was devoid of anyone and anything, creatures included. The fruit they had sought was nearly matured, and most of the creatures and spirits that vied for one were already up on the island waiting for their chance. Moment, did you hear a woman laugh? Hansen asked, looking at her. Moment Queen shook her head and said, "What woman's laughter? Did I mishear that, then?" Hansen wondered, confused. Just as he was ready to forget about it, he heard the laughter once more. It was so clear this time that he knew he had not misheard it. Are you really telling me you didn't hear that? Hansen looked at Moment Queen and asked again. Moment Queen merely frowned and looked around, not seeing anything out of place. Little Silver, did you hear that? Hansen asked the silver fox, who was resting on his shoulder. It looked at Hansen with a face that suggested it had not heard a thing. That's weird. I heard a woman's laugh, I am absolutely positive. With a puzzled expression, Hansen perked up his ears and resolved to pay attention and sniff out the source of the laughter, if it ever sounded again. A little while later, while Hansen was climbing the vine, more of that bell-like laughter chimed. Moment Queen and the silver fox still didn't hear a thing. Hansen used his Dongxian aura to sense what was around him, but it was to no avail. He couldn't sense any creature sneaking about. And this was how it was, all the way up. He would hear the laughter, do his best to locate where it came from, fail, and proceed on up the vine. This is getting really weird now. Hansen, despite his best efforts, could not uncover the source of this laughter. Onwards he went. The empty island was far bigger than Hansen imagined it would be. It was like a small kingdom perched above the clouds. Following the vines, they were led up to the island. When there, they saw a number of barren mountains in the distance, which were devoid of all life. Let me return to the Sea of Soul, in case I unwittingly draw the attention and possible ire of the Devil-Blood King. Venture there alone and do not draw any unnecessary attention to yourself. If he does not notice your presence, we may very well have a chance of securing the fruit. It was obvious that Moment Queen believed Hansen had no chance of competing with the Devil-Blood King. Okay. Hansen knew he wasn't powerful enough. His compatriots were too fewer, even fewer if you did not count the lazy fairy. It was indeed best to keep a low profile. Hansen returned Moment Queen to the Sea of Soul, and then he ventured on towards the center of the island. The empty vine ought to have been there. He walked for 10 miles before hearing a familiar voice crying for help. Hansen was taken by surprise, as he recognized the voice as belonging to a human. It most certainly couldn't have been a spirit. "Oh, divine masters above, I beseech thee to deliver me aid." The voice was one of pity, and Hansen couldn't shake the feeling he had heard that voice many times before. Isn't that Wang Yuhang's voice? Why in the world is he here? That should be impossible. Hansen, with a head full of questions, felt his face morph. This was where super creatures roamed in abundance. If Wang Yuhang had continued to accompany Hansen since the time they parted ways, God knew what might have transpired. Bad luck tended to follow him like a terrible smell. It was highly likely Hansen would have been killed by now, as a result of it. Hansen then decided to turn around and walk away, but Wang Yuhang's voice was getting audibly closer. Bollocks! I cannot be this unlucky, surely? Hansen's heart began to sink as he saw Wang Yuhang exit the valley ahead. Wang Yuhang was a great distance away, but still, he had managed to spot Han Senator with a face of surprise. He ran towards him in great hurry, shouting, "Bossman! I cannot believe you have come here to help little old me. To think you have come here to save me from another perilous endeavor. I am touched by your generosity. Touched, I tell you. Here I am, about to die a brutal death, and you have come to save me." Hansen felt rather awkward right now. He hadn't the faintest idea where Wang Yuhang had been spending his days, and he most certainly didn't expect him to be here of all places. He was definitely not planning on saving him. But having been spotted, there was no point in Hansen trying to make a quick getaway. Looking behind Wang Yuhang, Hansen saw a big white goose giving him chase. When it caught up to Wang Yuhang, it managed to lean forward and snap its beak on his fleeing bum. The pain that resulted from such vicious pecks to the backside had him screaming in pain. "Bossman, save me!" Wang Yuhang yelled to Hansen. Pulling out his flaming Rex spike, Hansen ran forward to engage the goose. Fortunately, the life force of the goose was relatively weak and was more likely a sacred blood creature more than anything. All he would have to do was kill it. He struck once, and the goose almost disappeared in a billow of white feathers. The goose was set on fire by the weapon, but it actually managed to survive the hit. The white goose quacked in agony as it slowly became a black goose. Delivering another smack, Hansen brought the feathered fiend to a fiery end. Sacred blood creature white goose killed. Beast soul gained. Eat its flesh to gain 0 to 10 sacred geno points randomly. Hansen had a look at the scorched remains of the goose and thought it best not to waste it. Retrieving his death knell, he had it drink its blood in the hopes it would grow. Hansen also summoned Princess Inyang. He had them start a fire, so they could cook and have some roast goose to eat. "Bossman, you truly are a kind soul. I cannot believe you were so willing to help me." Wang Yuhang gave Hansen a suffocating hug, as tears and snots dribbled into his clothing. "I had no idea you would be here. I was only passing through. But tell me, what brought you this far out into the wilds?" Hansen asked Wang Yuhang. When Wang Yuhang heard what Han Sen had to say, however, he did not believe him. He looked touched and said, "I knew you came this way to have my back. Feel free to admit it. You came all this way just to save little old me, did you not? Oh, golly. You sure know how to touch a man. Stop. Tell me why you're here." Han Sen told him as he saw Wang Yuhang leaning in for another wet hug. Wang Yuhang, however, suddenly looked angry. He said, "Those people are not human, I tell you. I was ice fishing out on an ice lake when they got the drop on me. They knocked me out, and when I woke up, I found myself here inside a cage. They did not treat me like a human being, and left me locked inside a cage for the longest time. Humans should not be forced to suffer in such a way, I tell you." Wang Yuhang's voice rose in anger the more he talked, and by the end, Han Sen asked him to stop. But then, he told Han Sen that the people who captured him came under attack by two powerful creatures. Amidst the carnage, he was able to escape. "Eat something. Once you've had your fill, return to fonder pastures." Han Sen was not as brave as the others who had dared bring Wang Yuhang out here. So, Han Sen prepared him food and bid that he leave. Of course. Wang Yuhang grabbed a large chunk of roast goose and began to chow down on it, heartily. Quack! A strange goose-like quack was heard high in the sky above them. Hurriedly, it descended to land directly in front of Wang Yuhang. Its landing whipped up fierce winds, as their new feathered foe's red eyes flickered between the roast meal and the unfortunate man that dined on it. "Big brother, I still haven't eaten any yet. You want your charred brethren back?" Wang Yuhang's hands trembled, as he handed over a carved slice of roast goose to the newly descended one. Quack! The white goose angrily cried and tried to attack Wang Yuhang. "Bossman, I request your assistance once more." Wang Yuhang called and ran over to Han Sen's side. Han Sen took off into the skies, not wishing to kill their new foe. Killing it could potentially draw the attention of more creatures. With Wang Yuhang in the vicinity, there was a high likelihood of this very thing happening. "Bossman, don't run. Save me!" Wang Yuhang shouted as he ran. "Little uncle, I cannot save you this time. Run back to whence you came." Han Sen yelled down to him from the safety of the skies. "Whence I came? Whence I came? I haven't the faintest idea where I am or how I might return to whence I came," Wang Yuhang said in flustered response. "Weren't you just kidnapped? Run to where those people brought you. Do that and find a way to leave the goose's ire on them." Han Sen wanted to see who the people that kidnapped Wang Yuhang were. Could such a tactic work? Wang Yuhang asked with desperation. "Just go. I am still here." Han Sen smiled. "Bossman, if I am in absolute danger, I still beseech that you save me." Wang Yuhang yelled out, as he started to run. Of course. Han Sen watched Wang Yuhang run a great distance. Wang Yuhang led the goose without a single problem, and his attraction and kiting skills were exemplary, as they always had been. He led the goose by its nose, keeping it as close as he could, all without sustaining any damage. He ran and ran, right across the mountains. He had scaled numerous mountains, and after passing over many, Han Sen espied a camp sitting at the bottom of one particular valley. There were many tents there, and Han Sen suspected that the camp held at least 200 people. But because there were no flags or cloths bearing an emblem, symbol, or logo pertaining to any particular organization, Han Sen was unable to discern who they were. When Wang Yuhang reached the camp, it caused a great scene as the campers scrambled from out of their shelter in sudden distress. The white goose was terrifyingly powerful, and the creature did not spare the lives of those who dwelled in the camp. Scores of the people there were killed, and many more of them were injured. There was one man ordering his fellows to surround the goose, and even after observing that, he was unable to tell who they were. But one thing was for sure, they were well trained. And even amidst the chaos, the subordinates were each able to adhere to the commands of their superiors and focus. Not a single person ran off, despite the goose's slaughter. Who are these people? They are pretty good. But if they cannot deal with a single super creature, for what reason have they come here? As Hansen pondered this puzzling conundrum, he saw something strange happen to the people he observed down below. Under the leader's control, some people brought out a vial containing some concoction. Then, they injected themselves with the serum. Soon after, their muscles expanded and their eyes turned red and a red horn burst forth from their foreheads. Bloodhorn Shura? Hansen thought, with much surprise. He never did figure out where the Bloodhorn Shura that assaulted him came from. And although he most suspected Angel Jean, he hadn't found any proof to confirm it was them. Of everything that might have occurred on his journey here, encountering Bloodhorn Shura was one of the most unlikely. And now, viewing them with greater clarity, they didn't look like Shura at all. They were simply humans that had forced mutations upon themselves. Despite the folly of their actions, they did look far stronger following their injections and subsequent transformation into what Hansen had dubbed a Bloodhorn Shura. For a while, they were able to maintain their position, but still, they were unable to slay the goose that had descended upon them. That being said, the goose was unable to totally destroy the camp now, too. The elites amongst them that had opened their gene locks did not use the medicine, and they instead took off after Wang Yuhang in the desire of capturing him once more. Hansen watched what was going on for a while, and it seemed as if no damage was being dealt to the wild goose. They seemed to be running out of patience, and so one of the elites injected themselves with the concoction. Within seconds, the man's muscles expanded by a vast amount. The person's head grew a horn and his life force made a great leap in power. Pang! The man's body burst into flames. He threw his fist forward towards the white goose and incinerated a portion of the white goose's plumage. Impossible! Hansen's face was one of utter shock. The man had dealt elemental damage through the manner of a projectile. Only celestial beings were supposedly capable of doing such a thing. Although the man had unlocked his gene lock, he was far away from achieving such a level. Therefore, how was he able to do what he had just done? What in the world is that medicine? Hansen wondered, with distraught surprise. The white goose wasn't heavily injured, but after the firepower-imbued man joined the fight with all the other Bloodhorn Shura, it was quickly put at a disadvantage. The white goose, seeing its sudden inability to win the battle, cried out and flew away. The people were unable to catch up with it, and so they could do little but watch it go. Before Hansen could comprehend the situation, he realized he had done naught but watch the events unfold with his jaw wide open. Although the people weren't too difficult to kill, the entire fact that they had willingly transformed themselves into Bloodhorn Shura frightened Hansen. But before he did anything, like killing them, Hansen knew he'd have to collect intel and find out more about them first. Wang Yuhang, in the meantime, had been beaten up by the elites and thrown back into a cage. Luckily, despite his egregious luck, Wang Yuhang was not a dumb person. Although he was back at square one, he didn't call out for Hansen's aid, and it seemed his kidnappers were still unaware of the presence of other people on the empty island. Hansen continued to watch them from afar, committed to gathering as much information about them as he could. They beat up Wang Yuhang, but not by a large amount. It was clear to him that they wanted him for a particular purpose. Despite his attraction of the super creature and the fatalities that ensued, they only locked him up instead of killing him. After a while, however, Hansen noticed something interesting. The people who used the medicine started to look like ordinary humans after about an hour. When they returned to looking like regular humans again, they looked weak. They didn't seem to be doing too well. It would appear that drug has negative side effects for its users. That aside, the transformation itself does not seem to last very long, Hansen talked to himself. The serum seemed to last much longer on the man who had unlocked his gene lock, however. For him to look like an average human again, it took 2 hours. But he too now looked weaker than usual. He looked pale, as if he were drained of energy. He went inside a tent to rest. Hansen used his Dongxian aura to observe them. Their life forces had become much weaker, and their fitness had dropped below 100. Manager Chu, Wang Yuhang's problems extend beyond mere bad luck. In his short time with us, he has caused us much trouble. We have sustained many losses, and I am afraid our army will be wasted before that thing comes out. Two people were engaged in discussion, inside the leader's tent. Hansen bent his ear their way, thinking he might pick up a thing or two of interest. There is nothing we can do. Only Wang Yuhang can pull away the creature we seek. Its retrieval will be impossible if we do not have him. Manager Chu continued his cold dialogue, saying, "It is fortunate its maturity will come soon, sometime within the next 2 days." Sun Qinggong replied, "Chen Qing and the third team made use of their Shura liquid. It will take a week for them to recover. I do not believe they will be able to accompany us any further on this mission." Manager Chu nodded and said, "Have them stay in camp as backup, at least, just in case the need arises." They both went on to discuss another matter, but Hansen couldn't hear. At the very least, he now knew why they had come here. They too had come for the empty fruit. These people are out of their minds. Do they believe such a small number of people can rival the creatures and obtain the fruit? They have no idea how many monsters have been attracted to this place by the empty fruit. Hansen laughed in his heart. Although they used the Shura liquid to strengthen their bodies, its side effects were extreme. Not to mention the short length of time the concoction boosted their bodies for. Even for the elite who used a vial, it was not enough to thwart and beat a super creature. If they had a lot more men, all of which could use the juice, then they might have had a chance of defeating a single super creature. But in this place, there was sure to be far more than just a single super creature. Lord knew how many lurked around the empty fruit, hungry and waiting for it to ripen. Having watched them face off against the goose, Hansen already believed them to be doomed. But if they were still adamant in trying to obtain the fruit, he was happy to watch them. It was possible their intrusion could work out for the best, and he'd benefit from their meddling. If Hansen went against the Devil Blood King face to face, he did not believe himself able to compete. So, for now, Hansen decided to leave the people be. And he also decided to allow Wang Yuhang to remain with them for now, too. He'd feel safer this way, a whole lot safer than he would if Wang Yuhang was hanging around him, at least. To make some creepy tonic such as that, I'm afraid it must be the work of the Zhao family or the Qi family. Hansen started to wonder, but he was leaning towards it being the Zhao family who produced the Bloodhorn Shura juice. When this concoction becomes known to the market at large, I am afraid the Alliance and the Second God Sanctuary will be in for a period of turmoil. Hunting in the Second God Sanctuary would not be as difficult, but if they could not absorb life geno-essences, then their killing of super creatures would be pointless. The best they could hope for would be beast souls. Hansen pondered the ramifications of such a product in the Alliance. Regardless of what could happen, it was guaranteed to cause an imbalance for humanity. If it was produced by the Zhao family, Hansen feared their reputation would only increase and perhaps make them an unstoppable force. I need to find a way to get my hands on that Shura liquid. I need to do some tests and research on it myself. Hansen acknowledged its power, but he knew he'd be unable to discover much of what lay inside the compound by himself. If he handed it over to the Ji family, however, he reckoned they could do the deep dive he could not. Hansen remained in the area for 2 days, waiting for them to move. The garrison that left to retrieve the fruit departed towards the center of the island with Wang Yuhang in tow, but a few men remained in the camp. Hansen followed them from afar, and the further they went, the more he could begin sensing the presence of terrifying life forces. Hansen believed they must be suicidal to blindly march forward to the center. The sensing abilities of the people that marched forward were far too low, and it was remarkable how unaware they were of the wretchedly powerful creatures that were around. They seemed to have no idea they were walking into what was looking to be a certifiable bloodbath. They said they needed Wang Yuhang for the purpose of attracting a certain creature away, and so they had treated him well enough since his return. He had been healed and fed. But being locked inside a cage, like the latest exhibition at a zoo, was unkind. With a grim, disheartened face, Wang Yuhang clutched the bars of the cage the entire time, waiting for Han Sen to spring him free and rescue him. Han Sen continued to follow the troops until they reached the center. It was strangely quiet there, and they did not seem to recognize the presence of a single creature in the area. That was because the empty fruit hadn't matured yet. The creatures that would vie for its consumption were all in hiding. After walking half the day, Han Sen was finally able to gaze upon the splendor of the empty vine. It came out of a mountain like a spring, wreathing its slopes in green vines. And the vines coursed all the way around to cover the mountain's 100-meter-tall heights. A vine stuck out of the mountain's peak, and 4 grape-sized fruits hung from it. They were all purplish in color, with shiny skin. They were on the precipice of becoming ripe. A pleasant fragrance was bursting forth from the 4 empty fruit, and their scent shrouded the entire mountainside. Near the top of the mountain, a black feathered bird waited. It was entirely black, save for its white head. It didn't look too dissimilar to an owl, but it was far bigger. Manager Chu commanded his people to fire at it. With the arrows incoming, the owl flapped its wings and waved them all away. Not a single arrow reached its target. It didn't leave the mountain, though. It remained where it had been, seemingly not wanting to leave the empty fruit for a single moment. It was teetering on the brink of being ripe, after all. Manager Chu employed many different ideas to evict the owl from its spot, but none of them worked. Unable to shoo it off, they brought Wang Yuhang out of his cage and sent him up to draw the owl away. Wang Yuhang nervously approached the creature against his will. He rambled across the vines, and when in firing distance, shot an arrow at the owl. The arrow, after hitting the owl, incited no reaction. The arrow merely shattered upon hitting the owl's wing. Everyone anxiously watched the owl, still expecting it to do something. But nothing occurred, and the owl did not seem to care. Manager Chu shouted at Wang Yuhang, "Fire at the creature again." Wang Yuhang turned around and saw the countless arrows and pointy weapons drawn and aimed towards him. Realizing the futility of resistance at a time like this, he had no choice but to fire another arrow. After doing so, the owl raised its eyebrows in a manner that seemed to suggest it was merely holding its anger in. When Wang Yuhang fired a third arrow, the owl could no longer maintain its composure. It raced down towards the man who had been forced to pester it. Wang Yuhang screamed and jumped down, scrambling down towards the people behind him. But Manager Chu commanded his men to fire arrows at him. With no other choice, he was forced to run in a different direction. Seeing the owl chase Wang Yuhang, the people there seemed so excited. They all climbed the mountain, wanting to get their hands on the 4 empty fruit. They have no idea what they're doing. Whoever places one finger on one of those fruits is a dead man. Han Sen shook his head. Ignoring them, he ran to catch up with Wang Yuhang. His first task involved keeping him alive. Han Sen wanted to stay away from the bloody battle that was sure to unfold near the empty vine. Han Sen chased after Wang Yuhang, and as he went, he sensed countless scary life forces making their way towards the empty vine. They had all been disturbed and made restless by the human intruders. There was still a while to go before the empty fruit ripened. The group of people had no idea when exactly it would mature, and going for them now would only lead to the creature stopping them. If they picked the fruit before it became ripe, the benefits of its consumption would be far weaker, not worth the effort. Even Han Sen, who had received help from super creatures in the past, couldn't help but feel unnerved and a little scared when he sensed the number of creatures in the surrounding area. I hope those people don't all die. If they do, how am I supposed to interrogate them? Han Sen thought to himself. Racing across the length of 2 mountains, Han Sen finally caught up to the fleet-footed Wang Yuhang. The owl did not relent in its attacks, and all the while, Wang Yuhang stumbled, tripped, and scrambled on his way. He had sustained much damage this time. His armor had been pecked at, and much of it had been broken. His skin had been pierced, and blood was drawn. Although he wasn't heavily injured, his face was one of great pity and remorse. Hansen quickly summoned his little angel to prevent the owl from continuing its pursuit of Wang Yuhang. "Bossman, you have finally come!" Wang Yuhang shouted excitedly. Not caring for the lesions and wounds that riddled his person, he went towards Hansen. "Wait! Do not come any closer. Continue drawing its attention while we finish it." Hansen quickly stopped Wang Yuhang from approaching him. Wang Yuhang promptly agreed, and with his bow, fired an arrow towards the owl to attract its ire once more. When the owl went after him, the little angel was able to quickly get in its way again and block it. When Wang Yuhang noticed the owl's inability to reach him, he went a little mad. He fired arrows like a loon, maniacally cackling, "Come here, little birdie. I'm right here. I make for terrific creature cuisine, so why do you not attempt to eat me?" After he had taunted it for some time, the owl stopped and made a noise akin to the crying of a baby. "Haha! Crying is of little use, little birdie bird. Come on, come over here." Ouch! Wang Yuhang continued his fun in the provocation of the owl. But suddenly, a big rat came out of the ground. It was 1 foot long, and when it emerged, it leapt up and bit his ass. Its razor teeth pierced right through his armor and sunk deep into his plump bottom. When it pulled away, a chunk of Wang Yuhang's bum flesh was torn away. Wang Yuhang held his buttocks and screamed, and as he did so, many other black rats emerged from the ground. They ran towards him like the tide of the sea. "Oh, no! Does this wretch possess the ability to summon a legion of rats to its devilish will? I beseech your aid. Help!" Wang Yuhang summoned a spear and swung it around crazily. But their numbers were unfathomable, and after killing a dozen, he could still see countless more headed his way. Hansen used his Dongxian aura to scan the rats. He was surprised to see that the rats were not actually creatures, and as a result, possessed no life force. They must have been direct summons of the owl, an ability not unlike the silver beetle mother. "I cannot believe this owl can summon its own little mobs. This is rather interesting." Hansen summoned his flaming Rex spike and hurried over to the owl. As he went, he called out, "Little uncle, hold on. I'm going to kill this bird. Then I beg that you make haste. I shan't last very much longer, if something is not done about these spiders soon." Ouch! Another rat bit Wang Yuhang. This time, it leapt up and ripped out a piece of his arm. "I'll be right there." Hansen's eyes shone with the light of murder. Pang! The flaming Rex spike was swung upwards, and with the little angel's cooperation, it was driven harshly against the owl's body. The owl was knocked a great distance away. The little angel flew forward at once and delivered another slash to the owl. Then, Hansen used his Rex spike to hit it again. The first-generation owl didn't stand a chance, and it was getting destroyed by the duo with no reprieve. Feathers fell and blood rained. The owl, thinking it best to escape, had its departure prevented by Hansen. He grabbed onto it, pulling back the heavily injured owl. Pat! 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 Beneath the siege of attacks that were delivered onto it, the owl didn't have a single chance of fighting back. In minutes, the head of the owl was lopped off by a mighty swing of the little angel's greatsword. Super creature spirit owl killed. Beast soul gained. The flesh of this creature is inedible, but you may harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. Hansen was overjoyed to hear this, as it had been a while since he last received a beast soul. He curiously pondered what manner of beast soul it might be. And with the death of the owl, the carnivorous rats vanished too. Wang Yuhang looked at Hansen with much surprise and said, "Bossman, your strength continues to grow greater and greater. It only took you a few minutes to lay utter waste to a super creature." "I was taking my time." Hansen smiled at Wang Yuhang and proceeded to say, "You should go home, you should leave this place. As for myself, there is something else I must attend to. I am coming with you." That legion of scum deserves death for what they did to me, Wang Yuhang said with anger. When his mind went back to his mistreatment, and the time he spent caged, he began to tremble with rage. Well, don't worry about that. The scum will all be dead before long, I assure you, Han Sen said. What? Wang Yuhang asked with surprise. Then, he asked, do other super creatures inhabit the treacherous lands of the vicinity? Yes, there are loads. If you hate those people that much, and you would like to put your life on the line just so you can watch them get brutally torn apart, then let's go. Han Sen smiled. Wang Yuhang's face locked up. He looked as if he was about to say something, but just as he was, a black flame erupted from the empty vine like a volcano. Bossman? I have a Charlie horse, so, I think I'll just wait for you down there somewhere. You be careful, okay? After saying this, Wang Yuhang hastily made his departure from the island. Han Sen decided to take a look at the spirit owl beast soul he had acquired. It was another pet-type beast soul. This is interesting. If I raise this owl, I'll almost have an army of super creatures at my disposal. Han Sen was as delighted as he was curious. Still, he knew it would take a while before the pet could enter battle mode. But Han Sen was getting the hang of killing super creatures now, and he imagined it wouldn't be too much of a struggle. The death knell drank blood, whereas the spirit owl ate meat. This meant he could raise them together, without any conflict between the two arising. Han Sen did not have the time to look at the spirit owl for long. He returned his gaze to the empty vine, and when he did, he heard many roars accompanying the clanging sounds of various weaponry. The fight seemed to be raging. I hope the Devil Blood King is already there. If not, that'd be a pain. Han Sen, continuing to look at the empty vine as he ventured there, was suddenly approached by a few men. It was Manager Chu and a few others. They didn't seem to be doing all that well. They had already injected themselves with the Shura liquid, and they seemed to be grievously injured. Han Sen. When they saw Han Sen, their faces changed. They knew exactly who he was. It looks like everyone knows who I am. Yet I don't know any of you. That hardly seems fair. Han Sen smiled at the people in front of him. I cannot believe we stumbled across you here. This truly is perfect. Manager Chu had murder in his eyes. He looked at the people around him, and they spread out to surround Han Sen. There were 7 of them, and they looked to be elites who had opened their gene locks. Furthermore, they were all under the effects of the drug. They possessed an unnatural power, and they were clearly preparing themselves to kill Han Sen. Han Sen, summon your super pet. It's about time we demonstrate to you that super pets aren't that good. The leader, Manager Chu, looked to be seething with rage as he coldly spoke to Han Sen. Super pets aren't good, you're right, they're brilliant. But I don't need a super pet to deal with you guys. Han Sen summoned the flaming Rex spike in his hands. Han Sen wanted to see how strong the people truly were, having used the Shura concoction. Good. Show us how talented you are. Manager Chu seemed genuinely excited, and very confident in his ability to kill Han Sen before he summoned a super pet. It would be better if they did not have to fight the super pet. Without any hesitation, Manager Chu swung his sword as fire erupted from the blade and wreathed it. Then, he rushed towards Han Sen. The other 6 people, who were blood-horned Shura, had their elemental powers primed. They all raced towards Han Sen, looking as if they wanted to kill him quickly before he summoned his super pet. They seemed to be really confident about killing Han Sen, and as a matter of fact, they had already formulated a plan for killing him beforehand. They had learned it on the off chance they would one day encounter him again. But their plan included what they should do to deal with the little angel at the same time. Now that they did not have to deal with the little angel right away, their confidence was bolstered. They thought Han Sen was a person who relied solely on his super pet for strength, and that he wasn't all that proficient in battle himself. Now that they had used their Shura liquid, their power exceeded what they believed possible for a human being. Thus, they thought killing him would be a trivial task. Seeing the first weapons approach, Hansen waved him flaming Rex spike. The Rex spike shone with a green light, and without fear, he committed to the battle they brought towards him. The green light came from Hansen's simulation of the armored phantom. He could simulate it 100%. Hansen's life force was not as strong as the armored phantom's, however, so the light was a little weaker. Gotcha! The indestructible green light cleaved through every one of his foe's elemental attacks. When he reached Manager Chu's longsword, Hansen's swing broke it with ease. Impossible! How can you unleash such power? Manager Chu and the rest of his people were all shocked. They had all used Shura liquid to increase their fitness to a level that granted them elemental powers. Hansen never used anything of the sort. With no body-boosting concoctions, they had no idea how he had managed to become so strong and do such a thing. Unleashing power is not that good. Hansen waved his flaming Rex spike towards one of his attackers. The green light spun alongside the flaming Rex spike, becoming a green light drill bit. The man it was coming for raised his giant rock of a shield, in the hopes of blocking the incoming hit. The flaming Rex spike drilled through the rocky shield like butter. Its speed was not impeded in the slightest, and it cut clean through into the man's body. The bloodhorn Shura roared, as his body began to turn into stone. But it seemed useless in opposition to the green drill bit. The rocky body was of no resistance, and after the drill pierced through, he was instantly killed. The faces of his opponents all changed. They did not expect Hansen to possess such a power, even with his super pet. He was far stronger than any scrap of intel had informed them. Hansen waved his flaming Rex spike and put his enemies at a disadvantage. He was still winning, despite going up against 6 people at the same time. His enemies went all pale. They believed their Shura liquid was enough to compete against a super pet, but now, they were brought to the startling realization that it wasn't even enough to deal with Hansen himself. What is going on? How can Hansen cast and unleash such power? Why is he so strong? Did he find a way to absorb life geno-essences? Has he become a celestial being? Manager Chu was suddenly brought to fear. He didn't want to fight Hansen any longer. Let's go. When we return, we must make sure to inform the boss that Hansen has managed to absorb life geno-essences. And we must tell him that he has become a celestial being, Manager Chu shouted before running off. 5 of the fighters still remained, but they did not stay for long. They all took off running in different directions, as fast as the wind. Hansen coldly laughed and chased after Manager Chu. Manager Chu saw Hansen chase after him but felt relieved. Even if Hansen could catch up with him, the others would have gone far enough away to be safe from any other pursuit he sought to give. One way or another, the message would be delivered to their boss. But then, Manager Chu saw Hansen summon a blonde angel and a black-armored queen. I want 2 of them alive. Kill the rest. Hansen coldly commanded. The angel and queen flew in different directions, and their speed truly shocked Manager Chu. That kind of speed, they must both be super pets. You have 2 super pets? Manager Chu's heart was shattered into pieces. He spoke to himself aloud, acknowledging his underestimation of Hansen. According to the boss's calculation, they wouldn't have been able to kill him even if they had twice the men. Hansen's own power, and all the stuff he had managed to collect over time, were far beyond their wildest expectations. You are wrong. I only have 1 super pet. The other is a king spirit. Oh, silly me. Perhaps you haven't heard? King spirits are what you refer to as super spirits. They are officially titled king-class spirits. Hansen moved his body and shot right behind Manager Chu, with a speed faster than any other human could achieve. King spirit? Manager Chu exclaimed in shock, now having lost the ability to run. It's over. It's all over. We were so wrong. Han Sen had gauged the power possessed by Manager Chu and his followers. They were not far from the strength of a super creature, but the strength they had was not stable. It wasn't pure. When they became Bloodhorn Shura, their abilities were akin to that of a celestial being. They could unleash elemental projectiles, yes, but they were not even able to defeat Han Sen, whose fitness was around 260. Their purity and stability were too low, which led to their inability to compete. Another thing was their lack of experience with the powers that had been bestowed upon them. Whether it was because of a lack of practice with such strength, or the inability of the power to be wielded with finesse due to the fact that it came from medicine, Han Sen was unsure. It looks like I overestimated the power of this Shura liquid thing. It doesn't seem to work all that well, after all. Han Sen threw the flaming wreck spike at Manager Chu like a boomerang, and it knocked him over. Then, Han Sen pointed at his head and said, "Answer my questions, and I'll set you free." "Pa. Save your breath, I won't tell you anything." Manager Chu's face changed when he spoke. His body began to inflate and expand like a balloon. Boom. Han Sen jumped away as Manager Chu's body exploded like a piñata, scattering bits and pieces of his person across the area in a sudden red haze. The giblets of Manager Chu then quickly began to rot and fade away into nothing. Han Sen's face changed, unable to believe a person could so completely disregard the importance of their own life. No one willingly wanted to die, but Manager Chu's behavior made him frown. It looks like someone might have done something to them. If not, how did that happen? Han Sen frowned and looked at where his angel and the queen had gone. A while later they came back empty-handed, which disappointed Han Senator. The same thing had happened to them. They had attempted to capture the ones that fled, but they willing gave themselves up to a sudden, grisly end. Who are these people? Han Sen frowned. He couldn't find anything out about their identities, as they were all carrying the same gear. Obviously, someone had distributed their wares to them. Finding anything out about them seemed hopeless. But Han Sen did manage to get his mitts on a few unused vials of the Shura liquid. When he returned, he planned to have others research its content for him. Han Sen put the vials into his pack and went towards the empty vine. Roaring and sounds of impact were audible as a big fight ensued. Han Sen kept a low profile as he returned his little angel and queen. Sneakily, he ventured out towards the peak. There, he witnessed the black phoenix casting gusts composed of black fire as it flapped its wings towards the vine. But the flames did not travel far, as a green elephant raised its trunk and blew out lime-colored water to douse them. Around the peak, another 8 super creatures stood guard. They prevented the approach of any and all other creatures. On the peak, a man with long, sharp ears stood tall. His eyes were red, and he was dressed in a black robe. He stood right beside the 4 empty fruit, patiently waiting for them to finish ripening. The empty fruit were purplish, and at the same time luminous. Their pleasant fragrances wafted far and wide, covering the lands in a wondrous scent for dozens of miles. Anyone who smelled it would become intoxicated. Their hearts would jump with a sudden zest and vibrancy, and they'd be a lot livelier. It looks like the empty fruit is going to become ripe any second now. Han Sen's heart was stricken with excitement. The situation was better than he feared it might be. He was worried that the Devil Blood King might only make a move and release himself once the fruit had ripened. Now, he had already conquered the top, and was guarded by a slew of super creatures that followed his commands. That was what Han Sen wanted, for it benefited him the most. Seeing the empty fruit not yet ripe, Han Sen did not rush. Patiently, he watched the fight unfold. There were 9 super creatures running up the slopes now, with the empty fruit as their target. Han Sen had seen many of them before. The black-flamed phoenix and green Kirin were there. The black tiger, armored phantom, black skeleton, and big white goose were also there. The other 3 approached together, and he had not seen them before. From what he could see, though, they looked frightening. Aside from the black phoenix and the green Kirin, both of whom attacked the lime-green elephant, the others fought with the rest one-on-one. As the battle raged, none triumphed over each other, however. Overall, they seemed to be locked in a stalemate. Hansen did not know where the Devil Blood King had earned his 8 super creatures, but they were all incredibly powerful, and they did not look likely to lose. Although the Armored Phantom, Black Skeleton, Black Flamed Phoenix, and Green Kirin were strong enough to restrict their opponents, it was too difficult for them to ascend and reach the peak. They most certainly wouldn't be getting it done in any short amount of time. The 4 empty fruit were close to maturing now, as well. It looked as if the attacking super creatures were not going to reach their destination in time. Hansen continued to hide on the nearby mountainside, and then he summoned Moment Queen. Quietly, he asked her, "Moment, how long left until it matures?" Moment Queen looked at the empty fruit and frowned. She said, "There seems to be a problem with the empty fruit." Hansen looked puzzled. When he observed the fruit, he didn't notice anything out of place. So, he asked, "What problem?" Moment Queen took a second to contemplate her response, and then said, "I have seen the empty fruit before, and I know that there should be only one. Although that was over 100 years ago, in no way should there be an additional 3. It would take another 1,000 years for something like that to occur, so I am unable to understand why it has an extra 3 all of a sudden." "Are you saying 3 of those empty fruits are fake?" Hansen looked surprised by this sudden revelation. "I don't know, but they do seem real enough," Moment Queen answered, after spending a long time gazing at the fruit. Hee. Hansen was going to ask something else, but all of a sudden, he heard that strange laugh again. It unnerved him, and he looked around to find where it was coming from. Again, there was no one there. All he could see were the creatures fighting on the mountainside. Strange. What is this peculiar phenomenon? Hansen was rather spooked. He was aware now that someone had to be following him, yet he couldn't discover who it was. "No, that's not right," Moment Queen said with a frown. Her eyes were locked upon the empty fruit with visible confusion. "What's not right?" Hansen asked. "It's not just the number that is incorrect, the fruit itself is not right either," Moment Queen said. "Why? What's not right with it?" Hansen did not hurry Moment Queen for an answer. He just looked at her, as an uneasy feeling came over him. "Although I have never seen a mature empty fruit, and these do seem as if they're about to mature very soon, there is something different about them," Moment Queen said, as she pointed towards the vine. Just as Moment Queen was about to elucidate the reason why, the 4 fruits suddenly began to shine. The pleasant smell became a fog, like the holy fruit when it first matured. Hansen wasn't sure whether or not he should go to the fruit, as Devil Blood King had already reached out his hands to grab them. Maintaining his restraint, he continued to stare at the 4 empty fruit that the Devil Blood King sought to take. Then he asked Moment Queen, "Can you explain the anomaly you have noticed with the empty fruit? What's different about them?" Moment Queen said, "Before I entered the 3rd God's sanctuary, I was able to catch a glimpse of raw empty fruit. They possessed a very refreshing energy flow, but these 4 that I see now have a high concentration of power. They aren't lively and refreshing as I once saw them before, they're too powerful now." Hansen had never seen empty fruit before, so he couldn't personally validate what she was telling him. But he too could tell that the fruit was extraordinarily powerful and devoid of the sort of refreshing energy she spoke of. Hansen chose to believe what she was telling him, and so he did not make a move. He just watched the Devil Blood King grab the 4 fruits. It was easy and effortless for him. He picked up the first one, and it released an intoxicating scent. Its simple fragrance was enough to make you feel as if you were melting. The Devil Blood King looked extremely pleased, and he immediately consumed the fruit. After he ate it, his body emanated that same pleasant smell. Hansen thought a creature might have resided within the fruit, and was about to suddenly burst out and attack the Devil Blood King. Unfortunately, despite watching his consumption of the fruit, nothing of the sort seemed to happen. Instead, his body seemed to generate a holy aura. The effects of the fruit were indeed rather powerful. What is this? I thought you said there was a problem with the empty fruit? Hansen asked, with his eyes wide, fixated on the Devil Blood King who was helping himself to the second empty fruit. Moment Queen merely frowned and did not say a word. She seemed to be just as confused as Hansen. Hansen had waited this long already, so he decided to be patient a while longer and not do anything rash. He wanted to stay and see if any problems arose. If there are 4 of them, and 3 of them may be fake, was the Devil Blood King merely lucky enough to select the correct one for his first munch? Hansen wondered. But when the Devil Blood King picked the second one from the vine, nothing else seemed to happen. Everything that transpired on his first selection happened with the second. The fruit still smelled nice, as did Devil Blood King. The fruit seemed as precious as it was supposed to be. Damn it! I should have run up there sooner. Hansen's heart was feeling deep regret over his hesitation. Now, he felt like summoning his little angel and storming the mountain alongside her and Moment Queen. Perhaps there was still enough time for him to collect the other 2 fruits. But just as he contemplated these actions, he heard something in his ear. It was the phantom woman's voice that had been pestering him recently, except this time, it wasn't just a strange giggling. The voice actually told him something. Do not approach. Hansen heard these 3 simple words with surprising clarity. He had already taken a step forward, but now, he quickly pulled back. Who are you? Hansen looked around but could not see anyone. All he could see were the vistas he had grown familiar with recently, and the only woman present in the vicinity was Moment Queen. Moment Queen looked at Hansen queerly, unsure of why he seemed to be scanning the surroundings. She looked around herself but made no discovery, even though she did not know what to look for. Hansen didn't hear the woman's voice again after that, and he received no answer to his question. But when he looked at the empty vine now, something seemed to change. The Devil Blood King was still holding the second empty fruit. He hadn't eaten it yet, but he looked drunk. His body swayed strangely until, after a while of being off balance, he collapsed on the ground. The empty fruit in his hand rolled down the hill towards the black tiger. Suddenly overcome with joy, the black tiger spared no time in quickly gobbling it up. After he ate it, the creature tried to spread its wings and depart the area. But when it took off, its body seemed to tremble and spasm wildly until it lost its airborne composure and came crashing down to the ground. The griffin that was previously fighting the black tiger leapt on top of it and ripped its throat out with a visceral bite. Hansen was frozen, watching the scene unfold. In his heart, he thought to himself, this empty fruit really does have a problem. Seeing the Devil Blood King and the tiger both on the ground, unable to gather their composure and get back on their feet, Hansen was suddenly relieved to learn he had made the right decision in staying put. Had he gone up there, it would have been him who was in that state. The other super creatures now realized that there might indeed be a problem with the fruit. They all backed away to watch the Devil Blood King and the black tiger convulse on the ground. The super creatures near the Devil Blood King, aside from the griffin, all stopped their fighting. They merely looked upon their master with profound confusion. The griffin did not relent in its scathing of the black tiger. The black tiger was riddled with wounds and injuries in its defenseless state. As much as it may have wanted to, the black tiger could not stand up to protect itself, and it had no choice but to accept the griffin's brutality. When Hansen thought the black-winged tiger was on the precipice of death, it roared and delivered a blow to the griffin that knocked it away. It was like it had just been injected with a stimulant, and its strength suddenly multiplied. The griffin cried out and hastily attacked the black tiger again, but then, the black tiger roared to the sky and gave off a terrifying presence. This shocked the griffin, and the roar stopped it in its tracks. It quickly stopped its advance and no longer approached the tiger. As it roared to the sky again, the tiger's black, metallic body suddenly became decorated with a purple pattern. The purple pattern was scribbled upon its belly, and it looked like 2 seedlings intertwined with each other. The strange diagram grew across its belly, and it covered the beast more and more. The pattern itself was like a vine, and it was strange and mystic to witness. It grew all the way around the tiger's back, and continued until its entire body was covered. The more the purple pattern grew, the stronger the tiger's life force seemed. The other super creatures in the area were becoming extremely alarmed and unnerved by the developing situation. Hansen summoned his devil eye mask and took a look at the black tiger, noticing how its life force was almost reminiscent of a volcanic eruption. The intensity of the beast's heat signature had tripled, and it showed no sign of slowing down. Does this imply the empty fruit is good or bad, then? Hansen wore a puzzled expression, unable to comprehend what he was seeing. Hansen returned his gaze to the Devil Blood King. He seemed to be faring better than Black Tiger, and he seemed to have a better handle on enduring the effects. But, before long, his face too began to reveal the purple pattern. Roar! The black tiger's call was deafening, and it flapped its wings and flew towards the griffin. Its speed had doubled. The griffin cried out in response, and flew to engage the tiger with its talons raised. But its courage was for naught. In the same second they made contact with each other, a wide part of its flesh was torn right from the bone. Previously, they were almost as strong as each other. But now, the tiger was dominating its foe. The griffin couldn't resist the black tiger, which far exceeded it in every department, power and speed, in particular. It wasn't long before the griffin's entire body was riddled with a variety of wounds and lesions, many of which exposed the bones inside. Seeing the vast boon of power that the black tiger had been granted, the other super creatures in the area suddenly became excited. Roar! Many creatures roared to the sky in unison, then they all stampeded towards the vine. Desperately, they all wanted to grab the final 2 fruit that remained. The mountain was quickly thrown into chaos once more. The only difference this time was that the griffin was badly injured and the lime-green elephant was struggling to compete with its 2 enemies. In the meantime, the Devil Blood King still lay on the ground, seemingly uninterested in trying to obtain the final 2 fruits the other creatures were vying for. The creatures were panicked, and pandemonium reigned as they tried to grab the fruit before the Devil Blood King could stand back up again. This is not right. It really isn't right. Hansen continued to stare at the Devil Blood King and the black tiger, which had become far stronger since eating the empty fruit. He believed that there was something wrong, though. And as he looked on the Devil Blood King, he knew the spirit was struggling. Something wasn't right. He believed the Devil Blood King remained motionless so that he could better attempt to resist something. But if the empty fruit was supposed to benefit those that consumed it, why would he resist? The Devil Blood King continued to lie where it was, with the occasional twitch. The pattern scrawled its way across more and more of the creature's face. It seemed as if it would not be long before he forwent his current control and composure. Boom! The lime elephant could no longer withstand the combined attacks of the black flame phoenix and the green kirin. The chain of their defensive circle broke, opening an opportunity for them all to race up towards the vine. The black flame phoenix screamed with excitement, and like a sentient flame, rushed over to the empty fruit and swallowed one. The green kirin followed it from behind and attempted to eat the final fruit. Just as it attempted to grab it, another super creature prevented its retrieval. The black skeleton was there, and it had taken its chance to race up the peak and grab the final fruit with its bony fingers. All the other creatures stopped moving immediately. Now that the empty fruit was all gone, there was no longer any point in fighting over it. The black flame phoenix and the black skeleton immediately reacted like the black tiger had, they collapsed. When the other super creatures sought to leave the area, they suddenly heard screaming. The Devil Blood King stood upon 2 feet once more and yelled out to the high heavens. His face was scribbled all over by the strange purple pattern. Many of the terrifying creatures believed the Devil Blood King was going to become even stronger, but they were wrong. The Devil Blood King reached out a hand, and his fingers morphed into the shape of claws. The entire hand turned blood red, and it looked as if blood was going to ooze from it any second. All the creatures seemed alert, and they paid great attention to the Devil Blood King. They believed he was going to attack and mercilessly slaughter them. But what happened next put them in a state of frozen surprise. The Devil Blood King shouted as his blood-red hand tore off his own armor. When he was done, he punched his fist through his naked chest and ripped his own heart out. Everyone and everything was shocked by the spectacle they had just witnessed, unable to comprehend why the mighty Devil Blood King had suddenly chosen to tear his own heart out. Pang! The Devil Blood King clenched the hand that held his heart into a fist, squashing it into jelly as his body vanished and returned to the spirit stone he belonged to. When his body vanished, an empty fruit dropped to the ground. But it was no longer an empty fruit. It was more like a seed that had vines growing out of it. The vines were purple and red, and they looked as if they had been drenched in blood. Hansen was shocked, and he thought to himself, there really was something wrong. It was fortunate that I chose not to go. Had I been the one to grab that fruit, that would have been me. The super creatures all stared at the purple-red vine, and as they did, the vines moved. Instantly, the vines extended and shot out to grab the green Kirin which was closest to it. The green Kirin was as terrified as it was angry. Its body flashed green as it cast water arrows to strike the vines that grabbed it. But the vines had thorns growing along them, and they pierced through the Kirin's green scales with apparent ease. They wormed their way through its flesh and continued to drill their way inside. Hansen felt a chill run down his spine as he watched. It was unlike anything he had ever seen before, and it was so odd it felt surreal. Even though the other super creatures were frightened by what was happening, none of them were sure how they should react. They merely watched the vines drill their way into the Kirin's body. As the vines drilled in, the green scales of the Kirin began to develop a purple pattern, as well. The more that pattern overtook it, the weaker its resistance to the vine was. Roar! As the green Kirin continued to twitch in agony, they heard a roar. The black tiger was going for the griffin once more. On the other side of the peak, the black skeleton and the black flame phoenix were starting to develop a purple pattern across their bodies, too. They stood up and made scary noises, and then attacked the creatures that were closest to them. It was chaos again, as the blood of super creatures began to drench the mountainside. The black skeleton and the black flame phoenix were far more powerful right now, and they savagely destroyed any super creature they fought. With a misty red haze, the peak was doused in the color red. Roar! The green Kirin stood up again, looking angry. Its body was covered in the phantom pattern by now, and it leapt over to the lime-green elephant. In between the splashes of lime, the Kirin was able to tear into its back. With its ravenous mouth, it ripped open the flesh to expose the spine inside. Blood began to cascade from the wound. The other super creatures, which were currently free of attackers, all decided to escape the area. They all knew there was something wrong with the fruit they had previously been hungry for, and so they all thought it was best to book before something bad happened to them. The creatures that had been trapped were having difficulty committing to flight. This was especially true for the griffin, which would soon be killed by the merciless black tiger. Hansen's heart went cold. It was all too strange, and he knew that he himself should run off now while he could. You can run, but you must make him stay. The woman's voice sung in Hansen's ears once more, and it made him shiver. Who? Hansen was shocked by the sudden instruction. He looked around, but again, the voice was accompanied by no nearby person. Hansen gritted his teeth and bid for Moment Queen to follow him. He wanted to get as far away from this strange place as he could right now. When he lifted his leg, Hansen felt something. He dashed out of the way just as the ground cracked open and a lashing vine suddenly appeared. Amazed, Hansen saw it was coming from the empty vine. Many more shot through the ground, all seemingly coming for him. *CK my luck, Hansen swore to himself. He jumped, summoned his flaming Rex spike, and swung it at the vines that came towards him. The flaming wreck spike, that he again imbued with a green light, tore through numerous vines. But it was seemingly to no avail, as more and more vines appeared. Hansen jumped and attempted to go airborne, but in the next second, he froze. Countless vines sprung out of the ground like a coven of wyverns. They twirled in between each other, forming a barrier to block his ascent. Dong! Hansen's flaming wreck spike whacked against a vine that was thicker than a train. He created a meter-thick dent in the vine, but it wasn't nearly enough to cut through it and give himself release. Many other vines now came towards him, and Hansen could do naught but run. He cast arrow and took off flying low. He dodged many of the vines that came for him, but the chance of escape seemed slim. Hansen did not dare use wings, because the wings were nowhere close to the speed of arrow. And neither were they as agile. If he used his wings, a vine was sure to grab a hold of him and pull him down. Moment Queen moved quickly alongside him. She appeared to be a whole lot more relaxed than Hansen was, however. It was strange to see her so composed, given the situation. The vines that netted together continued to grow and extend across the sky, forming a cage that would eventually to keep them trapped where they were. Make him stay. Hansen heard the woman's voice once more. Make who stay? There's no need to be so ambiguous and mysterious, just tell it to me straight. Hansen still couldn't see where the woman was talking to him from, but he still spoke aloud in response. Hansen did not think what he said would yield much of anything, but after he spoke, the raging vines stopped and returned to the soil. Hansen looked around, but no one appeared. All the super creatures that had come to the mountain for the fruit had now dispersed and vanished. Only a few remained. There was the griffin, which was dead. And there were also the black flame phoenix, the green kirin, the black skeleton, and the black tiger. They stood atop the peak as if they were frozen. He was unsure what they were doing. But after taking a closer look, he was given quite a shock. The legs of the 4 super creatures had grown roots, and vines had replaced what was once their hair. Their eyes seemed sullen and empty as they stood there. They looked like vegetables, unable to move or even blink. Hansen used his devil eye mask to watch them. Their life forces were still strong, but ever so slowly, that energy was being driven into the roots. Needless to say, Hansen was quite surprised. He thought to himself, is this the way the empty vine produces its offspring? All these creatures are made to become some sort of parasite host, is that it? And they provide the nutrients for the newborn vines? Hansen thought it was a terrifying thing to witness, and that the vines were scarier than any other creature he had encountered before. Fortunately for him, he had decided not to eat the empty fruit. Becoming fertilizer was not in his best interests. If such powerful creatures were unable to resist the parasite-like being, Hansen's human body would never have stood a chance. What is the current situation, then? The 4 empty fruit have already found their hosts, so why does it want me here? What does she want? Hansen now believed the woman's voice was in fact the empty vine, since the voice seemed to control it. Hansen, however, couldn't comprehend what the vine might have wanted from him. And neither did he know who the person she wished for him to make stay was. The strange woman's voice no longer spoke to him, though. As he scanned the area in confusion, the empty vine that poked through the peak of the mountain began to stretch open as if blossoming. A new vine stretched out from the center, and there, Hansen saw a fist-sized green fruit. It was glowing beneath the sunlight with a lime glare. Hansen's nose smelled something nice, and it made his body feel at ease. In his heart, he thought to himself, Moment Queen was right, after all. The 4 fruits from earlier were not the genuine empty fruit. This one right here has to be the real one. Hansen, however, did not dare to approach. He merely watched the crystal-clear fruit that hung on the vine from afar. He could see where its core was, and there was a baby-like thing inside, similar to a fetus. The baby was too small, and it was all curled up, obscuring its gender. While Hansen looked at it, this single vine approached him. The fruit hung from the vine less than 10 feet away from him. The baby that was curled up inside the core had its eyes closed, yet Hansen felt as if he was being checked out by it. He felt as if he was being watched. Make him stay, and you can go. Not long after, Hansen heard the female voice once more. Are you talking to me? Hansen looked at the baby inside the fruit with much shock and posed the question to it. Who else? The female voice spoke, as the empty fruit trembled upon the vine it grew upon. It was telling him that it was indeed her that was talking. Are you the super creature created by the empty vine? When Hansen said this, he suddenly felt rather stupid. The answer to that question was fairly obvious. Sort of, yes. But sort of no, too. The baby's answer surprised Hansen. What is that supposed to mean? Hansen asked with curiosity, while a portion of his mind thought of a way he could escape the area. He had a lot of treasure on him, but he didn't want to give it to anyone. No matter what the baby wanted, he wouldn't give away anything of his. With Little Silver, the Little Angel, and Moment Queen, and the Unreliable Fairy, I should be able to flee from here. Hansen then looked at the 4 super creatures that were starting to look like plants, and suddenly lost the confidence he had just given himself. I am me, I that swallowed the seed of the holy empty. I was reborn. My genes advanced and took me to the 3rd God's sanctuary, but now I do not know if I am truly myself. The female voice sounded heavy and solemn. Hansen's heart leapt at the words, and he asked, Are you the same as these super creatures? Hansen was referring to the black flame phoenix and the rest that were under the influence of the parasitic force. The fruit moved, and then the female voice spoke again. After thousands of years, the empty vine bears fruit. They are reborn and their genes have improved. But who knows if they are still themselves right now? Hansen thought to himself, the emotions of this empty fruit don't seem too stable. If I play my cards right, maybe I can escape. Thinking this, he told the empty fruit, If you feel this way, why do you force others to swallow the holy seeds? The woman responded, If I am born, I can open the gate to the 3rd God's sanctuary. And then, I will leave the 2nd God's sanctuary and the empty vine will die. If I do not leave behind seeds, there would not be any holy vines. I am me, and I am also the holy vine. Even though I exist here, it is difficult for me to control my natural function of producing offspring. Hansen did not know what to say. Right now, she wasn't completely herself. She was once a super creature, but now, half of her body was composed of the empty vine's genes. It was a super creature that was created through the union of animals and plants. It was difficult to imagine it being in the alliance. What were you before? Hansen couldn't help but ask, as a super creature such as this was sure to have some history. I was an empty spirit witch. I am still an empty spirit witch. The voice spoke with assuredness, and it went on to say, I have already answered your questions. Can you give him over to me now? I have to be honest with you, I really don't know what it is that you want. If you told it to me straight, I could have given it to you much earlier, Hansen tested. I want your plant of a Holy Spirit. There is nothing else you can provide that I see value in, the empty spirit which said. Plant of a Holy Spirit? Hansen's heart jumped and he presented her his gourd. Then he asked, Is this it? Is this what you want? Yes, empty spirit which confirmed. And then, the vine moved to take the gourd from Hansen. Hang on. Hansen pulled back his hand and then said, At least tell me why you want it. The empty spirit which seemed upset by the question that was posed and said, For some reason, it did not grow as it should have. I am going to help it grow again, this time to its fullest. Hansen froze, not expecting her to feel this way about it. When he first received the gourd and the vines it clung to were dry and had almost died. What she said sort of made sense, and it didn't seem as if she was lying. Are you saying the gourd is like you? There is a super creature inside? Hansen recalled the giant, vine-wreathed bones that lay near the gourd. If the gourd created a giant creature similar to that, things would surely prove interesting. She denied Hansen's thinking and said, "It's different. It is a pure plant of a Holy Spirit. It is special and it cannot be compared with me." "Where is it from?" Hansen asked. He wasn't willing to give up the gourd, as it was something he played with almost every day. He had grown quite attached to Enigma. And if it was truly a Holy Spirit that was still growing, it wasn't something he'd be quite willing to just hand over. Hansen had always been a greedy person, and unless death was certain, he wouldn't hand over his treasure. "I don't know, but I can sense its holy presence." "I cannot tell where it is from," the empty spirit witch said. "If it is not the same as you, then why do you want it?" Hansen asked, looking at empty witch spirit. She seemed to be annoyed by the barrage of questions and no longer answered him. Instead, she said, "That is none of your business, just give it to me." After that, the vine came again at Hansen's hand. In response, he took 2 steps back and evaded it. This infuriated the empty spirit witch, and now her vines came out of the ground like dragons. They netted the sky once more, attempting to deny Hansen any chance of escape. "Didn't you say you would enter the third god's sanctuary once you are born? How can you help this grow? It is not something you can do in a single day." Hansen shouted, and readied himself to summon the little angel. If he couldn't talk his way out of this, then fighting his way out was the only option. He wasn't willing to hand over the gourd. If Hansen was willing to put up a fight and beat her, then there'd be no stopping him. Furthermore, if he did destroy the super creature, he'd be defeating one that was on the precipice of entering the third god's sanctuary. But Hansen was afraid of the 4 other super creatures that were nearby. The holy seeds were growing inside them, and although they were rooted down on the peak, there was no telling whether or not they could join the fight. Even so, Hansen steeled himself for battle. But when the empty spirit witch heard what he said, she quelled her aggression and said, "What you say makes sense. I will be born soon, and it will be difficult for me to stay here. I can't take care of it." Hansen quickly replied by saying, "Then how about you let me take care of it? I have already been taking good care of it. In fact, I treat this gourd as well as I would my own son. I keep it fed, and it has even had the opportunity to drink up countless gallons of super creature blood." Hansen painted himself in the most positive light possible, as if he wanted to adopt a poor child into a wealthy family. She seemed touched by his words, and then, the baby inside the fruit opened its eyes. Emerald eyes peered right at him. She looked at Hansen and the silver fox that rested on his shoulder, and then looked at the fairy inside his pocket. After a while of examining his person, she said, "Okay. You will take care of him. But he will be born with an incomplete gene. It will be difficult for this thing to be born, regardless of how much super creature blood it drinks. Wait here. When I am born, I will provide it with empty spirit blood. By doing that, I will repair its flaws." Hansen happily agreed. He would receive a gift without having to risk his life. Seeing the fruit outside the empty spirit witch, he then thought of something. When the holy rhino entered the third god's sanctuary, it shed all of its old flesh. Now that she was going to the third god's sanctuary, Hansen wondered if that meant she'd also have to leave the fruit of her composition behind. If she did, it might be just as good as the flesh of that rhino. Hansen then waited for the empty spirit witch to be born, so he could take the fruit. Even if he couldn't eat it, it might prove beneficial to his new spirit owl. The vine with the fruit returned to the hill, and as it went, it released a refreshing fragrance. As time passed, Hansen was able to observe the baby growing inside the core. It wasn't a shocking, violent scene as it had been with the holy rhino. The entire spectacle was mellow and serene. It remained there quietly, awaiting its own birth. Perhaps she had evolved slowly over the course of 1,000 years, and it wasn't a sudden transformation as it had been with the rhino. Everything was natural, and Hansen waited there for 2 days. On the morning of the 3rd day, the core of the fruit cracked. Like an actual baby, the empty spirit witch waddled out of the fruit. She was almost the same size as the fairy, but lacked wings. She was naked, and a purple marking adorned her forehead. Aside from that, there was nothing special about her person. The empty spirit which came closer and arrived before Han Senator. She was surrounded by spots of light, which floated upwards into the sky. Bring out the Holy Spirit, the empty spirit which said, standing 2 feet away from Han Sen. He was alert, but he still opened his hands to reveal the gourd to her. He stared at her intently. If she tried to steal it, he'd pull it back and fight. She landed on Han Sen's hand and cut her finger. A drop of transparent blood fell onto the gourd. The blood was clearer than water, and when it dripped onto the gourd absorbed it in a second. After absorbing the blood, the dry and yellow gourd showed movement. The gourd began to tremble as if with life. It didn't seem as if there was a big change, but Han Sen could sense the movement of its life force unlike ever before. Han Sen's heart was tremendously glad. He had believed she was going to do something ill-conceived, and right now, she was actually aiding him in his care of the gourd. Han Sen used to feel that the gourd lacked a certain something, and the energy flow grew a bit too slowly. But now, he had learnt that it was born damaged, which was why it was slow. Now, with the empty spirit witch's blood, the life force inside was like a freshly grown plant. It seemed to show a hunger it never had before, an unquenchable thirst for magic blood. The golden lines that decorated the gourd appeared in greater number. They had appeared before, but they had lacked the vibrancy and spark of life that were being visibly displayed right now. It indeed looked like something that had just been freshly picked from the vine. The empty spirit which looked at the gourd in a way that suggested she was waiting for something, but he did not know what. Han Sen acknowledged she was hiding something, and that there was an ulterior motive for helping him. There was a reason she initially wanted the gourd for herself, but it was something Han Sen had yet to discover. Boom! The air vibrated and an old wooden double door appeared in the sky. Through the frame of the door, a scary presence emerged. And as if it had influenced the atmosphere itself, the sky changed color. The spores of light that floated around the empty spirit which now started floating up directly towards the door, and then, from behind those doors, a human-shaped shadow approached. Han Sen was able to see it, despite the fog and blurriness that masked the entrance. Beneath the gravity of the tremendous force that came, Han Sen could not remain standing for long. He fell to the ground. This had already happened to him once before, so he knew there was no use trying to resist it. Even super creatures could not withstand the pressure that came from beyond those doors. And Han Sen was only just a human, and one that wasn't a celestial being either. Put the Holy Spirit away. The empty spirit witch's eyes looked strange as she spoke to him. Her lips did not move, but he heard her clearly in his ears. Although Han Sen did not know what she was planning, he immediately returned the gourd to his pack. When he raised his head, she was already flying towards the old wooden doors. Boom! The door opened and an elf-like lady appeared from the beyond. She exuded an elegance no human woman could, and yet the way she appeared seemed so natural and casual. Looking upon that woman once would imprint within your mind a sight that you could never forget. She was so natural that she blended in with the environment. No other woman looked like this. The woman stepped out from the door and looked at that empty spirit witch that was flying towards her spryly. She smiled and asked, "Will you follow me along the path of evolution?" "Yes." The empty spirit witch calmly replied, as she flew towards the woman. The woman smiled in response. She put out her hand and allowed the empty spirit witch to land on it. But just as she turned around and was about to re-enter the door, she looked down and stopped. She turned back around and looked at Han Sen. The empty spirit witch saw her look at Han Sen, and it made her heart jump with a sudden worry. The woman observed Han Sen lying down on the ground, and she looked surprised. Then, she gazed directly at the red dot on Han Sen's forehead. "Saint Fan was here before? This is interesting. If I encounter him, I will not be able to let him go." The woman seemed to be speaking to herself. Hansen was still being pushed down to the ground, and he was unable to hear what she said. The empty spirit witch did hear, however, and this seemed to bring her relief. She also turned to give Hansen another look, one of much surprise. She thought the woman had noticed the gourd Hansen possessed, but was surprised to see the woman was actually taking notice of the man himself. The empty spirit witch would never have considered Hansen, who was not even a celestial being, to be worthy of the woman's notice. Hansen felt bad getting crushed into the earth, but soon after, the pressure was removed. The force felt lighter, and he was freed. Then, he stood up. He thought the woman had already taken the empty spirit witch back through the door, but upon raising his head, he was surprised to still see her there, hovering in the sky. The beautiful eyes peered at him, and she smiled warmly. "From now on, you belong to me." Amidst Hansen's confusion, he had no idea why she continued to stare at him. He too thought she had discovered the presence of his gourd, but then the woman pointed a finger directly at him. Boom! A light cracked the air and struck Hansen's forehead. When Hansen's mind returned, the woman was gone. She had already taken the empty spirit witch back through the wooden doors. While the empty spirit witch was in the process of leaving, she looked back at Hansen's pack as if she really missed the gourd. The old wooden doors shut, then disappeared from the sky. Hansen had a long sigh. When he touched his forehead, he felt nothing. Taking a peek at himself in his mirror, he noticed that the rouge from earlier had vanished. It had been replaced with what appeared to be the symbol of a lotus, although you'd have to pay close attention to determine what it was. On a passing glance, you would merely assume it to be a dot or pimple. These assholes. Do they have nothing better to do than going around leaving stamps on people? Hansen shouted angrily. But in the next second, that anger was calmed by the sight of the fruit. When he quickly ran towards it, he found that it was ripe and had been cracked open. Although the core was gone, there was still plenty of pulp for him to gorge on. Before Hansen flew up to the vine to retrieve the fruit, the empty vine began to wither. It was dying before his eyes, and as it did, its leaves turned yellow. Boom! The empty island began to quake, and it soon started to fall apart. With greater haste, Hansen soared to the peak and snatched the broken empty fruit. Then, he took off away from the island for a safer region of the skies. The giant empty vine started to crumble down to the world below, and the island went with it. Great mountains of stone caved in on themselves, falling to the lands underneath and crushing the vines that once held them aloft. The noise of such natural destruction was deafening. The area soon looked apocalyptic, as if a pillar that once held the world up had now buckled under the weight of the life above. It had broken, and the world was falling into an abyss of ruined earth and craggy rocks. The giant vine fell and the island went with it. It was like the world was screaming, and with the flight of harmony and composure, only chaos would remain to take its place. Hansen soared through the air, watching it all unfold from above. In the lands below, a black crater with no apparent bottom was formed. Clouds of dust materialized, shrouding the shattered peaks that skirted the mountainous region it had collapsed onto. Those mountains buckled and collapsed under the weight of the lands that fell on top of them as well. And it disfigured the coarse highlands into a ruinous hellscape. Hansen waited until all had settled before returning to the lands below. He flew down to observe the place where the island had come down. It was broken, and its hewn mountains had all but crumbled and disappeared, but evidence of its past still remained. Strangely, however, the mountain peak where the 4 fruit were born was wholly intact. The 4 super creatures were there, as well, standing like sculpted fauna. The seedlings on their heads already seemed to be growing healthily. Their roots must have coursed deep into the peak, although Hansen couldn't guess how far they went. Hansen took in the sight for a while longer and eventually decided to leave. He was wondering if he'd receive something by cutting the seedlings. But if he did that, the vines would become extinct. And Hansen was concerned about the likelihood of the vine attempting to protect itself from would-be ruiners, and so he gave up his idea of giving them a shave. Hansen had already received plenty of rewards from this outing. His gourd had been fixed and he had received the empty fruit. There was no need for him to cut the seedlings. Hansen tried to nibble a bit of the empty fruit for himself, but it was like sand. It was impossible for him to consume such a thing. But he knew it was quite similar to the holy rhino's meat, which was harmful when he attempted to eat it, as well. The fairy tried to rush out of the shell to greedily consume the fruit, but Hansen was quick enough to stop her and push her back inside. When Hansen had needed help in the dire situations that had arisen on this outing, she hadn't helped once. Hansen was not at all willing to give her a share of the spoils. The silver fox started to show some movement, and it clearly wanted some of the empty fruit, too. He stroked it to comfort it, but summoned his death knell and brought out his gourd to see if they wanted it first. They showed no reaction, so Hansen cut the fruit into 5 separate portions. He gave 1 piece to the silver fox, 1 piece to the fairy, and 1 to the owl. The last 2 pieces were given to Moment Queen. Moment Queen had proven herself invaluable and had helped out a lot throughout this excursion. Therefore, he wasn't willing to go cheap on the reward he wished to give her. Moment Queen accepted the 2 pieces, and after that, the way she looked at Hansen was somewhat different. She believed Hansen would only be willing to give her 1 slice at the most. She was very surprised to receive 2. "If you serve me well, I won't mistreat you." "You earned this," Hansen told Moment Queen. Moment Queen nodded in response and then ate the 2 pieces of fruit. Nothing changed, and so Hansen returned her to the Sea of Soul. "Where's little uncle? Surely he did not get buried beneath the carnage of the island that collapsed, did he?" Hansen was slightly worried by Wang Yuheng's disappearance, and went to look for him. As Hansen was thinking about where he might dig and search for the fellow, he espied him in the distance. He was waving. Hansen sighed and went over to meet with him. He gave him directions to a safer place and then returned to Moment's shelter. When Hansen returned to Moment's shelter, he was greeted with the sound of battle. The noises of a fight clashed against the roaring of Little Black and Big Black. "Who dares enter my territory uninvited?" Hansen ran inside and saw the armored phantom fighting the 2. Big Black was unable to beat the armored phantom, and Little Black was still recovering from its injuries. And now, they were both bleeding heavily from wounds sustained in the fight. The armored phantom had seen Hansen about to be trapped by the vine back on the island, so it believed him to have been killed. Therefore, it had returned here to take the shelter. It wasn't expecting his sudden return, and as soon as Hansen appeared, it attempted to flee. "You come here, bully my guard dogs, and now try to run? I don't think so. Go get him." Hansen summoned Moment Queen and the little angel to attack the intruder. The armored phantom was quite powerful, and it lasted a whole hour against them before Moment Queen was able to finish it off. Moment Queen killed the super creature Steel Knight King. The beast soul has been gained. The flesh of this creature is inedible, but you may harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. You may retrieve the beast soul from Moment Queen. Take it now? Without a second of hesitation, Hansen immediately took the beast soul. One thing about this latest kill stood out to Hansen in particular. The Steel Knight King was a second-generation creature, and the announcement said he was unable to consume its flesh. If a first-generation super creature could not be eaten, its body would decompose. Strangely, however, this body remained. The green light vanished, but the armor and greatsword did not disappear. Is this its gear? Hansen picked up the armor and steel greatsword. They were quite heavy, but after giving it a few swings, Hansen thought the sword felt good to wield. Hansen tried to simulate the energy flow of the armored phantom, and when he did, the steel greatsword emitted a beam of green light that was a few meters long. The light was much stronger than when he used it on his flaming Rex spike. It seemed to be exclusive gear, and it delighted Hansen to receive even more good spoils from his recent escapades. Hansen commanded the others to transfer the armor and the steel greatsword. After this was done, Hansen went to refine the life geno essence in the spirit hall. The green life geno essence effortlessly dissolved into his body, and as it did, he felt his muscles tighten and his joints strengthen. Steel Knight King life geno essence has been absorbed. You have received 1 super geno point. The announcement rang multiple times in his head, and it brought Hansen much joy every time. He was feeling disappointed at his recent inability to obtain super geno points, and he was delightfully surprised to see the Steel Knight King practically deliver itself to him. In total, Hansen received 8 super geno points from the life geno essence of the Steel Knight King. This brought his total tally up to 63. I'll be maxing out soon, for sure. Hansen's heart was as merry as one could be. After packing up, he used the teleporter at Moment Shelter to return to the Alliance. Back in the Alliance, Hansen quickly got Ji Yanran on the horn. He told her about his encounter with the blood-horned Shura. Something like this actually happened? I must certainly inform my father about this. Ji Yanran's face looked deathly serious upon hearing what he had to say. If medicine could quickly increase the fitness of humans and allow evolvers to cast elemental powers on a whim, such a concoction would be quite terrifying. I am going to give the sample of the Shura liquid to you, Hansen said. Okay, sure. Come and meet me, I've been meaning to see you, anyway. Ji Yanran nodded. You're in need of me? Why, what is it? Hansen wondered why she might have been in search of him. I'll tell you in person. Ji Yanran did not answer. Hansen agreed despite his curiosity, and he then made his way to Ji Yanran's office. If this formula can increase the power of an evolver by that much, it is quite difficult to fathom the changes it could bring. It would be a huge boon to humanity. When Ji Yanran accepted the vial of the Shura substance, she could still hardly believe what Hansen had told her. Research it first. Hansen knew what he had stumbled into was something of importance, but making statements about it was pointless until they learned more. If they could reverse engineer the serum and discover what it was composed of, then they could fantasize about it. But if they were unable to recreate it, and its association with the Zhao family became public, Hansen believed their influence and prosperity would become unstoppable. Anyway, why were you looking for me? Hansen asked Ji Yanran. A group of Shura will be visiting the Alliance soon, and I will be attending the feast that we are to share with them. I was hoping you could join me, Ji Yanran said, as she put away the sample. A group of Shura? What are they doing here? Hansen asked, with much surprise. They are here to discuss a possible truce, Ji Yanran said with a smile. A truce? Hansen looked shocked. Humanity and the Shura had been locked in conflict for many years now. The fighting had mostly stopped, but there hadn't been any official declaration of peace. Ji Yanran smiled and said, humans have developed too quickly, and our technology has far exceeded the Shura's. Before, humanity and our bodies were much weaker than the Shura. But due to the existence of the sanctuaries, our bodies have been able to evolve. Right now, powerful humans can rival Shura. With everything else we've achieved, we have managed to get ahead and stay ahead of them. Furthermore, the king of the Shura recently died. Many nobles are currently competing for the throne, placing their entire government in turmoil. They cannot spare the time to fight with us while they attend to their own problems. Therefore, it makes sense for them to desire peace. Maybe in a few hundred years, as we develop and our technology continues to advance, we can wipe the Shura out. I suppose you are right, but I don't think that's possible. When Hansen went to school, he was taught about how cruel and powerful the Shura were. He didn't expect humanity to exceed the capabilities of the Shura. It is possible. Humans are the best in the universe when it comes to learning and adapting. The Shura are too stubborn and closed-minded. What is happening now is to be expected. Ji Yanran spoke as if she was proud to be a human. Hansen smiled and said, okay, but making peace is a huge deal. It is an issue of diplomacy, so why do you want me there? I am not asking you to be there to discuss the peace. I just want you there to mix and get to know the Shura. Have fun, dance, and party with them. Ji Yanran laughed and squeezed Han Sen's face. Then, she continued to say, my father would never be stupid enough to leave the actual peace brokering to someone as inexperienced as you. No offense. Ah, you want me there just to join in the festivities? You can rely on me to be there, eating and drinking. I'm quite experienced in that, I'll have you know, Han Sen said. Ji Yanran rolled her eyes and then looked at him. She said, you think I chose you just so you could eat? If this was about eating, I know a few others I could send their way. My dear wife, I must ask you again, then. For what purpose do you want me there? Han Sen grabbed Ji Yanran's waist and pulled her onto his lap. As he did this, his hands began to surf along her body and into her clothes. Ji Yanran blushed and said, hey, I'm talking about something serious here. Okay, then tell me. Han Sen was clearly not taking things seriously, and his focus on other things was beginning to drain her of interest in the topic, as well. Her face was becoming more and more red. Ji Yanran grabbed the hand that was feeling her up, and said in a begging voice, can we quickly finish this serious subject first? Okay. Han Sen smiled and stopped his hedonistic hand. Shura are a very proud people. Humanity has yet to determine the fate and trajectory of our race, therefore, they cannot give up their pride. Although they have come here to make peace, they will most likely not be able to refrain from finding something to insult us over. Ji Yanran took a breath and then continued to say, Shura always poke fun and laugh at the human body. There will be many young nobles among the Shura entourage. They will find any excuse they can to challenge the combat abilities of our young, and although we have powerful people, few are capable of competing at such young ages. If we sent elderly to fight for us, even if we won, they'd still laugh at us. So. Before Ji Yanran finished her speech, Han Sen had realized what she was asking. There was no other human that was as powerful as him at his age. That's it? Han Sen smiled and looked at her. Yeah, Ji Yanran answered. Then let's get down to my business. Han Sen picked up Ji Yanran and tossed her onto the couch. Ji Yanran told Ji Ruozhen about the Shura liquid, and he took it for the serious, concerning matter that it was. Ji Ruozhen asked Han Sen to tell him about the liquid again, then retrieved the sample on the very same day. The Ji family was taking the entire affair more seriously than Han Sen believed they would. He hoped they could successfully research it, because if they could not, the Zhao family's capabilities would shock the entire alliance. Because Han Sen was getting ready to join the Shura ball, he didn't have time to return to the sanctuary. Ji Yanran began to describe the members of the group of Shura that were coming, presenting him with pictures so he knew exactly who each one was. There are 2 royal families of Shura coming. One of the royal family members is a 4th-rank Shura fighter, and he is the one spearheading the entire collective that will be visiting. He isn't a person to easily lose his temper, but even if he does, others will be the ones to take care of it. It's not up to us to sort that out. After that, Ji Yanran showed him a different picture. It was a picture of a young, handsome Shura. He had a purple horn and long purple hair. He looked both noble and mystic. It was difficult to find humans that could compare with him. The society of the Shura was built on authority. It had existed far longer than humanity had. The royal monarchy had been established over many generations, and was something no human family could ever come close to resembling. When humanity first began its interstellar era, the Shura provided them with aid because of their similar appearance. Back then, the Shura considered humanity to be inferior. Humans were not as technologically advanced or as attractive in their eyes. But they never expected that humanity would grow and achieve so much so quickly, or one day become their greatest enemy and threat. And now, humans were ahead of the Shura. The race of the Shura was now in political turmoil because of their inability to assert a new king for the throne, and had to broker a peace. But the Shura had always been arrogant, and they had never really respected humanity. Despite their advancement, the Shura still considered humans to be an inferior species. The royal Shura had always been a higher class, and every person in their society had to adore them. Human society did not work like that, and it was just another reason for the royals to despise their enemies. This royal Shura is called Ukailand. He is 22 years old and is a very notorious member of the U family. Our intel states that when the Shura reach adulthood, their fitness level is gauged to be at around 200. If they continue to train and learn their Shura skills, they can become even stronger. Uchialan's fitness is estimated to be at around 260. That's not a precise number, but it's an educated approximation from our best information. Ji Yanran introduced the man. He sounds rather powerful, but there should be many human surpassers that are around 20 years old. Wouldn't it be easier for you to just call upon a surpasser? Hansen asked, with visible confusion. Humans were able to enter the first god's sanctuary when they reached the age of 16. If they were lucky, they'd end up in a grand, populated shelter which offered much help from the larger factions. This saved people much time in collecting enough Geno points to reach the second god's sanctuary. The same thing applied in the second god's sanctuary to becoming a surpasser. Although this did not happen very often, there were many people entering at all times, so a good number did end up being this fortuitous. Well, yes. There are indeed plenty of fortunate young people that are surpassers. And although we are able to call upon them, the royal Shura might not want to interact with them. Ji Yanran gave a wry smile. Why? Aren't they just as young? Hansen asked with surprise. Their identities would be different. Ji Yanran then went on to explain, in the eyes of the Shura, humanity is considered a knockoff of their own kind. They wouldn't say that in front of us, but deep down, they disdain us. If Uchialan wishes to fight, then he would most certainly call upon someone famous. If he wants someone to fight, he would most likely pick me. Why? Hansen was becoming even more confused. Ji Yanran was not very popular in the alliance at all. She may have been the daughter of the president, but she wasn't much of a fighter. With the way normal human logic worked in the alliance, no one would challenge her. Ji Yanran laughed and said, the Shura think differently. To them, our president is the king. As the daughter, that would make me the princess. He is a royal Shura, and he would end up being forced to pick me for a duel as the only half-viable candidate. The Shura know much about our society. If they challenge me, it is not because they don't know that I cannot fight, they would wish to humiliate us. Ji Yanran took a deep breath and then continued, my father asked that you come for insurance. If he asks me to fight, then I would need you to be my champion. You are my fiancé, after all. Shouldn't I be called a prince? The husband of a princess is called prince, if I recall, Hansen said with a smile. He was very interested in the Shura because he wished to know whether Zero was a human or a Shura. It was one of his biggest unsolved mysteries at this point. When he found Zero, he also found a vial of an unknown substance. Hansen did not dare show it to anyone, as he wasn't sure what it did. Not wanting to bring him or her any trouble, he placed it in his bank for security. Hansen guessed that the liquid was most likely related to Zero, but he did not trust any research organization enough to turn it over for examination and testing. Therefore, Hansen was keen to meet real Shura and see if he could notice a difference between them and Zero if they entered a Shura mode. He thought he might learn something. Hansen had no problem fighting a royal Shura, as it was a glorious thing for him to be allowed to do. After all, humanity and the Shura had fought each other in this galaxy for many years, and countless victims had fallen victim to their hands. Influenced by their education and environment, it was natural for humans to consider Shura as their greatest enemy. Any triumph over them would be most glorious. Hansen was not allowed to take part in the meetings between the Alliance and the visiting Shura, in which they sought to broker peace. The introductory meetings took them only 2 days, but it would take at least 2 months to negotiate terms. There were many conspiracies in the works, ones which Han Sen could not understand due to his lack of proficiency in the field of politics. All he did was wait until Ji Yanran was ready for him to go to the dinner. Ji Yanran was very nervous. After all, she was a girl. She knew Han Sen was strong, but the thought of him having to fight for her in such an important battle made her anxious. Such a fight wasn't meant to be life-threatening. The fight did not allow the use of weapons, and elites would be watching the entire proceedings. If things were being taken too far, demigod elites would swoop in and bring an end to the exhibit. But even so, Ji Yanran was worried. She looked for her father, wanting to know if there was a way they could avoid the fight. Ji Ruozhen was fond of Han Sen, and he thought highly of him. He told Ji Yanran, "Do not worry for his well-being. He is from the Luo family, he won't lose, not even in a fight against a royal shura." Unbeknownst to Ji Ruozhen, however, Han Sen had refused to learn anything from the Luo family. Had he known this, his certainty in Han Sen's victory would not have been as firm. Despite her intense worry, Ji Yanran did not display it to anyone. She was particularly adamant about not letting Han Sen know how she felt, in case it affected his judgment and performance. Furthermore, she did not want to appear weak and distraught before the shura. Han Sen met Yu Qialan during the feast, and he was surprised that the shura looked far more handsome in person than he did in the photo. Humans lacked the ability to maintain the sort of presence that the shura displayed. But the same was true the other way around. Shura could not mimic the sensibilities of humans. Han Sen preferred humans due to their greater kindness, diversity, and ability to be casual. The royal shura might have looked handsome and enticing, but he knew he'd have difficulty getting along with them once they were beyond the formalities of the peace-brokering meetings. In the middle of the feast, the shura suggested a duel. The alliance had already prepared for this suggestion, and so everyone walked outside towards the plaza. Before the entrees had even arrived, Yu Qialan was already there waiting. Ji Yanran was nervous. She hoped Yu Qialan did not challenge her, for if he did, Han Sen would have to fight. All the humans waited with bated breath for Yu Qialan to name the person he wanted to challenge. If he chose Ji Yanran, although it would not be fair, she would have no choice but to accept the request. Then, as her fiancé, Han Sen would step forward to fight on her behalf as her champion. But there was a problem. If Han Sen lost and Yu Qialan challenged Ji Yanran again, humans would have lost 2 matches. Such a thing would be a profound embarrassment. Yu Qialan's eyes were like jewels. And with them, he scanned all the young humans that were lined up before him. When his eyes fell on Ji Yanran, they stopped. His steady gaze made the hearts of everyone jump in their chests. Yu Qialan raised his lips in a disdainful smile. Then, he looked away from her. Yu Qialan looked at all the people before him, and said, "I wonder, which one of you is Dollar? I have heard he is the strongest young human by a cosmic mile. I want to fight him." When he said this, everyone froze. No one had anticipated this request. The receptionist ran up and said, "Mr. Yu, I do not know where you have heard about Dollar, but what you say is not true. Huang Xiao is our most famous young one." That is strange. Then how did I hear about this Dollar person managing to achieve a position amongst the 10 Son of Gods? As for this Huang Xiao, I have never heard of him. Yu Qialan grinned. Huang Xiao was very calm. Without any feelings of awkwardness, he said, "Dollar is powerful, but I can provide the challenge you seek." Yu Qialan looked at Huang Xiao and laughed. He said, "Okay, then I'll beat you first. After that, I will go against Dollar. But you better find him for me." "You better win against me first," Huang Xiao said, bravely. Yu Qialan said nothing in response to this. He merely walked across the plaza with a happy look on his face, and the receptionist confirmed the fight. Huang Xiao had already achieved the status of a surpasser. Although he had only just reached the 3rd God Sanctuary, his fitness was over 300. And he was a powerful person, one who should have no trouble beating the young Shura Royal. The fact that Yu Qialan had not selected Ji Yanran made many people breathe a sigh of relief. Although Han Sen was not a bad fighter, many people still believed he relied completely on his super pet. They wouldn't feel confident about him fighting against Yu Qialan, mano a mano. Ji Yanran was also relieved. She was not afraid of him losing, but she just didn't want him to shoulder the risk and burden of such a prestigious fight. Han Sen smiled, held Ji Yanran from behind, and said, "It looks like this young Shura noble is, well, noble. He doesn't appear to be obscene and cheap. It's a shame Dollar is not here. If he was here, I am sure he'd teach him a thing or two about combat." Ji Yanran smiled. "So, are you saying Dollar could beat him but not me?" Han Sen looked jealous when he said this, and he noticed it himself. He thought it was weird for him to be jealous of his own alias. "You are the best, but it is better if you remain uninjured. I fret for your safety every time you venture back into the sanctuary," Ji Yanran whispered into Han Sen's ears. Han Sen felt ashamed when he heard this. He realized he had spent too much time focused on making himself stronger, and not enough time with Ji Yanran. Ji Yanran had been busy a lot, yes, but lately, Han Sen had been far busier than she had been. Huang Xiao and Yu Qialan both entered the established battleground at the center of the plaza. An old royal shura and a demigod stood at each end of the court. If something cruel seemed set to occur, they would step in and put an end to the battle. "You strike first." "If I strike first, I'm afraid this will be over before it begins." Yu Qialan looked at his opponent coldly. "Okay then." Huang Xiao looked a little angry at how condescending and rude his foe was being. Although the feast and accompanying battle was not open to the media, many high-class members of the alliance had ways of watching the entire event. Normally, people wouldn't watch a fight such as this. But the people in this fight were special, so everyone of importance was sure to keep an eye on the coming duel. For a long time, the fitness of humans had been nowhere near the heights of the Shura. But humans strive to be better. Generations after their first meeting, the gap in talent between the two species was still unbridged. But then came the discovery of the sanctuaries, and after this, humanity accelerated in strength as if they were cheating. While it did not change the average human elites were capable of becoming stronger than the Shura. Kids and teenagers were still particularly vulnerable, being far weaker than the Shura. Humanity had many goals, and the humans of this universe wanted to develop their kids and teenagers until they were naturally superior to those of the Shura. It was a common desire, shared by not only the average, working citizen but by the high-ranking officers of the Alliance as well. The latter of which were actively working towards it. Humans below the age of 16 were unable to compete with the Shura. At around the age of 20, people who were fortunate enough could develop the necessary strength to battle them. The Shura that humans most sought to beat were the Royal Shura. They were the cream of the crop, and felling an average Shura fighter paled in comparison to the strength required to take down a Royal Shura. The Alliance had high hopes for Huang Xiao. In combat, talent, and luck, he was the best in his age bracket. He was born a noble, but possessed a natural talent. He was very fortunate, also. He spawned in the grandest human shelters in the first, second, and third god sanctuaries. Through this luck, he was able to grow up both safely and swiftly. All of this crafted him into who he had become on this day, and he had been personally picked by the Alliance as the one to beat the Royal Shura Yu Qialan. Many people from the Alliance believed Huang Xiao had what it took to win this fight, and if he succeeded, it would bring great joy to them. The only negative was that Huang Xiao was 1 year older than his opponent. Still, it was an acceptable difference. Huang Xiao was not only lucky, however. He was smart, wise, and composed. Even in the midst of the pressure such a situation could pose, he remained absolutely calm. And even with the added provocation of his foe, he did not display a glimmer of anger. Han Sen waited for the match to begin. He wanted Huang Xiao to win, as well. It was about asserting glory for his entire race, so he did not particularly care for who the fighter was, he who would take the mantle and responsibility of such a prestigious fight, as long as they won. Shall we establish a wager? Suddenly, a man's voice was heard. Han Sen and Ji Yanran turned around with much surprise to the sight of Tang Jinliu and Lin Feng. It was Tang Jinliu who spoke. And what shall we wager? Han Sen asked, smiling. Let us make a bet on who will win this battle, Tang Jinliu said. I bet Huang Xiao wins. This isn't a bet, it's a scam, Han Sen said with a wry smile. Tang Jinliu laughed, then changed the subject. Han Sen, there is something I would like to discuss with you. I was wondering if you might sell me a life geno essence? And if you can't, lend me your super pet so that I might kill a super creature for myself. The prices of such favors are for you to determine. I have one life geno essence I can sell you, but in the sanctuaries, I am a long, long way from home. It will take me a long time to return. Han Sen did not decline, as first-generation life geno essences had no value to him. That aside, when the Shura liquid became public, the value of life geno essences would drop as it became easier for others to slay super creatures. Holding on to one now seemed pointless, considering what lay ahead. Really? Where are you? Tang Jinliu asked, visibly happy. Let's watch the match first. We can talk more about this later. When Han Sen turned back to look at the stage, the fight had already started. The rules of this fight stated no one was allowed any form of external support. The battle was to be fought mano a mano, with no weapons or armor or anything else. Humans couldn't use beast souls either, so Huang Xiao swung his fist. When Huang Xiao swung, Han Sen was surprised. He had only just become a surpasser, but still, there was fierce weight and strength driving the fist. Huang Xiao's body glowed with gold like a Buddha in the gleaming light that radiated from his raging fist. The Huang family's golden Buddha may not be very well known, but it cannot be any worse than Platinum Body. It increases your body's vitality as well as its simple power. He seems calm and composed using it. Perhaps it isn't surprising, when he first became a surpasser, no one could beat him while he used it, Tang Jinliu explained. Pang! Huang Zhao's fist hit Yu Qialan. The royal Shura did not dodge, but accepted the hit instead. Everyone looked at them with wide eyes, keen to learn the result of the hit. Most people from the alliance believed Huang Xiao had the edge over his enemy. After all, Huang Zhao's fitness level was over 300. This far exceeded Yu Qialan's estimated fitness of 260. By all rights, Huang Xiao should have had a clear advantage over his foe. The result, however, was a little shocking. Yu Qialan somehow evened out the attack, and no damage was delivered to either combatant. In quick retaliation, they both swung their fists. No one expected the fight to be so tense, so shortly after beginning. Yu Qialan and Huang Xiao stood on the spot, their fists flying towards each other in a flurry. The sounds of whipped wind and clubbed bones emanated harshly between the fighters. This is bad. It looks like our intel may have been incorrect. It would seem Yu Qialan's fitness is far higher than what we originally believed it to be. He can compete against Huang Xiao without being at a disadvantage. His fitness must be over 300 for sure. There is no way he can be suppressed or dominated as we initially expected him to be. Tang Jinliu frowned. Han Sen frowned, too. The vitality of a royal Shura was naturally very high. Huang Xiao could only keep up because of his usage of Golden Buddha. Not even ordinary celestial beings were naturally that strong. It seemed as if Yu Qialan hadn't learned any skills to strengthen his body, which was fortunate. But it was frightening to think his body's vitality was on par with Huang Zhao's, despite being all natural. Everyone watched the match intently, all in support of Huang Xiao. They earnestly hoped he would beat his foe. I really envy the body of Ashura. If humans were like them, our power in the sanctuary would be unrivaled. An old man spoke enviously as he watched a video stream of the fight. Teacher, do you believe Huang Xiao can win? A middle-aged man asked the old man. It is difficult to determine. The old man sighed. The middle-aged man knew the old man very well, but he knew through his response that he actually did not believe in Huang Xiao's ability to triumph over the Shura. The middle-aged man proceeded to say, if there is not much difference between their fitness levels, he could still have a chance. Do not forget, the talents of a Shura rest solely in combat, the old man slowly said. Fists collided against each other in a hailstorm of strikes. Huang Zhao's fist gleamed like a golden hammer. The Shura battled without the flair, elemental, or even magical properties of skills humans employed through their use of hyper-geno arts. The Shura only practiced raw power, and Yu Qialan used the strength derived from his flesh, muscle, and bone to oppose Huang Zhao's golden lights. For him to break each strike as he was doing, it was a testament to how frighteningly powerful he truly was. It is lucky for us that Huang Xiao was the one chosen to compete with him. If that was me up there, the bones in my hands would have been worn down into dust by now. Tang Zhenliu said. Don't say that, when you become a surpasser, you won't be any worse than Yu Qialan, Lin Feng calmly responded. Can Huang Xiao win this fight? Ji Yanran asked with much worry. Ordinarily, Golden Buddha's defense and durability boons provide its users near unparalleled protection. If this continues, he may very well win. But... Tang Zhenliu was about to say something, but then stopped mid-sentence. His brow furrowed. But what? Hansen asked. We cannot take stock in any proposed certainties. He is against Ashura, after all. Tang Zhenliu shook his head, as if he regretted having to admit this. Lin Feng then said, I am afraid Huang Xiao may be at a disadvantage. Han Sen and Ji Yanran looked shocked upon hearing this, and so Hansen asked, why? Aren't they fairly balanced? Lin Feng was just about to explain, but as he opened his mouth, a sudden explosion came from the battlefield. The fighters had delivered two extremely powerful punches that, upon collision, sent them both reeling backwards. Yu Qialan looked at Huang Xiao and said, your fitness is impressive, perhaps the best young humans can provide. But I must regretfully confess to you that you are inferior to us. Huang Xiao coldly replied, I don't think so. Really? Then I'll show you what the Shura are capable of. Yu Qialan's eyes flashed with a purple light. His body suddenly expanded and his muscles doubled in size. The fine and reserved body that once fought against Huang Xiao had been replaced with a hulking beast. The potential power looked frighteningly high, as if he could walk about sundering any stone he pleased. Shura change. Huang Zhao's face went dim. Shura change? Everyone else's faces changed at the same time, as well, as they exclaimed the same two words in unison. The visiting Shura looked cocky, satisfied with the reaction they had incited from the human crowd. They were proud of what Yu Qialan had accomplished. What is Shura change? Hansen frowned, having never heard of this before. But seeing Yu Qialan transform, it sent his mind back to zero. There were certain similarities he could not shake. Tang Zhenliu now looked worried, and he explained, Shura change is their form of hyper-geno art. It is different than what humans do, however. They don't train and practice with the flow of energy, again, they exercise the raw nature of their bodies. When they use Shura change, their powers greatly increase. I had believed him to have already used it. I didn't expect him to have been fighting naked previously. Now, I must regretfully confess, Huang Xiao is doomed. As they spoke, Yu Qialan stepped forward. He was much faster now, powered by his incredible muscles. He dashed towards Huang Xiao and threw his fist into his chest. Pang! Huang Xiao used his arm to block the hit, but his body was knocked back 4 meters as his feet left a deep cleft in the marble plaza they fought upon. Everyone's faces fell. The fist was incredibly powerful, and they no longer believed Huang Xiao had what it took to stay competitive. Do you believe me to be stronger than you now? Yu Qialan did not deliver a follow-up hit, he just spoke in a disdainful manner. Huang Zhao's face contorted for a second before regaining composure. Coldly he said, "Strength is not everything, and I am not yet beaten." As he talked, the gold light that illuminated Huang Zhao's body faded away and his muscles relaxed. He looked directly into the eyes of his foe. Yu Qialan smiled and shot another fist in Huang Zhao's direction. This time, he did not want to collide with the punch. Huang Zhao dodged out of its way and quickly tried to deliver a punch of his own into Yu Qialan's belly. Yu Qialan threw another fist in an attempt to hurt his human nemesis, but Huang Zhao dodged once more. Like a willow tree in a hurricane, he weaved around to attack from a different angle. Huang Zhao is good. It is no wonder why he was selected to be our champion. As tough as he can be just as soft. He is smart, as well. Tang Zhenliu had nothing but praise to offer Huang Zhao. Han Sen believed Huang Zhao to be a good fighter, too. A special balance had been wrought inside him, one between his mind and his power. He could time things very well. His judgment and timing could not be any better. Riding on the whims of changing circumstance, he knew when to strike, how to dodge, and which way to move. Although he was losing, his mind still showed confidence and his resolve was not tarnished by thoughts of defeat. Huang Zhao is a good kid. The old man watched Huang Zhao through the video screen. Teacher, that Yu Qialan used Shura change to become stronger than Huang Zhao. That is in terms of brute force. With Huang Zhao's intelligence, he can still win, can't he? The middle-aged man asked with a hopeful tone. The old man shook his head and said, Huang Zhao is smart, yes. But it seems we have underestimated the power of this royal Shura. I still don't think he has a chance of being victorious. That being said, the alliance has many smart young men. We will be stronger than them in time. After the years that have elapsed, what is a few additional ones in comparison? Teacher, he really doesn't stand a chance, the middle-aged man asked. He thought Huang Zhao should have at least a 30% chance of winning. This match has already been settled, the old man coldly said. Huang Zhao, you're doing great. In the plaza, Tang Zhenliu made sure to make his support heard. But Lin Feng said, Huang Zhao is losing, though. How? Tang Zhenliu asked with much surprise, not able to believe the words spoken to him. Han Sen frowned, as he could tell Huang Zhao was in trouble, as well. At the same time, Yu Qialan took a step back. Then, he spoke to Huang Zhao once more. Are you going to keep on dodging like this? This is a strategy. It is one that takes skill, Huang Zhao calmly responded. Yu Qialan coldly said, well, I just want you to know that these cheapo skills are useless before my power. You are a loser, bringing comfort to yourself and nothing more. After he spoke, Yu Qialan's eyes shone purple again, and blood vessels across his body began to pulsate and stick out. The purple veins decorated each muscle, and it was a scary sight to behold. He didn't look handsome anymore, he looked like a real Shura. Boom! Yu Qialan's body shattered the atmosphere. It was as if he teleported directly in front of Huang Zhao, with his big hand reaching out for the young man's head. Unfortunately, it was too late for Huang Zhao to dodge. It was difficult to comprehend what Yu Qialan had just done all of a sudden. Whatever it was, his speed had increased exponentially. There was nothing Huang Zhao could do. He gritted his teeth as a golden light enveloped his body. His fist gleamed like molten gold as he cast it forward. He was not aiming to deflect Yu Qialan's fist, however, he was aiming for his chest. With his life on the line, he was ready to risk it all for the sake of landing one devastating blow. This Huang Zhao is good. Han Sen and the rest of the crowd were very supportive of his efforts. Huang Zhao's speed and power were lacking against Yu Qialan, but he was adaptive. If he maintained his defensive posture, he'd be delaying an inevitable loss and would never find a chance to strike back. Huang Zhao knew this all too well, and that was why he decided not to deflect whatever Yu Qialan was about to do. He knew his strength and speed weren't a match for his opponent, so he was willing to risk it all for any attack he could make. He was not being reckless, though. Huang Xiao was very good when it came to timing, and he had complete control of his body. His strike would surely land no matter what. Even though Yu Qialan was stronger, Huang Xiao could inflict damage of his own. And at the very least, Huang Xiao had Golden Buddha on his side. Although there was a chance of getting severely injured or even dying, Huang Xiao made this decision of his own volition. This was something Han Sen greatly admired, and he was taken aback by how fearless and devoted to the fight Huang Xiao was. Everyone watched the two fists with their eyes open wide. That single moment seemed to take a lifetime for the people who watched it unfold, hovering at the edge of their seats. This was especially true for the four people who most worried over Huang Xiao's well-being. Their hearts were already pounding heavily, as if for a release from their chests. The demigod human and royal Shura would step in if their people were in danger. But right now, no one knew who was going to emerge victorious. Although the combatants were reaching a critical stage in their fight, all they could do was watch. And furthermore, whichever aide stepped in to help would lead to their fighter's forfeiture. Huang Xiao was already knee-deep in this situation, and stopping him now would be a worse fate than if he were to die. Pang! The moment Huang Xiao's fist struck Yu Qialan's chest, Yu Qialan's fist hit Huang Xiao's head. Arg! Huang Xiao shouted. He fell to the ground with his face drenched in blood, looking grievously wounded. Yu Qialan was hit, but he was still standing tall. He looked at his opponent on the ground with disdain. The demigod stepped forward and called for the immediate aid of a doctor. Everyone's eyes were glued to the stage, and their minds held out hope that Huang Xiao would be okay. Winning was important, but it wasn't worth a young man's life. They all wished him to be fine. Oh, sorry. I believe I may have hit you a little too hard, there. Yu Qialan's words may have sounded apologetic on paper, but his arrogant face betrayed their meaning. You have great skill. We lost, the demigod said, as he coldly looked upon the Shura. Lin Feng, who was standing next to Han Sen, looked murderous and said that Yu Qialan must die for this. If I ever meet him again, I will kill him. Why is that? Han Sen looked at Lin Feng. He knew him quite well, and thought what he had said was rather out of character. What had happened had occurred in an established match, after all. This asshole should totally die. Tang Jinliu was fuming with rage, as well, and the twisted flame of a desire for slaughter was alight in his eyes. Why? Han Sen frowned. Let's check on Huang Xiao first, we'll tell you on the way. Lin Feng spoke as they went towards the medical room Huang Xiao was taken to. Tang Jinliu was furious, angrily grumbling as he walked, that asshole is cheating. What do you mean? Han Sen frowned. He had no idea what he meant. He watched the match just as they did, and Yu Qialan did not break the rules. There were no weapons employed either. If he was cheating, Han Sen hadn't been able to catch him. Old Han, you have never been to war. You know little about the Shura. They have what is called blood injection. They can inject themselves with the blood of a higher-class Shura to temporarily earn their strength. Me and old Lin have seen this occur many times. Yu Qialan most certainly used blood injection, Tang Jinliu explained. Lin Feng's face looked dire. He didn't often get mad, but there he was. He coldly muttered, it was okay of him to use blood injection, as that is how they fight. It isn't too dissimilar to our hypergeno arts. But he held back on it and did not use it during the beginning. He let Huang Xiao fill himself with false hope. And just as he was willing to give his life for the fight, that was when Yu Qialan unleashed his power. Yu Qialan attempted to murder him. He could have used it during the beginning and brought the fight to a swift end, or many times during the middle, but he committed to using it during a critical, devastating stage where the demigod had no opportunity to stop such damage from being inflicted. Damn it! When Han Sen heard the explanation, his new understanding led to him being mad, as well. Han Sen had noticed that Yu Qialan became strangely powerful during the final few moments. He thought Yu Qialan was just strengthening his own resolve and preparing to take the fight a little more seriously. He never expected this was the reality of what he had seen. When the four of them reached the medical bay, the doctors had Huang Xiao in surgery. Many of Huang Xiao's friends nervously awaited him outside. Lin Feng saw a doctor he knew and pulled him aside to ask, "Dr. Chan, how is Huang Xiao?" Dr. Chan had a wry smile and said, "If he was injured anywhere else, we could have done an organ transplant. But he received significant blunt force trauma to the head, resulting in severe damage to the brain. He is still in critical condition, but our neurosurgeons are doing all that they can to stabilize him." After a pause, Dr. Chan quietly informed Lin Feng, the punch was far too hard. His skull was split, and it was unable to absorb the entire force delivered. This resulted in his brain sustaining severe damage. Even if he survives, the nerve damage, the extent of which we will have to determine later, will affect him for the rest of his life. "How bad is it?" Tang Jinliu asked. Paralysis is a very serious consequence of such injuries. If the hit was a touch milder, he might only suffer partial mobility disabilities, or only be affected during certain times or under certain conditions. For example, every now and then he might lose control in his hands. But with the way things are looking right now, there is a high chance of the patient suffering intellectual disabilities, Dr. Chan said. When they heard this, each of their faces went dim. This was worse than death for Huang Xiao. Even if his injuries extended no further, he would have lost the ability to fight. It would be impossible for him to adventure through the sanctuaries again. The four of them returned to the plaza in a glum mood. Although they did not really know Huang Xiao, they felt awful upon learning what had happened to him. "Please, fulfill your obligation and bring me $. He is your strongest young one, after all." Han Sen, upon his return, heard Yu Qialan speaking to the receptionist. F***CK. "If I was a surpasser, I'd kick his ass so hard," Tang Jinliu said, angrily. He wished he was a surpasser, for in his present state, he could hardly lay a finger on Yu Qialan. With sure change and blood injection, Yu Qialan was already able to beat a surpasser that was a celestial being. The hidden power he possessed was something not even Huang Xiao had the ability to overcome. Lin Feng was calm and did not say anything more. The people who knew him well, however, could tell he was suppressing a great fire of anger inside. Han Sen suddenly stood up and walked towards the stage. He was fuming mad, and although he did not know Huang Xiao, he despised Yu Qialan enough to know what he had to do. Furthermore, he had repeatedly asked for a fight against $. Han Sen laughed in his heart and thought to himself, "You want to fight $, do you? As you wish. Prepare to get spent." "Han Sen, what are you doing?" Seeing Han Sen approach the stage, Ji Yanran became incredibly worried. "Old Han, do not be reckless. We can kill him together, once we become surpassers," Tang Jinliu called out. "It's only a royal shura." "There's no need for me to wait that long," Han Sen said in response, as his fingers glided across Ji Yanran's face. He then told her, "Sit right there and wait for me to kill this asshole." After that, Han Sen continued his approach to the stage. Tang Jinliu still wanted to prevent him from doing this, and Ji Yanran's worry was not alleviated. "If he wants to go that much, he must be confident," Lin Feng calmly said, stopping the two from any further attempts to change Han Sen's mind. As Han Sen neared the stage, Yu Qialan was still requesting that someone find $, so that they might fight. "Yu Qialan, right? Do you have to fight $, to feel good about yourself?" Han Sen said, as he ascended the stage and looked directly at his soon-to-be enemy. Everyone's attention now turned to silently focus on Han Sen, unsure what he was planning to do. "Aside from $, what other challenger can I fight who is worth my time?" Yu Qialan proudly stated. There were others aside from Huang Xiao that were willing to fight him, but Yu Qialan declined them all. "Okay, then. You can fight him. But first, you must beat me, Han Sen calmly said. You? And who are you exactly, chump? I tire of you humans attempting to stall my true desire. How long do you expect me to fight scrawny worthless beings, before I can go up against Dollar? Yu Qialan looked at Han Sen with disdain. I lost to Dollar once. Dollar took me out in 1.5 punches. If you beat me, I can call upon Dollar to come over here and whip you like a dog. How does that sound? Han Sen looked at Yu Qialan. 1.5 punches, huh? Is this guy for real? Yu Qialan ignored Han Sen and spoke to the receptionist directly. Of course, he is my fiancé. He only ever speaks the truth. Ji Yanran stood up and said. President Ji's daughter? Fine, I'll believe you once more. Yu Qialan looked at Ji Yanran and then returned his gaze to Han Senator. He continued by saying, if I win, and I am still unable to see Dollar, then tonight's fighting is over. I have no interest in fighting noobs any longer. Han Sen then coldly said, humanity is graced with a desire to uphold their word. Furthermore, we are polite. You allowed Huang Xiao to strike first in the last match, so allow me to return the gesture. Yu Qialan, I want you to make the first attack. Good. If you can withstand $1.5 punches, we can quickly determine whether or not you can withstand 1.0 of my punches. Yu Qialan did not waste any time and immediately swung his fist. As he swung, he used Shura change and the wretched power-boosting method of blood injection. He planned to one-hit kill Han Sen. Han Sen had started this match, so he couldn't allow himself to immediately get punched and defeated. If the demigod stepped in now, it would be humiliating not only for him, but for humanity as a whole. Such a tale would be laughed about by the Shura for many more generations. It would be a jest, the story of a proud human that sought to start a fight but was knocked out by a single punch in a single second. The demigod was ambivalent, and wasn't too sure what to think. They couldn't rightly save him, but they did not want him to be killed. As such, they were unsure about what to do. Han Sen is still an evolver. Is he going to be okay? A middle-aged man frowned while watching the video. Unless he is close to the rank of celestial being, even if he was from the Luo family and had learned the falsified Sky Sutra, I do not believe he can beat the Shura. And I say this in the knowledge that the falsified Sky Sutra is an evil and murderous talent. It is truly wicked, but without the necessary power, it won't yield the results he desires. He will die. The old man looked glum as he spoke. He hated Yu Qialan's behavior, and despite his dire prediction, he wanted Han Sen to win. But the power gulf was very wide, and for Han Sen to win, it would require nothing short of a miracle. That was why even this old man's predictions were miserable. On another planet, Luo Haitang watched the fight through a video stream while Luo Li made tea for him. Luo Yin had not found Han Sen, but Luo Haitang believed Han Sen carried the blood and genetic qualities of the Luo family. As such, he didn't think Han Sen had what it took to deny the allure of learning the falsified Sky Sutra. Show me how far your practice of the falsified Sky Sutra has come along. Luo Haitang looked at Han Sen through the video stream intently, earnestly hoping he would retaliate with the deadly skill. Ji Yanwu and Ji Ruozhen were watching the scene, as well, and they looked nervous. Although they had faith in the falsified Sky Sutra, they knew Yu Qialan had blood injection, and they believed the Shura was devastatingly more powerful. The Ning family, the Qin family, the Wang family, the Dong Lin and Zhao families were all watching the same match. They wanted to see what path Han Sen had decided to follow. They wondered if he'd be more like Luo Haitang, doing so in a bid to impress everyone. Ji Yanran and her friends were extremely anxious. They knew Han Sen was strong, but they were still worried. The power Yu Qialan possessed exceeded the possible power of an evolver by a great extent. As everyone watched with bated breath, Han Sen did not choose to dodge the punch. Instead, he swung a fist of his own. Han Sen aimed for Yu Qialan's head, electing to risk his life to deliver damage just as Huang Xiao had. Many people believed Han Sen would risk his life. After all, the falsified Sky Sutra could only attack and not defend. And the falsified Sky Sutra delivered frighteningly powerful hits. The manner in which a practitioner could exploit and ravage weak spots was ruinous, but it also made it ineffective against behemoths. On the other hand, whether it was used to fight a human or Shura, the damage it would inflict would be enormous provided that the gulf in power wasn't too much. The falsified Sky Sutra could indeed restrain the Shura, which was something many people acknowledged. But unbeknownst to the others, Han Sen had not practiced the falsified Sky Sutra, so when he swung his fist, many people were shocked at the result. Sonic Thunder Punch? Why not the powers of the falsified sky? The old man was shocked. Didn't he learn the falsified Sky Sutra? The middle-aged man looked confused. Why Sonic Thunder Punch? Ji Yanwu screamed. It was difficult to believe Lady Lan's son did not learn the devastating skill that was the falsified Sky Sutra and instead opted to use Sonic Thunder Punch. Luo Haitang was the one who was shocked the most, however. Seeing Han Sen not make use of the falsified Sky Sutra, he suddenly stood up, stared at the video, and shouted aloud, "Why didn't he use the falsified Sky Sutra? Was little Lan truly that cruel? Would she favor the death of her son over his learning of the falsified Sky Sutra?" Luo Haitang believed that Luo Lan must have been the reason why Han Sen had not learnt the skill he wished him to, and that she had outright prevented him. Otherwise, he really would have learned it. And now, without the ability, there was no chance of him competing with Yu Qialan. Using this punch was practically suicide, or so he thought. It wasn't only Luo Haitang who felt this way either. Many people expected Han Sen to use it, but were surprised when he did not. At that moment, all their faces turned grim. They believed Han Sen had placed himself in a wretched position. No matter how powerful Sonic Thunder Punch was, it was only a hyper-geno art. There was no way it could fathomably be what was needed to go against Yu Qialan. Luo Li was confused, as well. She did not understand why Luo Lan would not have allowed Han Sen to practice the falsified Sky Sutra. She thought the reason Han Sen challenged Yu Qialan was because he had learnt the skill and wished to display its power. Only God could have predicted his decision to waltz into such a fight and use Sonic Thunder Punch, of all things. No matter what people thought, however, Han Sen still focused on his casting of Sonic Thunder Punch. Yu Qialan's eyes were full of disdain. The Shura had researched many of the skills and talents humans possessed, and he had seen Sonic Thunder Punch once used in the war. He believed the skill to be useless, and the thunder would have no chance of destroying his body. It wouldn't come close to numbing him either. Yu Qialan had come here to impress all who watched the bouts. If he had not, then he wouldn't have tried to kill Huang Xiao. But now that Han Sen was delivering himself to him, Yu Qialan had no hesitation in exhausting all his force and strength into this one devastating blow. A very strong and fast punch. The other royal Shura continued to watch the fight, also of the belief that Han Sen's Sonic Thunder Punch was far weaker than whatever Yu Qialan was about to deliver. It was far slower, and Han Sen's chest would be smashed open before the Sonic Thunder Punch got close. Even if Han Sen could punch Yu Qialan, the power delivered would not be enough to injure him. If Han Sen received a hit, on the other hand, he'd be killed. The demigod still hesitated, unsure whether or not he should step in and save Han Sen's life. It was a tough decision for him to make. The demigod ultimately decided to save Han Senator. It was humiliating, yes, but he did not want to stand by and watch another young man lose his life. But just as he was about to step forward, he noticed something strange and he pulled back. Just as they were about to punch each other, Yu Qialan froze. It was a sudden and short, momentary freeze. In the space of a second, Han Sen's fist sped up and crashed against Yu Qialan's head. Han Sen's eyes flashed blue as thunder flickered across his body. The fist was driven deep into Yu Qialan's forehead. "Stop." Upon seeing this, the royal Shura's face completely changed. He wanted to stop Han Sen from delivering his punch, but it was too late. Boom! Han Sen's fist smashed into his opponent's skull. There wasn't much noise, but Yu Qialan's eye sockets began to cascade with blood. The eyes themselves looked ready to eject themselves from the sockets. As blood covered his features, a silver lightning burst forth from his face. Yu Qialan's brain was suddenly turned to mud by the horrible power of the sonic thunder mix. His entire body was electrocuted. And as he convulsed, his body continued standing there like a doll. Yu Qialan was strong, but he was not too far off a human. There were parts of his body that were weaker, and just like a human, one was his brain. The way Han Sen used Sonic Thunder Punch and Yin Force was enough to destroy the skull-encased organ. It was payback. Yu Qialan ruined Huang Zhao's brain, and so Han Sen was delivering Yu Qialan his just desserts. As effective as it worked even better than Han Sen himself had predicted it would. Yu Qialan's physical abilities were incredible, mostly derived from the blood injection. But while blood injection increased his strength and speed, it did nothing to protect his brain. The royal Shura shouted in his inability to stop Han Senator, so he swung his fist and attempted to attack Han Sen from behind. What was coming towards Han Sen now was as powerful a punch as any demigod could deliver. The fact that it was coming from behind as a sucker punch shocked all who watched. They did not expect a royal Shura to commit to such a cheap move, and it was also too late to tell Han Sen to watch out. The demigod was infuriated by this action, and so he leapt into the fray to save Han Sen from the royal Shura, but it was too late to do so. Not a single person expected the royal Shura to behave in such an obscene fashion. Han Sen's back was facing the royal Shura, but it looked as if his back grew a pair of eyes. He stepped forward and grabbed Yu Qialan, who was as responsive as a child's doll. He swung around the lifeless body and presented Yu Qialan as a meat shield to block the royal Shura's hit. Squash! The royal Shura almost punched Yu Qialan, struggling to force the wretched power he was about to deliver back inside him. But when that power was pushed back inside, it caused him to cough up blood. All the humans were shocked. They could not believe Han Sen not only punched Yu Qialan and put him in such a state, but was smart enough to evade and force a royal Shura to withdraw his attack. It was like a miracle. Shura, huh? Is that it? Han Sen threw Yu Qialan, who was still in a vegetative state, away like a piece of trash. He let him twitch and convulse on the ground as he spoke to the royal Shura with disdain. I am going to kill you. The royal Shura was embarrassed and his rage was inflamed. He looked as if he was preparing to attack Han Sen again. Please, try to preserve whatever remains of your dignity. The demigod now stood in front of Han Sen with the presence of a mountain. With a look as cold as ice, he spoke to the royal Shura. How dare you kill our royal representative? We Shura will not allow such a slight to slide. This was the human alliance, a stronghold where countless humans lived. The royal Shura's anger had overwhelmed him, and in a place such as this, where he was unable to let loose his violence, all he could do was shout in spite. Please, do not forget it was you who requested peace with us. We did not present you with the idea for a truce. If you choose not to abide to the terms of the treaty we established in our discussions, it is no skin off our nose, the demigod spoke aloud, his response fierce. All the other Shura looked on, unable to say a word. Han Sen, follow me in our return. Let us continue the feast. The demigod held on to Han Sen's hand and led him towards the lobby, uncaring for how all the Shura were looking. Yep, let's celebrate. No one can leave without getting drunk. Tang Jinliu shouted out, as he tugged Lin Feng to follow in the same direction. All the young humans left towards the lobby with great joy, while the Shura grumbled angrily amongst themselves. Not bad. This kid is even more amazing than Luo Haitang. He didn't learn the falsified Sky Sutra, and actually used Sonic Thunder Punch to kill Yu Qialan. Haha. This truly is impressive. It is amazing. I would love to see the look on Luo Haitang's face right now. A member of the Luo family has turned away from learning their falsified Sky Sutra. Ha 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 ha. The old man was laughing so hard, tears began to roll. The middle-aged man, by comparison, was frozen. He had followed this man for 40 years and had never once seen him laugh in such a manner. This kid is really good, little Zhong. I would like to meet him, can you sort that out for me? The old man had managed to stop laughing, but he was still grinning from ear to ear. Yes, of course, teacher. Wen Zhong was shocked, as the old man had never requested an audience with someone before. Even if a noble from the alliance came to visit him, he didn't spare the time of day to see them. Now, not only did he want to meet Han Sen, he was willing to go out and pay him a visit himself. Luo Haiteng wore a complicated grimace as he sat there in silence. He gazed into the paused video with eyes that did not blink. Luo Li stood in the corner of the room, not willing to speak a single word. She even breathed as gently as she could, not wishing to disturb or rouse the ire of Luo Haiteng. She had not seen him in such a state for many years. The last time he appeared like this, he went to a spirit shelter and battled for 4 days straight in a bid to conquer it. Why did he not learn the falsified Sky Sutra? After the long silence, Luo Haiteng broke it with this simple sentence, in a voice that trembled with depression. Old Han, good job. I have never given you the admiration you deserve before, but this time I do. This time I really, really do. Here, I am going to drink in your honor. Cheers. Tang Jinliu, devoid of all manners, picked up 2 cups and filled them both up with wine. He presented 1 cup to Han Sen and lifted 1 cup to his own lips. Quickly, he gulped it down and shouted, awesome. Never since leaving the battlegrounds have I felt so awesome. Awesome, yep, awesome. If this was an average feast, Tang Jinliu would have been thrown out on his backside by now already. But today, the higher-ups did not care, and allowed him to be as big a clown as he desired. All the young people were tremendously excited, surrounding Han Sen in celebration of his deed. They weren't going to let him leave without getting him drunk. Ji Yanran, seeing him surrounded by people who were praising his actions, felt overjoyed and proud for him. Of course, most of her joy came from seeing him emerge from the scrap with Yu Qialan unscathed. The fact that she had an excellent, truly powerful boyfriend came second to his safety. Still, who didn't want a hero boyfriend? Although such things were not incredibly important to Ji Yanran, she was starting to feel as if her dreams were coming true. Han Sen was not very good at drinking. It wasn't long before he could not consume any more, and the alcohol had made his head heavy and his stomach upset. It wasn't easy to escape the hounding crowd. He attempted to find somewhere to hide, and just as he found a place, Lin Feng appeared before him out of nowhere, presenting him with another full glass. He said, cheers, brother. Han Sen stood in front of Lin Feng, frozen for 3 whole seconds. Then, he said, blarg, and puked all over him. Tang Jinliu, who was catching up from behind, froze as well. All for different reasons, of course. He had never seen Lin Feng in such a mess before, and even across bloody battlefields he had never appeared so disheveled and dirty. Lin Feng was a tidy person who desired everything to be perfect. When his girlfriend visited his house, she had to remove her shoes, take off her coat, and not lay a finger on any of his belongings. He once had another girlfriend, but he broke up with her after she sat on his clothes by accident. He could never look at her straight after that. Now that Lin Feng had puke all over him, fresh from Han Sen's gut, Tang Jinli couldn't fathom how he might react. Will old Lin start a fight with old Han? And if so, who should I support? Bah, who cares? It would only be a fight between 2 elites. I can't care too much about something like that. Tang Jinliu's mind raced over the different scenarios that might soon unfold, and then suddenly started to think, fight him. Come on, fight him. Seeing Lin Feng move, reaching his hand out towards Han Sen, the excitement inside Tang Jinliu reached greater and greater heights each passing second. Now, his mind said, that's it, they're going to fight. A fight is about to start. They're going to fight. But again, Tang Jinliu was delivered a shock that froze him absolutely still. He was so surprised that his eyes almost popped out. Lin Feng, after reaching out his hands, did not hit Han Senator. All he did was take off his puke-covered coat and put it aside. Then he hugged Han Sen, who looked ready to pass out, and hit the deck. After that, he dragged him towards a room and shut the door. Holy smokes! Are my eyes screwed in right? That couldn't have been Lin Feng. The last time I got drunk in his house, that asshole threw me out the door and made me sleep out in the rain. Han Sen didn't just get drunk, he threw up all over him. And now he is being hugged and taken to a private room? This cannot be. Tang Jinliu rubbed his eyes repeatedly, but regardless of who else he thought it might be, deep down he knew that it was undoubtedly Lin Feng. There was no public stream, so ordinary folks of the Alliance were unable to watch the fight. But still, news of the fight leaked to the press and caused a grand, delightful shock for the populace. Hearing Han Sen killed the Royal Shura Yu Qialan in a single punch and made a Royal Shura elite cough up blood put Han Sen's name on the tip of everyone's tongue. It was the first time his name had true relevance in the Alliance. Every media outlet reported on the event, how a man in his 20s effortlessly beat a Royal Shura. To humanity, this was a tremendously exciting affair. Han Sen, furthermore, was the future son-in-law of the president. Due to his prestige, all the citizens of the Alliance developed a keen interest in him. They wanted to learn every detail they could about him, large and small. Many people even questioned the manners and etiquette he employed when visiting the bathroom. Han Sen had been born into an ordinary family, but his father died while he was still young. Therefore, he was raised primarily by his mother. He initially went to a public school, but after much struggle, managed to enter a high-class military school. That was where he met the president's daughter, from which they ignited a spark and kindled a romance. From a middling, lowly heritage to one of great renown, his life was the perfect example of a classic success story. Onwards and upwards, his life and prestige did not seem to slow down. Lin Feng went to visit Huang Xiao numerous times, and when he came this time, he brought with him a demigod healer to aid in his restoration. Over a short amount of time, his wounds sealed and the previous damages weren't very visible. The Alliance did everything they could to reduce the damages he suffered, but not all their efforts were successful. His brain had received a cruel amount of damage, and many parts of it had been utterly destroyed, beyond healing or repair. Neither technology nor skills could help. Because of this, Huang Zhao's body suffered a number of problems. However, the efforts of the Alliance that were focused on minimizing his lasting disabilities were mostly a success. The biggest problem that remained was his movement. While most of his body functioned correctly, there were occasional issues with his movement that could not be solved or overcome. For example, when he wanted to reach into his pockets, he had trouble guiding his hands into the entrance of his pockets accurately. To a fighter of such caliber, this was disastrous. Do not worry for my future well-being. While my body may remain permanently damaged, my mind and my consciousness are the same as they always have been. Even if I can't fight anymore, I can put this battered brain to use elsewhere. Huang Xiao was more optimistic than was expected. He hadn't been emotionally crushed by what had transpired, and when he spoke, a fire was still alight in his eyes. They told everyone that what he was saying was most earnest and true. After the fight, Han Sen had indeed become rather famous. His feat made others acknowledge his true fitness level, and people now knew it had to be at least over 200. But people also knew that it was impossible for evolvers to go that high, unless he had somehow managed to absorb life geno essences and had earned himself super geno points. People frequently discussed all sorts of topics relating to Han Senator officers, on the other hand, were only thinking and whispering of a way in which they might get him to reveal his secret to absorbing life geno essences. Han Sen's communicator hadn't stopped ringing since the night of the fight, so he turned it off. But when he refused to allow his communicator to keep ringing, the same could not be said for others of the Ji family. The rest of the family was pestered by people who wanted Han Sen's knowledge. The reason Ji Ruozhen became president was not his own power. He had ties and alliances to many factions, families, and organizations in high places. As a result, he could not deny their requests. Ji Ruozhen went to talk with Han Sen and asked him about it. Regardless of whether or not he had absorbed life geno-essences, he had to appease the alliance with an answer. He couldn't ignore their inquisitiveness forever. Han Sen did not hesitate or lie in his response. Quickly and affirmatively, he said, I have obtained super geno points, yes. When Han Sen went to fight Yu Qialan, he deliberated the consequences of revealing so much. Ji Ruozhen's question did not come as a surprise, and so Han Sen's response was prepared. Ji Ruozhen fell silent upon hearing Han Sen's confirmation. After a certain amount of time elapsed, he said to Han Sen, tell me what you can. Han Sen smiled and said, there is no secret. It is easy to obtain super geno points, you simply need to find the eggs of a super creature. One that is semi-composed inside its shell. Eat it and you will receive super geno points. That is where I get mine from. Really? Ji Ruozhen asked, shocked. He did not expect the answer to be so simple. On my own life, I pledge to you that this is not incorrect, Han Sen said. Good. This is an important discovery, and one that means a lot to the future progression of humanity. Ji Ruozhen did not stop there, and he continued by saying, do not worry any further. The Ji family will handle all the matters pertaining to this revelation. And the benefits you will receive for this discovery will not disappoint you. Han Sen hadn't planned on receiving any rewards. Particularly so since he didn't admit the entire truth. And what's more, obtaining the eggs of a super creature was a good deal harder than killing a super creature outright. Super creatures were not difficult to locate in the second god sanctuary, but eggs most certainly were. If people wanted to spend their time searching for them, Han Sen didn't believe their efforts would get in his way too much. The chances were extremely low that someone would be lucky enough to find such an egg, and further yet manage to kill the super creature that was guarding it. And maxing out super geno points by going for eggs alone seemed impossible. Back in the sanctuary, Han Sen made plans to leave Moment Shelter. He wanted to look for another human shelter so he could finish his deal with Tang Xinliu by selling him the life geno essence. After leaving the mountain ranges, it wasn't too long before he found a human shelter where he could finish the transaction. The Tang family gifted him ownership of a whole rare metal mine. It was not Z steel, but the Z alloy you could get from the mine was quite important to have. It was expensive, and people were still figuring out the qualities and properties of the alloy. As such, the price was still on the rise. Inside the Angel Gene office, Zhao 7th spoke to someone. In the image on screen stood the royal Shura that had tried to attack Han Sen after the bout. Mr. Zhao, to complete our contract, we had to sacrifice one of our royal members. Shouldn't you do something about this? The royal Shura said to Zhao 7th. Zhao 7th coldly responded, preventing the establishment of peace is our ultimate goal, and that is not just because of me. Furthermore, Yu Qialan's death was a result of his own recklessness. That is no responsibility of mine. Mr. Zhao, our friend cannot have been slain in vain. Think on it some more, because if you don't make the right decision, we may have to end our cooperative venture, the royal Shura said firmly. Zhao 7th frowned, and a look of anger and scorn consumed his face. It was only for a moment, and then it left as quickly as it came. He smiled and said, General Sha Heng, what is it that you want? I don't care how it is achieved, but the person that slew one of ours has to pay. Han Sen must die. Sha Heng's face grimaced with the ugly look of murder. No problem. That can be arranged without difficulty. Give me a month, and by the end of that timeframe, Han Sen will be gone from the face of this world. As for the latest package, please have it delivered on time, Zhao 7th said. I will await your good news. Until then, consider our deal of cooperation terminated, Sha Heng said. Fine. Zhao Seventh smiled. After their communication, Zhao Seventh smiled. He called up Zhao Lian and coldly told him, "Take our people to planet Dong Long, rob their supplies, and kill the Shura there." Zhao Lian was shocked at the sudden order and asked, "Chairman, doesn't that mean we will end up as their enemies? What will happen to our supplies in the future? They are not the only royal Shura there. If our arrangement with them comes to an end, I am sure another family will be eager to take their place." Zhao Seventh coldly smiled. Hansen ventured back into the mountains in the hopes of tracking more super creatures. Although there were many super creatures, he couldn't just go for any. Furthermore, he had to find second-generation ones, which greatly narrowed those he could deem to be appropriate targets. When will I be able to take down the Devil Blood King's shelter? There must be many second-generation super creatures in a place such as that. Hansen thought about the prospect with greed. But they were thoughts and nothing more. With his power at its current level, he knew that he would be unable to deal with so many super creatures all at once. Thoughts and fantasies of such a daring venture were all he could conjure about it. Exiting a particular valley, Hansen noticed he was leaving the mountain ranges behind him. Having searched all that time, he felt disheartened at his inability to locate a second-generation super creature. Just under 40 super geno points to go until I can max it out. Hansen was hoping to become a surpasser sometime soon, as he was too weak right now and could not compete with the elites of the Alliance. He used all the strength he possessed to take down Yu Qialan, and he had to make use of the power of the Devil Eye Spider. With it, he tricked the Shura's mind for a single moment, enough for Hansen to deliver the blow that destroyed the royal's brain. If he hadn't done that, then a victory was most certainly not an assured thing. If he became a surpasser, however, such a fight would have been easy. Killing anyone of similar strength would be a trivial accomplishment with the power he'd possess. Leaving the craggy slopes of the mountains behind him, he found himself in the midst of verdant expanses and emerald pastures. The fields were still on a bit of a slant, but they were decorated with an abundance of plants. On the grassy fields, Hansen saw a single creature chasing away a whole group of lesser creatures. They were like sheep being herded, and there were many of them. The creature that chased them had 6 legs and 2 arms. It was a curious-looking thing, and it was difficult for him to discern what it was or think of another creature that it resembled. Seeing its life force, he realized that it was a sacred blood creature. Hansen wasn't interested in killing sacred blood creatures, so he planned to fly past the ongoing kerfuffle and save himself the time and energy it would take to dispatch them. But as Hansen flew over, the silver fox leapt off his shoulder. After it landed, it took off running towards the strange monster. Little Silver hopped onto the monster and quickly electrocuted it, and seeing it do so made Hansen quite confused. Little Silver never aggressively attacked a creature of its own volition, so he was uncertain why it was doing so now. The sheep-like creatures were weird, too. Their life forces were mostly ordinary, and the strongest amongst them were mutant. Queerly, none of the creatures seemed to flee the silver fox's presence. After the silver fox slew the monster, it did not proceed to slay the sheep. Instead, all it did was gaze at them from afar. Hansen could only guess why. With a puzzled expression, Hansen went over to the silver fox and squatted by its side to watch the sheep just as his little pet did. Then Hansen saw something weird. Ordinary creatures rarely ate plants or food in general. Only the children of creatures traditionally ate plants, and they were usually super creatures. But the herd of sheep that Hansen watched graze was entirely composed of ordinary and mutant creatures. It was a curious sight, watching them lower their heads to the ground and consume grass. But aside from that one strange aspect, nothing else stood out to Hansen. For all intents and purposes, they appeared to be sheep and nothing else. "Little Silver, it is time for us to go." When Hansen told the silver fox it was time to leave, it didn't budge. All it did was continue to lie on the grass and watch the sheep. There was nothing Hansen could do about its stubborn refusal to leave, so all he did was return to the silver fox and continue watching the sheep alongside it. Although it appeared to be nothing, he started to suspect the silver fox had made a discovery of some sort, and Hansen simply hadn't yet seen it. They spent half the day watching the little creatures, and the entire time they watched, the sheep remained in the area, merrily grazing the hours away. When the sun looked about to set, the sheep began to relocate. One sheep took the lead, and it led them directly up the mountains Hansen had just come down from. The silver fox followed them, and Hansen followed the silver fox. Not long after, the sheep entered a valley that was sealed on one end. But this seemed to be where the sheep lived. The silver fox sniffed the ground all around like a little pig, which amused Hansen. But Hansen understood this behavior was abnormal for the silver fox. It only behaved like this if it had found something. Therefore, he gave it the time it needed. Is there treasure to be found here, in the mountains? Hansen bore a look of deep contemplation, but then, he saw the silver fox hasten its pace and proceed further into the valley. Hansen snapped out of his thoughts and quickly ran to catch up. The silver fox sniffed the ground all along the way, as if it were in search of something. The sheep didn't seem aggressive, and when the duo approached them, all the sheep did was run away. They watched the two that had come to their valley. It is fortunate that they live here, and there are no humans around. They'd all have been slain if humans were out and about these regions, Hansen thought to himself. Little Silver continued on its way into the deeper recesses of the valley. It seemed to have been led to the face of a cliff, and it began scraping the stone with its claws. There was a very thin crack where the silver fox was digging. Nothing, save something with the width of paper, would be permitted entry into that crack. What are we doing here? Hansen approached the wall and took a look at what the silver fox was trying to dig through. From the small crevice, a sort of liquid leaked. It looked like it was providing moisture to the plants in the area, allowing them to grow more quickly. The hasty silver fox had managed to dig a 2-meter hole into the ground. At its bottom, it opened up into a cave. It was massive, and the cavern was furnished with a grand number of stalactites. It was rather humid inside. And in there, you could also hear the constant sound of water dripping. Hansen saw much water drop from the tips of the stalactites, adding to a pool that had formed below them. The water that babbled out of the mountain must have come from this pool, but it didn't look like anything special. The silver fox approached the pool and circled it numerous times, as if he was looking for something specific. Hansen followed the silver fox, but before he joined it at the side of the pool, the silver fox turned around, showed its teeth to its master, and growled. Don't be so selfish. Even if you have located something decent, I won't steal it from you. Hansen might have said that, but it was just a lie. In his heart, he contemplated the manner in which he might steal whatever goodie the silver fox was searching for. But still, with the silver fox behaving that way, Hansen stayed his approach. He stood a small distance away and observed the silver fox, hoping to catch a glimpse of what it was searching for. Not long after, Hansen noticed the reason the silver fox had shooed him away. It wasn't because of greed, it was because there was something in the pool that was living. Little Silver was warning him. Hansen didn't realize this at first, but when the silver fox stopped to observe the pool, he noticed something was amiss. In the pool, in the direction the silver fox was looking, swam a fish. The fish wasn't very large. In fact, it was only about 10 centimeters long, and it was semi-transparent. The bones were transparent, as well, and the only way you could properly catch sight of it was by spotting its blood vessels. If you didn't peer at the water carefully and look for it that way, you wouldn't notice it existed at all. Because of the water, Hansen was unable to sense its life force. Instead, he summoned his devil eye mask and managed to espy the presence of a flame on the fish. It was its life force, and it burned as hot as any other super creatures did. That little thing is a super creature? Hansen felt a mixture of shock and confusion. The energy inside the little fish was blurry, so it was only a first-generation super creature. And since the fish did not appear to possess the elemental properties of thunder, Hansen wondered why the silver fox seemed to show so much interest. The silver fox lay down near the pool and did not move. After a while, it began circling the pool as it had when it first arrived. The little blighter almost seemed to be lost in thought. What does he want? Hansen said to himself, as he observed the silver fox. If the silver fox wanted to kill the fish, then it could have very well done so. The pool wasn't very deep, only about 3 feet deep at the very most. He could even effortlessly electrify the water with lightning, without a single worry about aquatic retaliation. Plus, Hansen was there. If the silver fox wanted to attack and felt that it needed backup, surely it knew its master wouldn't sit idly by watching it tussle with the fishy wretch all by itself. But, all the silver fox did was lie down near the pool again. It watched the little transparent fish swimming around and did nothing at all. Hansen was very curious what was going on, but there was nothing he could do. He could only wait. If he got close to the pool, the silver fox would approach Hansen and make a fearsome face. Understanding how powerful his pet had gotten, Hansen wasn't willing to take any chances with somehow invoking the ire of the silver fox. Not long after, a sheep entered the cave the silver fox had dug. It didn't seem to be afraid of people, and it strutted right over beside Hansen. When the sheep saw the pool, it bawed. It walked towards the pool as if it were thirsty and fancied a drink. Hansen thought the silver fox was going to stop it, but it didn't. It continued to lie where it was, watching the sheep quench its thirst at the pool. Hansen thought the fish might have been angry at this intrusion, but it didn't have any negative reaction. In fact, it didn't look as if the fish cared at all. It continued to swim as mellowly as it had the entire time. The sheep drank quite a bit, and once it was done, it turned around and prepared to leave. But what Hansen saw next was a most terrifying scene. The sheep's mouth began to rot, and bits of sizzling flesh fell to the ground below. To make it all the more unnerving, the sheep acted as if it had not noticed a thing. It wasn't in pain or anything, and it merely continued to trot back towards the outside as casually as it had entered. While it walked, more of its flesh fizzled away from its face, coating the cavern floor in blood. It began to happen elsewhere on its body, as goopy chunks of its flesh slid free from the bones of the sheep they once composed. It wasn't long until parts of its skeleton were exposed. The sheep continued walking to the exit, and by the time it left the cave, it was nothing but a skeleton. In a grisly, horrific mess, its organs lay scattered and strewn all about. Seeing the sheep walk outside alive, with only its bones to indicate what it was, Hansen could hardly believe his eyes. Hansen was given a cold sweat, seeing this. And now, he quickly understood why the silver fox did not want him to approach. The liquid in that pool was by no means a consumable refreshment. For the fish itself to survive inside there, it had to be a miracle. Then, from outside the cave, a chorus of bawling could be heard. Hansen quickly ran out and saw that all the other sheep were frightened and trying to avoid the sheep that was now just a skeleton. But it really did seem as if the skelly sheep hadn't noticed anything amiss, and it continued to believe it was the same as the rest of its fluffy companions. It tried following the other sheep around, unaware of why it was being avoided. As the skelly sheep followed them around, however, it wasn't long before Hansen heard something snap. Several of its bones broke, and it collapsed on the ground. What the H**ll is the water in that pool? Hansen thought to himself, in utter disbelief at the ghastly sight he had just witnessed. When he returned to look at the creepy pool, his heart pounded with fear. Hansen sniffed the air and did not notice anything that smelled amiss, so at the very least it wasn't a natural acid. It seemed as if the water came from the stalactites above. A pool had formed from the constant dripping. Hansen looked up and noticed a number of cracks inside the stalactites, indicating the water must have leaked out from inside them. But the amount of water coming from them was very little. There were 10 stalactites, and there was only 1 drop every few minutes. God only knew how many years it would have taken for the pool to be created. Little Silver, if you keep waiting here, it'll all be for nothing. If you want this fish out of the pool, don't expect it to do so by itself. Perhaps we should bang our heads together and think of a way in which we can get it out ourselves, eh? Hansen spoke to Little Silver as he continued to lie prone, watching the fish. The silver fox then turned around and looked at Hansen, as if he was expecting Hansen to suggest a plan. Use your thunder. Electrify the water, spook it out, and then grab it. Hansen suggested after a short period of thought. The silver fox looked at Hansen with disdain. It cast lightning out onto the surface of the water, but it didn't seem to do anything. It appeared as if it dissolved when it came into contact with the curious liquid of the pool. Now Hansen understood the look he had been given, realizing the lightning could not penetrate the surface of the water. What is this water, then? What makes it behave like that? Hansen was shocked. Well, that's okay. If the thunder is absorbed by the water, I'd like to see it absorb this. As Hansen's dialogue came to a close, he quickly summoned his peacock crossbow, loaded it with raw Z-steel bolts, and took aim at the fish in the pool. The silver fox's eyes opened wide and it retreated a few steps, expecting Hansen to kill the fish. Approaching the pool a little closer, Hansen corrected his aim to obtain perfect accuracy on the fish. He predicted its movement and then pulled the trigger. But when the bolt pierced the water, he somehow missed. The surface of the pool was mirror-like, giving a reflection far clearer than average water would. Therefore, the fish's position in the water was different than it appeared. The bolt missed and lodged itself inside the rocky bottom of the pool. This made Hansen feel pretty bad. The water was terrifying, and Hansen didn't think he could retrieve the Z-steel raw bolt with any modicum of ease. But he didn't dwell on it too much, but instead retrieved another Z-steel bolt and took aim at the fish once more. Hansen calculated its path and took into account the refraction of the water. Pat! The bolt pierced the water and the fish's body. Its body did not resist the flight of the bolt in the slightest, and all it did was twitch a little before flipping over dead. It died, as simple as that. Hansen froze. He did not expect the creepy fish to die so easily. There was no struggle, and it was killed with a single shot. This is not right. Hansen saw the fish floating belly up, but noticed something amiss. If he had killed the transparent blighter, then he should have received an announcement, but there hadn't been one. Is that transparent fish faking its death? Hansen watched it intently and saw the Z-steel bolt still resting embedded inside the fish's body. He didn't believe it had survived. If it was indeed faking its death, however, then how powerful or clever must the fish have been? Hansen inched his way towards the pool, and this time, the silver fox did not stop him. He summoned his flaming Rex spike and set about trying to retrieve the fish from the water. Although the fish had indeed died, the bolt proved to be too heavy, and it made the fish sink. As a result, it was going to be a finicky trial attempting to fish up the fish. Hansen placed the tip of the flaming Rex spike in the water, which caused it to fizz and produce heavy steam like water upon charcoal. The Rex spike was a powerful thing, but the weapon appeared to corrode and melt at its submerged end. Quickly, Hansen returned the weapon. Fortunately, he had only put the flaming Rex spike in by about 10 centimeters. If Hansen had put it any deeper, he was certain the entire weapon would have been destroyed. What is this? The flaming Rex spike surely cannot be any weaker than the Z-steel bolt, so why is the bolt okay and this fire-wreathed hunk of metal isn't? Does the liquid in the pool have an adverse effect when coming into contact with beast souls? Hansen then summoned a sacred blood weapon to try it out, and upon touching the water, it was immediately destroyed. When he prodded the water with another Z-steel bolt, it was okay. It did corrode ever so slightly, but very slowly. The changes were granular in comparison to what happened with Hansen's throwaway beast soul. Strange water. Hansen had much surprise in his heart, but he had an idea. Hansen brought out his Z-steel bolt and tied a rope to it. He was going to fire it at the dead fish and retrieve both the fish and bolt by pulling the rope. He only needed to pull it once. Even if the rope broke, he should be able to nab the fish before it melted. But when Hansen fired the bolt, the fish seemed to move once more. It twisted its body and evaded the bolt. The Z-steel bolt in the creature's body was starting to look awfully corroded by this point, and when the fish moved, the bolt snapped in two and broke completely. It was shaken from the fish's body and sank to the bottom of the pool to suffer a corrosive demise. The transparent fish swam in a few circles, and the arrow wound immediately healed. Not even a scar remained. It really wasn't dead. This little fish is pretty strong. Although Hansen had more Z-steel bolts, he didn't want to risk losing them to the troublesome fish. The fish had seen what the bolt could do, and now it swam around frantically. It refused to stay in one spot as it did when it was struck. It swam so fast, Hansen couldn't have hit it even if he wanted to. Hansen guessed that the fish didn't make much fuss last time because it believed that any arrow or bolt that struck the water would be useless, hence why it did not bother to dodge. Now, it knew it could be hurt, so it wasn't willing to stay still. The silver fox tilted its head and looked at Hansen. Its eyes squinted as if it was humorously mocking Hansen's failed attempts. This made the flustered master blush. If I knew things would turn out like this, I would have used the rope with the very first bolt. Hansen circled the pool, unable to come up with a solution for dealing with the fish. Hansen acknowledged that the fish was something special. If it wasn't, the silver fox wouldn't have been behaving the way it was. But if there was nothing they could do to deal with the fish, their efforts thus far would be entirely wasted. Hansen thought about filling up the pool with rocks and draining it that way, but when he dropped in one rock, the fish swung its tail and batted the rock away like a baseball. There was a big splash, too, which almost soaked Hansen. Fortunately, he was quick to react and dodge. God knew what would have happened had he not moved out of the way. F***CKU. I don't believe I cannot kill you. Hansen summoned Moment Queen and consulted her, curious to see if she could come up with a solution to his ordeal. After Moment Queen was summoned and given a description of the problem, she looked at the fish and her cold face dropped into shock. What is it? Hansen asked, noticing her reaction. Moment Queen did not answer immediately, and she looked as if she was trying to remember something. She looked at the fish in the pool again and said, when I was in the third god's sanctuary, in one of the king's shelters, he had a fish. Hansen noticed her immediately drop the tale she had begun, but his curiosity had been piqued. He wasn't too interested in the fish, but more about her herself. Moment Queen once told him she had been to the third god's sanctuary and had killed the son of a king. Now, she was telling him she had seen a fish in one of the king's shelters. If she leveled up ordinarily, how would she have received such an opportunity? And how was she left alive after slaying the son of a king? Merely being sent back to the second god's sanctuary seemed a rather tame punishment. This woman is an enigma. Moment Queen did not know what Hansen was thinking, but she decided to continue her dialogue. She said the fish was 3 feet long, and it was transparent. It looked like jade. Its back possessed 3 blood vessels, and it had the name Third Life Bonefish. Although it was a fish, it was not a creature. It was in fact a water spirit. It had the ability to turn you into a walking skeleton. However, as long as you weren't dead, eating one of those fish fixes you right up. After a pause, Moment Queen continued by saying, but Third Life Bonefish only live in their bone pools. The bone pool can melt everything, and a mere drop of the water can turn an entire living creature into walking bones. If a beast's soul touched it, it'd be gone in an instant. Nothing can survive its touch. So, you mean to tell me that this is a bone pool? And this fish is the Third Life Bonefish? Hansen asked, filled with much surprise over her revelations. It certainly looks like it, but genuine bone pools are much stronger than this. Without fitness, all it would take is the steam from such a pool to turn us into a pair of skeletons. Moment Queen eyed the fish once more and continued to say, Besides, this fish does not look like the real third life bonefish. The life force is not pure, unlike the one I used to know. Is this the bone pool and third life bonefish? Hansen asked with a frown. I don't know. If it isn't, it has to be fairly similar. Perhaps it is a subspecies? Moment Queen said. Then, how am I able to get the fish out of there? Hansen was still extremely fixated on its retrieval. Even if the creature in the pool wasn't the third life bonefish that she had spoken of, it had to be something good. And if he confirmed its identity, then he would have no choice but to get it out of the pool and slay it. It would be an educational venture. I have not learned of a way to ensnare a third life bonefish, and similar to your troubles, that all stems from the difficulty posed by the bone pool it inhabits. Moment Queen shook her head. There was a treasure in front of Hansen, but it was currently unobtainable. It was like a terrible itch. But just as Hansen frowned in contemplation, his pocket vibrated. Then, the scallop shell magically removed itself from the pocket and flew over near the pool. The fairy exited the shell, reached out her delicate hand towards Moment Queen and wiggled her index finger left and right. It was like she was saying, "You are wrong." She was visibly upset about Moment Queen's assertion of no one being able to enter the water. She flew near the pool and spat frosty air out across the surface of the water. The water in the pool began to freeze over relatively quickly. The fairy kept the icy pressure on and continued to blow frosty air until the entire pool was a block of ice. And as the water froze more and more, the fish went into a state of panic. But being unable to leave the pool, there was nothing it could do. As the water became ice, the fish's movements became slower and slower. When it had all turned to ice, the fish was trapped inside, motionless. With a cocky, boisterous face, the fairy turned to look at Hansen. Then, she turned back around and punched the ice with her fist. It shattered. As shards of ice scattered into the air and onto the ground around them, the fish was sent flying. With great speed, the fairy managed to catch the fish in her tiny hands. With the prize Hansen sought, she flew over and did circles around him. This delighted Hansen, and as he observed the fish the little fairy had obtained for him, he noticed how clean it looked. There was not a single speck of dirt nor a single minor blemish on it, and like it was a tantalizing ice lolly for a hot summer day, Hansen grabbed it eagerly. Well, the little fairy finally did something of value. It seems the time and expense I have spent treating you has finally paid off. Hansen, receiving the fish, made sure to compliment the little fairy in his typical deadpan way. The little fairy was a little full of herself following this, so she went to sit on top of Hansen's head. And as she settled down, she stuck her tongue out at Moment Queen in mockery of her inability to provide the aid that the fairy just had. You want this? Hansen put the iced fish in front of the silver fox. It nodded, then gobbled the fish up in haste. Upon its consumption, Hansen immediately noticed the silver fox's fur turning to crystal. It was quite eye-catching. Its crystallized fur fell to the ground as if it were shed, and new fur took its place. That such a small fish could provide such grand changes to the silver fox surprised Hansen. But then Hansen suddenly thought of something. Although the silver fox was aligned with the element of thunder, he did possess the ability to heal the wounds of others. With its medical licks, its healing abilities had proven useful for Hansen on numerous occasions. But he hadn't relied on the silver fox as much, ever since Hansen himself had learned how to heal through a simulation of the holy rhino's energy flow. After shooting it with the bolt, Hansen noticed that the little fish had managed to heal itself rapidly. It most likely possessed healing capabilities, which was what attracted the silver fox to it so much. After the silver fox finished evolving, it leapt up into Hansen's arms. It rubbed its head against Hansen's chest and looked ecstatic. Hansen stroked the silver fox's head, wondering why a creature with the power of thunder could also heal. It was a unique combo for the silver fox to have. I wonder where little silver came from? When I found it, it was merely an egg I discovered in a valley renowned for snakes. There aren't really any leads I can follow up on. Han Sen did not take his thoughts any further than that. Ultimately, he decided it did not matter where it came from. But in recent times, a certain uneasy feeling began to nag at him. He worried that, despite his connection with the silver fox, it really was just a creature. If it wanted to enter the third god's sanctuary alongside Han Sen, it would need a breakthrough of sorts. And even if it could ascend to the third god's sanctuary, there was no guarantee they would end up at the same shelter together. I hope our distance won't be too great. Han Sen could only hope. Luo Yin had spent much time searching for Han Sen, but had not yet been able to discover his whereabouts. He had, however, been informed of his recent appearance at a human shelter. Going there to investigate, he was still unable to locate him. All he could do after that was wait for another trail to pick up. He was very curious about Han Sen, thinking the falsified Sky Sutra was the strongest hyper-geno-art in existence. And he did not understand why Han Sen, despite sharing the family's blood, refused to learn it. Sometimes Luo Yin wished himself to be of true lineage to the Luo family, adamant in the belief of his inability of failing Luo Haitang. It was indeed a shame he was not of the Luo bloodline. He was initially a distant relative, but he was adopted by Luo Haitang and later taught the skill. I need to make Han Sen understand what he's missing out on, by not learning the falsified Sky Sutra, Luo Yin thought to himself. As Luo Yin thought this, he suddenly saw a man walk by the gate. The figure had a tall and strong body. The person had a young face, with skin that was pale and a little pink. It was the sort of face that would make any woman jealous. On the man's shoulder rested a lazy-looking silver fox, and an elephant-like lion trotted behind them. Its back was loaded with things. Han Sen. Luo Yin's eyes shone brightly, having never seen Han Sen in person before. All that he had seen were pictures and videotapes of the man. He believed that he knew Han Sen's appearance better than he did his own. Without hesitation, Luo Yin approached him. He came with one purpose, and that was to educate Han Sen in how powerful the falsified Sky Sutra really was as a skill. Han Sen, seeing Luo Yin approach, looked surprised. He recognized him from their prior encounter, when Han Sen had assumed his dollar persona. What is it? Han Sen looked at Luo Yin, who was standing in front of him. You are Han Sen? Luo Yin wasn't very fond of trouble, and neither did he like to beat around the bush. He wasn't going to waste any more time, so all he wanted to do after getting confirmation on his identity was to immediately reveal the power of the falsified Sky Sutra. Without saying another word, Luo Yin threw his hand forward in an attempt to slash Han Senator. An invisible power flew towards him, on track as if it was its fate to damage him. Han Sen immediately activated his Dongxian aura. The invisible powers he had once been unable to track could now be locked onto and followed. Reaching out his hand, he brought with it the power of thunder. He swung his fist forward, but it did not seem to connect with Luo Yin's attack at all. Pang! A bolt of lightning snapped the air as an invisible force shattered like glass, disappearing before Han Sen's eyes. Luo Yin's pupils became smaller, having witnessed his falsified sky power be blocked. He had not imagined such a thing to be possible. No way. Luo Yin could not accept this, unable to believe the powers of the falsified Sky Sutra could be prevented. Without reprieve, he moved to attack Han Sen again. But with a casual throw of his fist, Han Sen broke the next invisible force that lusted for his blood. Luo Yin's eyes were bloodshot as he madly attacked Han Sen with all his might and ferocity. It was all to no avail, however, as Han Sen effortlessly broke every single invisible force that was hurled at him. When all was said and done, he had not suffered a single scratch. He had repeatedly made use of the falsified Sky Sutra's most powerful attack, and it had not once hit Han Senator regardless of how many times he cast it. He could not even ruffle his target's clothes. Luo Yin thought Han Sen must have foresight into the future, being able to predict when, how, and where his attacks were going to come from. He believed every opportunity he could try to take advantage of would be useless due to it being foreseen by Han Sen, who had the power to control all. Impossible. Impossible. Han Sen was only blocking his attacks, not even fighting back. But Luo Yin began staggering backwards, muttering strangely as if he had just seen a ghost. His faith was collapsing, unable to believe someone of the same level could block his falsified sky power. He had never even considered such a thing could be possible. In Luo Yin's heart, the falsified Sky Sutra was the most powerful hyper-geno art in existence, and with it at his side, nothing could stop him. But the way Luo Yin perceived the world was thrown out of whack, following what he had just experienced. The falsified sky power had been blocked, useless against his foe. "You are from the Luo family?" Han Sen asked, looking at him. Luo Yin wanted to answer, but at that moment, he found himself incapable. He was suddenly overwhelmed by shame, a shame stemming from his association to the Luo family. "Well, go back. I am not from the Luo family." After Han Sen said this, he waved to Golden Growler and walked past the man who was now in shambles. Luo Yin's mouth continued to tremble, but it was still with the absence of words. He returned to the teleporter, seemingly in a daze. Luo Yin, back in the alliance, could not wait to see Luo Haitang. He was going to tell him all that had transpired with Han Sen, and he also hoped Luo Haitang could speak a few words to renew his faith in the falsified Sky Sutra. "Luo Yin, what have you been up to recently? You have been kept busy, it seems." Luo Li saw Luo Yin meandering around, absent-minded. She had never seen him in such a state, so she couldn't help but engage him in dialogue. "I saw Han Sen," Luo Yin said. "And? What happened?" Luo Li's eyes suddenly burned bright, with an eagerness to hear the result. She had witnessed the fight with Yu Qialan, and understanding his strength, she acknowledged that Luo Yin might not have been able to beat him. But she also knew Luo Yin could attack Han Sen with falsified sky powers. All it would take was one hit from their sutra's power. Luo Yin wore a complicated expression, and when he finally mustered the courage to speak again, he muttered the words, "I failed." "What do you mean you failed?" Luo Li frowned. If Luo Yin lost to Han Sen, then it wouldn't outright surprise her. But she was unsure of what he meant by telling her he failed. "I attacked him 123 times with falsified sky powers. He blocked each and every attack, not even allowing me to brush his clothing." Luo Yin's eyes were usually very clear, but now, they were cloudy and muddied with confusion. His world had been rocked by what had transpired between him and Han Sen. "What? What do you mean?" Luo Li's body trembled with what she heard. Looking at Luo Yin, her eyes sunk. She seemed even less capable of believing and accepting what had just happened. "I really didn't land a hit." Luo Yin's lips shook under the realization that the faith he had established for the past 20 years had been wholly crushed. Luo Li merely stood there in silence, looking at Luo Yin. She knew he wasn't the sort to lie or embellish a tale. And acknowledging this, hearing the results of his fight with Han Sen made her stomach churn. Luo Li tried to move her lips, but she could not bring them to produce words. Her mind was in utter disarray, and she stood in silence with bleak eyes fixed on the panicking Luo Yin. "He really blocked it?" A long time after, Luo Li was finally able to speak. This simple sentence was packed with a variety of different emotions. Luo Yin's face turned bitter as he nodded to confirm what she asked. "Come in, and tell me how he managed to block the falsified sky power." Luo Haitang's voice came from across the yard. He had heard their conversation. Luo Haitang's face looked serious. He knew Luo Yin would lose, but he never expected Han Sen would be able to block all of his attacks. Luo Yin accepted and entered the yard, a place he would only visit after receiving formal permission. The same applied to Luo Li, but she was keen to hear what exactly had transpired, so she quickly followed him in. "Give me a detailed description of what happened when you fought. Don't skip a single detail, no matter how minor," Luo Haitang told him. Luo Yin did just that, explaining to Luo Haitang everything that happened from the moment he first laid eyes on Han Sen. Luo Haiteng furrowed his brows extremely tight, whereas Luo Li's mouth was agape. She looked as if she had just heard a great legend. Han Sen had casually blocked every one of Luo Yin's 123 attacks. To Luo Li, who believed the skill was invisible and impossible to trace, what she was hearing was nothing more than a fanciful yarn that did not have a glimmer of truth or credibility to it. After Luo Yin finished his description, Luo Haiteng became silent. Losing with the falsified Sky Sutra was a fine and acceptable possibility, but to have the attacks of the skill blocked was unheard of. Not only did Luo Li and Luo Yin not believe it, but Luo Haiteng could not either. Luo Haiteng looked worried, wishing he could have seen how Han Sen had managed to block the falsified sky powers. What did little Lan teach that boy? Luo Haiteng thought this was all the work of Luo Lan. He had not and would not entertain the possibility that it had nothing to do with her. Han Sen did not consider the impact his block would have on the family. But after the fight was over, he was more than pleased with his success. It meant his vigorous practice had not been wasted. It was time well spent. Back in the Alliance, Han Sen made plans to go on Skynet and see if anyone had encountered any super creatures that would be viable for him to fight. With this information, he could return to the sanctuary and slay them. If he kept doing this, he believed he'd max out his super geno points in no time. But before he concluded his research, he received a message from Huangfu Pingqing, who he hadn't seen in a long time. She wanted Han Sen's advice, picking a beast soul in the virtual community. Han Sen still had time, and he would be free that night, anyway. So, he told her to wait for him in the virtual community. He then logged into Skynet. Beast souls could not be traded in the Alliance, but they could be used. A seller could take pictures of them and sell them in the virtual community. If the buyer and seller were in the same shelter, or were at least in close proximity, they could take a look at the beast souls in the Alliance before contacting each other to establish the trade. Little Junior, you are a big hero now. It has been difficult getting in touch with you. Huangfu Pingqing joked to Han Sen as she greeted him in the virtual community. Han Sen laughed and replied, "Yeah. If you need to see me again after today, you're going to have to start booking tickets." "What? Are you the latest, greatest exhibit in the zoo?" Huangfu Pingqing rolled her eyes. "Hey, I am a rarer sort than any animal you might find in a zoo." Han Sen laughed, then asked, "So, what beast soul are you looking to buy today?" "I have nothing particular in mind. I am just coming to see if there are any decent sacred blood beast souls worth investing in." Huangfu Pingqing grabbed Han Sen's arm and continued forward to the trading zone. "Sure." Han Sen gave her a thumbs up, appreciating the way Huangfu Pingqing made it sound as if she was going to the supermarket for groceries. Huangfu Pingqing sighed in response, though. She said, "I am not buying it for myself, I am buying it for my team. I am in charge of purchasing the beast souls, not using them. If I can experience what it feels like to spend a whole lot of money, without it actually costing me a penny, that's great. This is the best job ever. You can hire me for this task whenever you fancy," Han Sen joyously told her. "We're not hiring, sorry. I just needed an assistant to accompany me." Huangfu Pingqing smiled and then tugged Han Sen along to the trading shop. There, details of a variety of beast souls were on display. Huangfu Pingqing searched for sacred blood beast souls and clicked for more information. She was given an unfathomably large slew of data and accompanying images. Huangfu Pingqing was in an enormous human shelter, and many people were selling beast souls near her. She clicked on many different beast souls, and each time she did, she asked Han Sen for his opinion. Overall, the information he provided was lacking, and Huangfu Pingqing seemed to be doing well enough not to need him around. After browsing the trading zone, she suddenly asked Han Sen, "Are you interested in a pet fight? Is that why you asked me out?" Han Sen smiled and asked. "Little Junior, men need to feign dumbness to make women happy." Huangfu Pingqing said it in the manner of a jest, but it was a truthful admission for her. I am way past the age in which I need to please women. Hansen slumped his shoulders. In that case, you are terribly incorrect. Men should strive to please women their entire lives, Huangfu Pingqing rebutted. Let's go back to the pet match. Hansen did actually believe he needed to improve upon his lacking desire to please women. Well, in the past few years, humans have been showing a greater interest in having pet beast souls. This is especially true in the first and second god sanctuaries. When humanity began taking control of these two sanctuaries, the flesh of creatures was abundant. Over time, there were far more free resources available to feed pet beast souls. That's how things have gotten to where they are now. Huangfu Pingqing stopped, smiled, and then continued. The primary reason they have gotten so popular of late, however, is you. Your angel pet has made many factions turn their focus and attention to the raising of pets. That being said, the strongest type of pets they have been able to achieve are berserk sacred blood types. And even those are very rare, even for the big factions. Then what is up with the pet matches? Hansen did not want to discuss his little angel. The Donglin Company focuses on pet beast souls the most, and in the past few years, people have been buying incredible numbers of pet beast souls. With the increase in demand, their worth has tripled. It's showing no sign of slowing down either. The prices are still rising, and it is the Donglin Company that is to blame. She looked at Hen and continued, recently, they have been having pets fight in the alliance. Very good prizes are offered to those who are in first place, and the exclusive Donglin medicine that is not available for sale is a frequent item up for grabs. And, well, I need that medicine. You want me to win that medicine for you? Hansen looked at Huangfu Pingqing and asked. With your angel pet, I don't think anything can rightly stop you from winning. Huangfu Pingqing smiled at Han Senator. She blinked and fluttered her eyelids to attract him, and then continued by saying, of course, I couldn't ask this of you for free. Whatever you desire, I can satisfy you. Hansen smiled wryly and said, Senior, I would really like to help, but why would Donglin even allow me to join? They would be giving the prize out for free. Surely they are not that dumb. You are wrong. Donglin themselves want you to join, and that is partly why I came looking for you. Huangfu Pingqing responded with immediacy. Hansen was shocked, thinking something was amiss. There was most certainly something he had not been told. The people at Donglin were not dumb, so why would they allow Hansen to accept a big prize so easily? They would be handing out free stuff. This must be a conspiracy. Hansen was firm in the belief this was not normal, and something was going on behind the scenes. This is a match that takes place in the alliance. No matter how brave the Qi family is, they wouldn't attack you in public. Are you afraid of them? Huangfu Pingqing pulled out a pamphlet of information and continued by saying, take a look at what you can receive by winning. Hansen took a look at the list, and there were impressive rewards on offer for the top 10 that took part. You'd get even more if you were in the top 5. The person in first place would receive a ridiculous number of goodies. There was plenty of that special medicine that was not available for sale, including a type that had a limited run and was special even to members of Donglin. Having prizes as things that could not be bought with money was quite fantastic. If you do win first place, I genuinely hope you can sell me those beast pills. Name your price, Huangfu Pingqing said. I'll need to sleep on it. I'll give you my answer sometime in the next couple of days. Hansen saw the first place prizes and was shocked, thinking they were far too good. If that medicine was available for general sale, many would buy it for exorbitant prices. Hansen had even wanted some of that medicine before, as well, but the opportunity to get it had never come around. After all, it could not be bought with money. And you would need the right timing. What is wrong with that guy in Donglin? It is so obvious he seeks to offer this stuff to me for free. After Huangfu Pingqing left, Hansen started thinking about what was truly going on with this proposed pet fight. When Hansen returned, he asked around. The general consensus was that no one really knew what Dong Lin was doing by allowing his participation. Is Dong Lin really going to be this nice? Hansen struggled to believe they would. No matter which way you look at it, and provided it isn't a trap, then they are being nice. Otherwise, they simply wouldn't let you participate in the pet fights, Ji Yanran said. Do you think there is an ulterior motive to this kindness of theirs? Is it a conspiracy? Hansen looked at Ji Yanran with concern. I don't know, but the match has been arranged to take place in the Central Galaxy. It won't be hosted in Donglin itself, so there is nothing the Qi family can do. Ji Yanran wasn't really sure what to make of it either. If there was a conspiracy, there was no way they would dare do something aggressive towards Hansen in the alliance. That was, unless they had lost their minds and gone completely insane. Even if they didn't care about the fact that he was the president's son-in-law, getting the Luo family mad would lead to the Donglin company being destroyed in a single day. Are you going to go? Ji Yanran looked at Hansen and asked. Yes, of course. Why would I turn down some free goodies? If the matches really are taking place in the Central Galaxy instead of Donglin, then there is nothing to be afraid of. Hansen laughed. Well, be careful. That man in Dongling is not soft, Ji Yanran reminded him. Okay. Hansen nodded, but his mind was already adrift. He was pondering how he might split up the prize medicine he'd win. He needed some more Geno creation pills, as the silver fox had eaten them all. Therefore, it was about time he restocked. Hansen booked a holiday to the Central Galaxy and went to visit his mother and father-in-law. He had dinner with Ji Ruozhen, and after they finished, they had a discussion about the pet matches. Ji Ruozhen guessed Dong Lin meant no harm and were being sincere, hence why they were hosting the event elsewhere. It was a place they did not have exclusive control of. Maybe the Qi family would like a favor off you, Ji Ruozhen said. Then, he continued, but that is only a guess. Regardless of how things may seem, exercise caution and be careful when you go there. Hansen gestured in agreement, and Ji Ruozhen continued his dialogue. The match starts tomorrow. This will be your first time in the Central Galaxy, yes? Ji Qing will be there, so allow her to be your tour guide. Wait, the Ji Qing who slew a super creature? Hansen was surprised. Yes, and she wants to see you. She has wanted to for a while, but she has been unable to see you due to your commitments to the army. Now seems a fitting time. Ji Ruozhen paused for a brief moment, then went on to say, but this girl is really quite arrogant. If she offends you in any way, don't take it to heart. Hansen confirmed his understanding. Even if she was arrogant and offensive, Hansen wouldn't bother picking a fight with a little girl. But when Hansen saw Ji Qing, he was wrong. She was not a young person, as he suspected. She looked more mature than Ji Yanran, and she was beautiful and charming. Little Qing, treat Hansen well. This is his first time in the Central Galaxy, so make sure to hit the hotspots and show him around. Ji Ruozhen smiled warmly at Ji Qing as he bid the request. Do not worry, uncle. I will treat him well. Ji Qing smiled back. Brother-in-law, let's go. Ji Qing walked in front of Hansen and smiled. Hansen followed her out and was led to an aircraft. She hopped into the pilot's seat and asked him to step in. Little Qing, are you driving this? Hansen thought a renowned member of the family such as her would have bodyguards by her side, or at least a chauffeur for a pilot. Who else? Ji Qing asked Hansen as she started up the engine. I thought you'd have a bodyguard or something, Hansen said. This is the Central Galaxy, and there are robotic spies everywhere you look. They have guns that can nail targets a great distance away, with an accuracy metric of millimeters. If anyone posed a threat, they'd hit the ground dead within 10 seconds. Ji Qing smiled and launched the aircraft. Is there anywhere specific you'd like to go? Ji Qing asked Hansen as she flew the craft. It's my first time here, so I don't know what's on the menu. Why don't you decide on where we should go? And once we're done, take me back, Hansen said. I can't do that. Uncle told me to treat you well, so how about I take you someplace fun? Ji-Ching had an enigmatic smile as she turned the aircraft in another direction and accelerated. When he saw her smile, Hansen knew it wouldn't be long before he found himself in trouble that night. She was obviously cooking up a devious scheme. But Hansen did not mind too much, and so he placed his gaze on what he could see out the windows. The starscapes in the central galaxy were different and incredibly beautiful. This was his first time seeing such vistas, and so the sights were particularly special to him. Hansen pointed at things he did not know about and asked about them. Ji-Ching answered everything but felt a little uncomfortable. Ji-Ching thought herself to be the first person to slay a super creature and obtain a life geno-essence, and she believed Hansen to be the second. But now, whenever people discussed super creatures and life geno-essences, they thought about Han Senator. It seemed as if everyone had forgotten she was the first, which made her a little upset. Furthermore, she had heard many people in her own family gush praise and compliments towards Han Senator. It made her a little envious, hence her eagerness to meet the Thunder Thief. She wished to see how smart he was. If Hansen was as smart as everyone was saying, she would have felt better about things. But right now, Hansen was behaving like a curious child. He didn't look half as powerful as people were saying. She felt it was unfair to have her reputation and limelight stolen by a guy such as him. Of course, she knew she couldn't judge someone through this alone. Therefore, she had prepared something to gauge Hansen's true power. She wasn't going to fight Hansen herself, as she wasn't even an evolver yet. She knew Hansen had recently beat Yu Qialan, but she believed she was only a few levels below Han Senator. If she became an evolver, she believed she'd be stronger than him. For him to beat Yu Qialan was nothing. But right now, Ji-Ching had prepared something a lot more fun for Hansen. Thinking of that, she couldn't keep the weird smile from creeping across her face. Her eyes squinted queerly. Soon after, the aircraft landed atop a large skyscraper. Hansen and Ji-Ching sat at a table face to face. Many people bid passing greetings to her, indicating her familiarity and popularity with the people there. When Hansen looked around, he noticed a battle stage. Two people were currently atop it, in a friendly bout of black and white boxing. Ji-Ching was very good at black and white boxing. It was something that helped train your psychological fortitude, and it wasn't something won by outright strength alone. For power in that game, your mind had to be strong. If it wasn't, you'd be carrying an unloaded gun. Since Ji-Ching was good at this, she brought Hansen in the desire of testing his mind. Sister Ching, it has been a while since you last visited. And you brought a man with you, is he your new boyfriend? My, you go through them quickly. A stylish young man approached and seemed to be quite close with her. He immediately sat down and spoke to her casually. Tu Bin. Do not talk such rot. This is my brother-in-law, Han Senator. You must have heard of him, yes? He is the big hero that defeated the royal Shuri Yu Qialan. He is not like you. When Ji-Ching said that, she conveyed a certain amount of seriousness, but it was betrayed by lively eyes that suggested a smile. Tu Bin was the son of a boss of a financial department someplace. His style exuded the look of a young gangster, but it was far from his true identity. He was rather famous in the realm of black and white boxing, and he was only slightly inferior to Ji-Ching. Tu Bin and Ji-Ching's relationship was not as close as one might suspect, however. They had no personal conflict with each other, but they frequently came here to spar and battle against each other with a mutual respect. They did not hate each other, but they fought frequently. They never battled elsewhere, just here to help each other become better at this specific sport. Beyond the confines of this area, they did whatever two young friends might get up to. Ah, you are the big hero Han I've heard about? My apologies. It was difficult to discern whether Tu Bin's words were sincere or possessed undertones of sarcasm. Yes, so, presuming you have no other business to take up with me, I suggest you go elsewhere. Do not disturb me right now, Ji Qing plainly told Tu Bin. If you came here alone, I would most certainly remove myself from your presence. But today, Hero Han has come. If I did not ask him to practice with me, that would be a shameful missed opportunity. Tu Bin then turned to look at Han Sen and continued, Hero Han, would you like to provide me some tips? Nah, I haven't played this game in a long time, Han Sen casually said. Tu Bin looked ready to say something, but he was interrupted by sudden loud noises coming from beyond a doorway. It looked like something was underway. What's that ruckus all about? Tu Bin asked, wanting to keep talking to Han Senator. No one replied. The people who came to this place were typically quite young. Although Tu Bin had quite a background, there were a lot more people with far greater histories behind them. Han Sen and Ji Qing looked to where the noises came from, and they noticed a lot of people had gathered to chant someone's name. There were so many people, Han Sen wasn't sure what was going on. He activated his Dongxian aura in a bid to learn more. What he saw surprised him. It was all started by one person, and that person was Yi Dongmu. He had actually come to this place, and he looked quite popular, too. This is not fair. Why are handsome men so popular everywhere? Han Sen's heart felt betrayed. He was a hero, but no one really seemed to recognize him. Yet Yi Dongmu was receiving all the attention in the world. These thoughts did not immediately leave Han Sen's mind either. It didn't feel right, so he touched his cheek and thought, it's not right. I am handsome. I must look better than that Yi Dongmu, but why am I not receiving his treatment? Do people just love a miserable emo more than they do a genuinely beautiful man? As Han Sen contemplated all this, Ji Qing and Tu Bin stood up. They too looked excited, seeing Yi Dongmu ascend the battle stage. Little Qing, what are you looking at? Han Sen asked Ji Qing. I am looking at Yi Dongmu. Who else would I be looking at? Ji Qing said, as she started walking forward to take a seat closer to the stage so she could watch Yi Dongmu perform. Is he that good a person to look at? Han Sen was genuinely confused. Although Han Sen was willing to admit Yi Dongmu was a little handsome, others were keen to suggest Yi Dongmu might be more handsome than he himself. And that was too much for Han. Senator Ji Qing was a renowned lady of the Ji family, too. There was no way she'd regress into another member of the Yi Dongmu fangirl horde, was there? Ji Qing opened her mouth, but did not say anything. Tu Bin looked annoyed by what Han Sen asked and said, Hero Han, you may have beat the Shura and shone a light on the alliance, but I do not advocate or appreciate what you have just asked. Yi Dongmu is a god to the people of this martial hall. He beats everyone in the central galaxy and never, ever loses. You may be strong, but in black and white boxing, I don't think you stand a chance against Yi Dongmu. Only someone like Dollar could do that. Ji Qing was going to say something, but he covered all the bases for her and she agreed with every last word. If the ordinary elites in the martial hall could not beat Han Sen, there was little to gain. But if Han Sen went up against Yi Dongmu and defeated him, his true strength would most certainly be revealed. That would prove a thing or two to Ji Qing. Naturally, however, Ji Qing did not believe Han Sen could defeat Yi Dongmu. She only wanted to gauge his strength in comparison to the others. But Ji Qing squinted her eyes and smiled. She said, Tu Bin, I am not fond of what you just said. My brother-in-law can beat a royal shura, so I'm sure he can beat Yi Dongmu. Ji Qing did not say this in earnest. In her heart, she said to herself, I am sorry Yi Dongmu, I have no choice. I do support you, but if I am to get Han Sen to reveal his true strength, he must go up against you. When Tu Bin heard this, he became infuriated. Yi Dongmu was not only his friend but a god to the place. Tu Bin merely stood up, clapped his hands, and shouted, Quiet. Everyone quiet. Everyone looked in his direction, unsure of what was happening. Someone who was friendly with Tu Bin interrupted the sudden silence and asked, Tu Bin? Tu Bin, what the hell? Tu Bin then jumped on top of a chair. He pointed his finger at Ji-ching and said, "Our Ji family lady, Ji-ching, just said her brother-in-law, this Han-sen, the big hero Han who beat the royal Shuryu Chelan, could beat our god in black and white boxing." Boo! Boo noises erupted all across the room, with not a single speck of support for Han-sen. Han-sen's face remained emotionless, looking at Tu Bin. He thought the young men around him were rather interesting, as they were all considered high class in the alliance. They might not have all belonged to the same factions, but as was displayed by Lee Dong-mu, an individual's power was respected. This principle kept things simple. "Hero Han, do you dare challenge our god?" Tu Bin was very confident in Lee Dong-mu's abilities, so he established the proposition of a battle against Lee Dong-mu on his behalf. Ji-ching was sneakily happy at the reaction her comment incited, as this was what she hoped would happen. Her trick had worked, and now, she could bear witness to Han-sen's true power. Many others were overjoyed at the prospect of what had been proposed, as many people would have liked to see what would occur in a battle between Han-sen and Lee Dong-mu. Han-sen had beaten Yu Qialan in a fight and had made the alliance look good, which had established Han-sen as something of a hero. If there was one thing that united humanity, it was a common enemy, and at this point in time, that enemy was more often than not the Shura. But with the Shura out of the picture for the time being, although Han-sen was still regarded as a hero, the desire for humans to fight amongst themselves was always prone to crop up. When not united, families resegregated and factions re-established their borders. The people who did not like Han-sen, and those who opposed or did not like the Ji family, cared little for his recently achieved status as hero. Amidst everyone's joy, Lee Dong-mu approached. At his movement, all fell silent. Lee Dong-mu's personality was rather quiet, and he excelled in the realm of assassination skills. He was generally a cold person, and being close with him was difficult due to his chilly disposition. Everyone who was present knew about him and admired him, but few personally spoke with him. And now, everyone watched Lee Dong-mu approach Han-senator. They thought Lee Dong-mu was ready to challenge Han-sen, and so their excitement began to simmer. The people there all believed Lee Dong-mu was the strongest, but with Han-sen having just beaten a royal Shura, they knew he was an opponent who should not be underestimated. Whatever was about to occur, one thing was for certain, it would be a crazy fight. Ji-ching was supremely excited, just as the rest were. The palms of her hands were sweaty with anticipation. Being able to see Lee Dong-mu personally challenge another was an extremely rare occurrence, and it had only happened once over the course of the past few years. Only the enigmatic dollar received his request. Seeing Lee Dong-mu approach Han-sen, everyone perked their ears and leaned a little closer to hear what might be spoken. Ji-ching's eyes were open wide, watching Lee Dong-mu himself approach her. In her heart, she said to herself, "Come on, God. Beat him. I know you can do it. Beat him badly." She watched as Lee Dong-mu and Han-sen locked gazes, anticipating the big fight that was just waiting to be started. But Lee Dong-mu only sat down next to Han-sen, and when he turned to look at him, said, "When did you get here?" "Today," Han-sen answered. "Do you have time?" Lee Dong-mu asked. "Yeah." Han-sen nodded. "Do you want to come over to my place? I've been practicing something new, and it'd be great if you could come check it out for me." After saying this, Lee Dong-mu stood up. "Little Ching, you hang around for a while longer. I have to take off." Han-sen smiled to Ji-ching and left the place alongside Lee Dong-mu. Han-sen was aware of Ji-ching's game and considered it childish, not wanting to play any part in her schemes. Things were always much quieter with Lee Dong-mu, a person whose company he vastly preferred. He didn't enjoy hanging around noisy kids, and someone like Lee Dong-mu was mature and not into playing silly games or talking nonsense. Seeing Han-sen and Lee Dong-mu walk out together, Ji-ching froze. And she wasn't the only one either. Many of the other young people who had gathered were all in shock, as well. Han-sen was the first person they had seen Lee Dong-mu invite to join him someplace else. And what's more, Lee Dong-mu had asked Han-sen to personally review a new skill he had been practicing. Lee Dongmu was lacking faith in a skill, and he asked Hansen for advice. People were quite shocked. Jiqing was numbed for half the day. She had only wanted Lee Dongmu to gauge Hansen's power for her. Her mind was a vortex of confusion, trying to grasp how powerful Hansen might have been if he was going to teach Lee Dongmu something. "Wait for me, I'm coming with you," Jiqing said when her mind returned. A thought had entered her mind. If she followed Hansen, that meant she could visit Lee Dongmu's house. Jiqing ran really fast to catch up, no longer caring for her previously established look of an elegant lady. Tu Bin, seeing Jiqing run, went after her, too. He knew he had messed up, doing what he did. He was Lee Dongmu's friend, but he had not known Hansen was his friend, also. He had tried to put them at odds, to go against each other. For this, he was feeling much regret. "Brother Sen, I am sorry. I did not know you were acquainted with Lee Dongmu," Tu Bin pleaded with visible guilt. "That's okay. For old E to have a friend like you is rather fortunate." Hansen smiled. The foursome boarded Lee Dongmu's aircraft, and he flew them over to his private training ground. Lee Dongmu was not fond of chatting, so he didn't say much on their travel. When they arrived at his training place, he and Hansen did not take their time in starting the practice. They had done this many times before, and so a verbal exchange was hardly necessary. Just like before, when Lee Dongmu attacked, Hansen was able to block and explain to him exactly what the problem was. As they went at it, Jiqing and Tu Bin watched them, frozen, almost unable to believe how much Hansen was like a coach. Jiqing felt so embarrassed over her prior ploy of trying to get Hansen and Lee Dongmu to butt heads and fight each other. Of course, others thought much too highly of their relationship. Lee Dongmu believed Hansen to be his mirror image. It was easy to spot the flaws of others, but acknowledging and correcting your own was always a trial. Therefore, finding someone you could consider your mirror image was very fortunate. But if you weren't on the same level, you couldn't be a mirror image. This was just like Boya Ziqi. People had to be on the same level as you to acknowledge and understand your flaws. Jiqing and Tu Bin were not on his level yet, and so they did not understand this concept. They merely believed Hansen had a simple power advantage, and that made him a suitable coach to teach and train Lee Dongmu. And that student, the revered Lee Dongmu they cherished, was listening like a little child. They could hardly believe this was the cold and cool Lee Dongmu they had practically worshipped moments before. "Is my brother-in-law that strong?" Jiqing observed Hansen with a complicated expression, not daring to underestimate him as she had earlier. After a while of watching them work, she started to believe Hansen really was brilliant. Lee Dongmu's practice of assassination skills put much focus on one's mental fortitude, and for Hansen to challenge it without an issue was remarkable. It showed her how frightening a foe he could be. Brother-in-law is so cool, Jiqing thought. Jiqing returned from Lee Dongmu's place with an altered perception of Hansen. "Brother-in-law, if you ever find the time, please teach me something." Jiqing believed Hansen must have been a very powerful person to have Lee Dongmu request his assistance in training, and then to point out every mistake he was able to notice. One could learn many things from practicing with Hansen. Perhaps, in the future. For now, the pet battles will begin soon and I must prepare. Although Jiqing was a beautiful lady, Hansen wasn't very fond of her. It was not difficult to find someone who was your mirror image in this world. What was most difficult to find was a firm heart. Few people could listen to others pointing out their flaws. Jiqing was not Lee Dongmu, and she might not have had the patience and understanding to listen to and follow the guidance he could provide. If she could not accept her flaws and work to eliminate them, she would not improve. There was also the chance she might have ended up doubting herself, something that could lead to an entirely different problem. Hansen knew much about Lee Dongmu, and their mutual respect went beyond simple friendship. It took something special to accept the constant revealing of flaws, so Hansen wasn't willing to offer this manner of training to just anyone. If Lee Dongmu was only a good friend and nothing more, he wouldn't do this for him. The concept dates back to the ancient Emperor Li Shimin. He said Wei Jing was a mirror image of himself, and the emperor sought for him to expose all of his flaws. But in the end, he could not accept the admonition. The hate that had swollen up inside Li Shimin grew over time, and when Wei Jing finally died, Li Shimin dug up and desecrated his body. Not everyone could handle the truth, and this included Han Senator. Unless it was a very special person, he wouldn't say too many truths. Ji Qing was not fond of what he said, and so she told him, "There is nothing to prepare for. You have a super pet, so you'll definitely win, won't you?" I don't think Dong Lin and the Qi family are willing to just hand over such generous rewards. I think something big is set to go down, and so I need to prepare just in case. Quickly, Han Sen said goodbye and returned to his room. He was going to go back to the sanctuary the next day and return when the matches were about to begin. He wasn't keen on having his little auntie hanging around and annoying him much longer. Back in the sanctuary, Han Sen continued playing with his gourd. His eyes did not rest still for a moment, as he had received some information indicating the presence of a nearby super creature. He left in search of the creature, interested in taking a look at it before the pet fights began. After walking for a while, he saw a white male deer trotting across a moor. He was overjoyed, for this was the super creature that he had been told about. The white deer approached, and so Han Sen used his Dongxian aura to scan it. His joy elevated even more upon learning it was a second-generation super creature. I am far too lucky today. A solo second-generation super creature, huh? I am going to be rich. Han Sen was delighted, so he summoned the little angel and Moment Queen. With his flaming Rex spike in hand, he ran quickly towards the deer. The white deer, when it saw Han Sen, began to run. It ran so fast it was like white lightning, and so Han Sen commanded Moment Queen to prevent its hasty departure. She teleported right in front of the white deer and punched it crudely, knocking it down to the ground. The little angel flew in front of the white deer and cleaved it with her greatsword, slicing a nasty cleft across its back. With the cascade of blood that flowed out, its previously white fur became red. Han Sen joined them in front of the white deer, planning to slit its throat. But just as he was about to, the white deer appeared to beg Han Sen for its life. It didn't look harmful, and it didn't seem as if it wanted to attack. It looked frightened, and all it did was plead for mercy. Is this really a super creature? Han Sen used his Dongxian aura to take a look and confirm that it was indeed a second-generation super creature. But why does it not resist me, and lash back at its attackers? Han Sen did not yet make a move, and all he did was frown. If it was a murderous monster, he would have slaughtered it already. With the white deer not having fought back, it seemed like a harmless sheep, and he felt bad at the prospect of killing it. Moment, should I kill it? Conflicted, Han Sen turned to Moment Queen. Not wanting to be responsible for its death, he wished for her to kill it on his behalf. To pretend that its death would not be on his hands so he could feel better about it. In simpler words, he would be lying to himself. Han Sen truly did not want to kill such a harmless creature, but he didn't want to let it go and hinder his own personal development. The super geno points it could provide would further the progression of Han Sen's evolution. Moment Queen looked at the white deer and said to Han Sen, "Well, if you can spare it, spare it. Return it to Moment's shelter." Why? Han Sen furrowed his eyebrows and looked at Moment Queen, believing she did not have what it took to slay the helpless creature, either. What use would a creature be in a shelter if it could not fight but could only run away? It would not be able to guard or even call out for aid. Moment Queen looked at the deer and said, "If I am not mistaken, this deer possesses luck. It may look useless, but it provides good fortune to those in its proximity." What? Couldn't you have told me that sooner? Han Sen immediately put on a smile and moved in front of the deer. He squatted down beside it and used his holy light to heal its wounds. "It was a misunderstanding, my dear. Do not take it to heart and harbor ill sentiments. I love animals and I am a pacifist, believe it or not. I go on protests and everything. Come with me, I will treat you well. Hansen kept healing the deer, waxing lyrical without a care over whether or not it understood what he was telling it. Hansen was well aware of the benefits luck could provide. With good luck, there was a higher chance of obtaining beast souls. And that was important. People like Wang Yuhang, born into a state of constant misfortune, struggled terribly. Little ever happened to improve their luck. With this deer in his shelter, Hansen's luck was most likely only going to improve. It wasn't easy to track or trace a creature such as this, and even when they found it, pursuing it was difficult. Moment Queen had no choice but to use her teleportation to stop it from getting away. It would have most likely been impossible for any other person or super creature to catch up with it. After Hansen healed the white deer, it appeared very tame. It did not run off again, but merely stood where it was. Alright, let's go to Moment Shelter. Hansen decided to end his hunt for more super creatures and instead returned the deer to Moment Shelter. He thought the deer might run off if they did not return at once. Furthermore, the pet battles were soon to commence, and Hansen could not waste any time or stray too far. Back in Moment Shelter, Hansen was able to put the white deer at ease. It didn't look like it was going to run off, so that took a load off his mind. It was almost time now, and so Hansen quickly packed. He returned to the Alliance and prepared to join the matches. I want to see what the hell the Chi family is up to. Hansen looked at his beast soul and then smiled. The stadium that hosted the pet matches could seat 500,000 attendees. The turnout was even larger than expected, however, and it wasn't long before all the seats were taken. Fortunately, Hansen had been invited to compete in the matches directly, and did not have to compete in the knockout stages for eligibility in the final competition. Being given a slot in the top 100 saved him much time. Hansen was surprised to see Qi Xiuwen as the primary host. He was equally surprised to see that not many of the Qi family were attending, and there were only a few surpassers present. With such a gathering surrounding him, Hansen felt as if he didn't have to fear anything the Qi family might try. Does the Qi family truly have a favor they wish to ask of me? Hansen frowned, still feeling uneasy over the entire affair. If there was something the Qi family wanted, they could have sought him out in private. There was no need for them to go to such lengths and make such a big fuss. When Hansen came out, he summoned the little angel and commanded her onto the stage. When the audience saw Hansen arrive with his little angel, there was much screaming. Many people had come solely so they could see the little angel with their own eyes. The ordinary people of the audience did not know about the history of the little angel, so when they laid eyes upon the beautiful humanoid pet for the first time, they were rightfully taken aback. The little angel beat her first opponent with ease. She laid waste to the opposition effortlessly, but under Hansen's command, she didn't destroy their beast souls. This was just a friendly match in a spirited competition, so there was no need to harbor a grudge or take things too far. There was no need to kill the beast souls of others. Old Han, your pet is awesome. While Hansen rested in between matches, many people came to see them. Many of them wished to get a closer look at the little angel. Something is wrong, Hansen thought. Is the Qi family using my little angel as a way to attract greater numbers of people? If so, what benefits might they earn? More money from ticket sales? Greater amounts of beast soul sales? Even so, the money they'd get would not cover the cost of the prizes they want to hand out, Hansen mulled. When finished, Hansen got up and left the sitting room. He wanted to observe the other matches that were taking place and see what other pets were being used. Hansen, upon seeing them all, thought one stood out in particular. It was a black, heavily armored pangolin pet. When he saw it, his eyes sparkled with desire and understanding. That's why. The Qi family really did think this through. They have used my super pet as an advertisement. Well played. Hansen coldly laughed in his heart. But at the same time, Hansen was surprised. He had unearthed the true purpose of the Qi family's supposed charity. The pangolin beast soul was very powerful. It didn't show its true strength yet, but it managed to beat a sacred blood creature with ease. Most people believed it to be a berserk sacred blood pet, but it wasn't. Its life force was greater than what a berserk sacred blood pet could achieve. Although it wasn't as strong as a super creature, its power was still quite scary. It was far more powerful than an ordinary berserk sacred blood pet. After this particular beast soul showed up and displayed its prowess, Hansen knew exactly what was going on. Dong Lin became famous through the creation of genomedicine. Their geno creation pill was something even the silver fox loved, and not only that, it was something that seemed to benefit the silver fox quite a bit. It looked like Dong Lin had created another type of medicine to make pet beast souls even stronger. They definitely wanted to try this amped-up pet of theirs against the little angel. If a sacred blood pet could fight a super pet and not lose too badly due to a new type of medicine, the medicine would be much sought after. Not to mention that the pangolin was already crushing other sacred blood pets along the way. After the competition was over, Dong Lin would most likely announce their new pet medicine. It would be a remarkable advertisement ploy, and the money they'd rake in would be unfathomable. Hansen believed the medicine would take a long time to take effect, though. As a result, such a product needed an effective advert to sell it. Plus, it was highly likely Dong Lin would sell the medicine at a high price. But for something that would allow a person's pet to challenge super creatures, countless people would be willing to cough up the fee. That's smart, Hansen said to himself. Although Dong Lin offered a brilliant prize for those who came first, it was almost as if it served as payment for Hansen being manipulated into advertising for them. And as enticing as the prizes were, he didn't like the fact he had been used. Do they think they can get away with using my little angel by offering me a measly prize? They are too naive. As disgruntled as he now was, Hansen thought he should still give the Qi family a chance to correct their mistake. He looked up Qi Shouwen's phone number and gave him a call. When he received the call, Qi Shouwen was watching a match. With a frown, he answered it. Leader Han, what can I do you for? Although Qi Shouwen was one of Hansen's subordinates, he didn't like him very much. If the Dong Lin Company wishes to use my pet as an advertisement, the least they could do is consult me for my asking price. Hansen said, not beating around the bush. How does he know what we have sought to do? His face changed, and so he smiled and said, Leader Han, we are having a pet contest. It is only natural that we advertise and make our company heard. But we offer high prizes, and such is the cost of business. I am giving you one chance right now to pay me a suitable fee. If you don't pay me, don't blame me for any unfortunate accidents that might soon occur, Hansen coldly said. Qi Shouwen forced a smile and said, Leader Han, if there is anything you ever need, you know you can tell me. And I will help you achieve your desires, to the best of my abilities. Hansen acknowledged Qi Shouwen's attempt at shirking. Understanding he wasn't going to be serious with him, Hansen said, I don't need your help. Instead, I am helping you. Think about it, would you? After that, Hansen concluded the call and hung up. Qi Shouwen's face drooped with immediate worry, and in a great haste, he contacted his father. Father, Hansen knows what we are up to. What should we do? Should we pay him? Qi Shouwen asked. Ignore him. We have already started advertising the pet medicine, so we no longer have need of him. The pangolin only needs to perform well in its fight against the super pet, and once it does, our plans will have fully succeeded. The cold voice came from the other end of the communicator. What if we don't pay him and he quits? Qi Shouwen said. We have already begun advertising. If he quits now, people will believe he feared our sacred blood pet that consumed the pills. If we win first place, it will achieve the same effect. He has already joined the competition, so whatever happens next is up to him, though nothing will change on our end either way. The voice was very confident. It was cold and resolute. Han Sen's communicator did not stop ringing, and the number of calls were overwhelming. They mostly came from good friends. Diligently, Han Sen answered them all, and each caller had contacted Han Sen to tell him about a new pet pill Dong Lin had created. They wanted to warn him. Han Sen appreciated their concerns and told them that he had already uncovered their ploy and that he was going to sort things out his way. Han Sen, if you want to quit, I won't mind. I don't expect you to uphold the deal. The last call he picked up was from Huangfu Pingqing. It's useless. If I back out now, Dong Lin can announce I feared their new creation and the results they achieve will be the same, Han Sen said coldly. Dong Lin was already advertising their creation, so they did not want to make any sort of deal with Han Senator. If they were willing to cut a deal, they wouldn't have gone ahead with their promotion. I have an idea, though. There are still a few matches to go before the finale. Before that, you will face a few sacred blood pets. You need to feign weakness against them, and make it appear as if they are doing well in the fight. When you go against Dong Lin's pet and give it your all, and it does last quite a bit, it won't be so obvious or pronounced to spectators, Huangfu Pingqing said. Han Sen shook his head and said, all the bigwigs of the alliance are watching. They will stare at me intently, and that will make the pet pill even more famous. Then what do we do? Huangfu Pingqing had exhausted all her ideas for a solution, and she was feeling guilty. She felt partly responsible for the situation Han Sen had found himself in, as she was the one who invited him to the competition in the first place. Han Sen smiled and said, it's all right. I will go into the match and do what I always do. You will continue the fights? Huangfu Pingqing wasn't sure what he was implying. Han Sen did not thoroughly explain. All he told her next was, yes, I will do as I have always done. There is no need for another solution. I am going to call Yanran and put her at ease, too. After he hung up, he called Ji Yanran and spoke with her for a while. The matches were still ongoing, so after the call was done, Han Sen went to watch. The pangolins matches were drawing quite a bit of attention, and everyone was keen to learn of how effective the new Dong Lin pet pills were. When the pangolin entered the battlegrounds, everyone looked at it. Its opponent this time was a sacred blood bear. The bear could not compete against the pangolin at all, and it wasn't long before its entire body was shredded with countless lacerations and other wounds. The pangolin just kept on attacking without reprieve, not giving the bear a single moment to fight back. In under half an hour, the master of the bear threw in the towel. He did not want his sacred blood pet to be destroyed. After this match, many people had nothing but praiseworthy things to say about the pangolin, and they all looked at it fondly. If it really was the effect of the pet pills, then the product truly did seem worth the cost. Of course, the pets it had challenged so far were not enough to convince the bigwigs. They were still anticipating the fight between the pangolin and the little angel. If it could not beat a super pet, then who would spend a fortune to purchase such medicine? People would spend their money on the pills in order to slay super creatures. If it wasn't effective enough, then it'd be pointless for people to purchase, and they would be better off sticking with a bunch of ordinary sacred blood pets. After Han Sen watched the pangolin's most recent fight, he nodded. The stuff Dong Lin had created really did impress Han Sen. Raising a pangolin was a good choice for their display, as well. Pangolins naturally had a high defense, and their shells could certainly block a few early strikes from a super creature. After the enhancements provided by the pet pills, their shells grew even stronger. Even the little angel would be unable to break it open. If it withstood a few of the little angel's attacks, the audience go wild, and the medicine would be perceived much more favorably. Not many humans had the means to block the attack of a super creature. A sacred blood pet like that would be useful in the pursuit of super creatures. Dong Lin must have researched the powers of the little angel to make this decision. They knew Han Sen would end up being backed into the corner he was currently in, but Han Sen just smiled as if he did not care about their rotten deeds. He already told Dong Lin he was prepared and had contingencies in place. The Chi family did plan their scheme nicely, but if they weren't willing to pay up, then Han Sen was not going to let them walk away scot-free. He'd rob them of every little benefit they sought to claim. The next time the little angel was brought onto the stage, she was poised to go up against another sacred blood pet. Many people focused all they could on this match, wanting to see how well Han Sen could deal with his new foe. They paid particular attention now that Dong Lin's scheme had been exposed. Everyone knew they had practically used Han Sen's little angel as a test bed to sell the pet pill. People knew Han Sen wasn't willing to back down after this, however. The little angel showed up like usual and crushed the sacred blood enemy. Upon seeing the little angel's performance, Chi Xiuwen sighed. He had been afraid Han Sen was going to make the little angel behave weakly, and when she went up against the Pandolin, he'd obscure any advantage the Pandolin had received from the medicine. Chi Xiuwen thought too much, however. Compared to his old man, he was still a noob. If Han Sen did this, the pet pill would only become more famous. After witnessing the little angel's behavior, everyone looked strange. There were many important figures there, and they knew the Chi family had been unable to make peace with Han Sen and were not planning to pay him. Everything the Chi family had planned was coming to fruition exactly as they had envisioned. This was the perfect way to exhibit the powers of their new pet pill, and doing it this way was far better than cooperating with Han Sen. But Han Sen was still making use of his little angel, and no one was sure what he might have been planning. The Pandolin had performed extremely well in the past few matches, and had even managed to beat a berserk sacred blood pet. That shocked a lot of people. Although it did not dominate like the little angel did, it still performed admirably. Having seen how it dealt with such a foe, everyone turned their thoughts to how it might fare against a super pet. The little angel won every match along the way, and it was finally time for the final fight. Everyone was paying attention to this match. If the Pandolin's performance was impressive, the medicine would be famous all across the alliance and would sell successfully at a ludicrous price. The time for the match to begin had arrived, and everyone stared at the stage in anticipation of the opponents to be revealed. Eagerly, they awaited the arrival of the little angel and the Pandolin. Inside the waiting area, Han Sen looked relaxed. Dong Lin had calculated their strategy very well, and their Pandolin was indeed a very strong creature. Their only mistake was picking the wrong opponent. If they had discussed business formally, Han Sen would not have opposed the idea of putting on a show in their favor, to boost the sales and renown of their new pet pill product. With money to line his own pocket in return, they'd have both benefited. But Dong Lin was playing dirty, and they sought to manipulate Han Senator in response. Han Sen was going to play dirty and cruel, too. After Han Sen summoned the little angel, he did not immediately send her to the stadium to fight. Instead, he summoned a beast soul. A green shadow appeared in front of Han Sen, a phantom beast soul. This phantom-looking beast soul entered the little angel's body and possessed her. The little angel's body did not change very much, save that her eyes now flickered with a green flame. Han Sen had obtained this beast soul after defeating the Steel Knight King, and it was a humanoid pet possessive beast soul. Just like any other super pet armor, only pets could make use of it. This one was restricted to armoring humanoid pets only. After Han Sen first got it, he fed it a black crystal. Over time, it slowly evolved into a berserk super beast soul. Perhaps the Chi family was unlucky, or perhaps the white deer's luck had already provided a boon to Han Sen, but the beast soul had only just finished evolving the night before. Now that it had possessed the little angel, and she had received the buffs from the Steel Knight King, her power increased by a large amount. Chi Xiuwen, you chose not to talk this out. And now, you must suffer the consequences. Han Sen spoke aloud to himself, and then he told the little angel to enter the stadium. The Pandolin was already there waiting. With Han Sen's short delay, people began to talk. Did Han Sen give up? No way, that means everything will end up in the Chi family's favor. If he doesn't give up, and gets destroyed by the Pandolin, won't things end up even worse? I hope he doesn't quit. If that pill works as advertised, then fighting super creatures should be considerably easier. As people discussed amongst themselves, a beautiful angel emerged. Immediately, everyone's attention was ensnared and their excitement erupted. What will Hansen do? Look at the pangolin, I don't think the little angel can finish it off quick. Fighting as he has been would play right into the Chi family's hands, Son of Heaven said. He was speaking to Ningyu. The Chi family won't achieve what they've planned with this charade, Ningyu coldly responded. Why not? I viewed the analysis of the pangolin, and it is projected to withstand a few strikes. Son of Heaven was quite confused. Ningyu smiled and said, that intel is fair, I'll give you that. But you should look into people's hearts. There are many things in this world we are yet to understand, and merely reading data would have you believe everything is absolute and fixed. I can assure you they are not. If you can read a person's heart, even if you don't know anything else, you can foresee the true results. I lack the patience you do, I am afraid. Son of Heaven gave a wry smile. It's fine. We are still young, and it is fortunate for us to be born in such a good era. Many opportunities lie before us, and it is simply our task to grab a hold of them and see where they lead. Ningyu coughed. Are you okay? Son of Heaven worried deeply for Ningyu, despite being afraid of her. It's fine, I am used to it. Keep an eye on the field, the match should begin soon. We wouldn't want to miss it. Ningyu shook her head and looked at the little angel. Qi Xiuwen, upon seeing the little angel arrive, became ecstatic. Even if the little angel had not shown, they were fixed to walk away a wealthier family. The only negative to a no-show would be a lack of oomph to underscore their latest work. After the countdown, the little angel wasted no time and swung her sword towards the pangolin. As she did this, Qi Xiuwen clenched his fists tight. In his heart, he shouted, slash. The era defined by the Qi family is coming. 500,000 people were watching this in person, and countless more streamed the fight live. All of them stared at the little angel, anticipating the crazy fight to come. In the next second, the little angel's transparent greatsword cleaved across the pangolin's back. The shell was like black metal, and it looked extremely sturdy. And it truly was, sacred blood creatures couldn't even scratch it. But under the sheer force that drove the little angel's greatsword, it was like tofu. Her sword sundered the shell like a hot knife through butter. And it did not stop there. The sword went on to slice the entire creature in two. In less than a second, the pangolin was hewn in half. Blood painted the arena as the body immediately decomposed. Qi Xiuwen's smile froze as his mind was left barren of even a single composed thought. Far away, in Donglin, a middle-aged man witnessed this. The hand that held his teacup suddenly began to tremble. The cup fell to the ground, spilling its contents everywhere. The middle-aged man lost it completely. As he stared at the screen he screamed, "Impossible! Impossible!" Many bigwigs of the alliance were shocked, and actually looked disappointed. They felt strange. More than anything, they were disappointed in the latest product created by the Qi family. It was touted as the must-have item for facing off against super creatures, yet it had just been destroyed by a super pet in an instant. The pet pills did not seem to be as useful as they had believed them to be, and their hopes of slaying super creatures were brought to an abrupt end. The funny thing was, the Qi family had done something very dumb. They had given out many grand prizes, and the sacred blood pet they raised themselves was killed. Their advertisements and promotions backfired. Everyone knew pet pills could make pet beast souls stronger, but regardless of how strong they were, they could not escape the shackles of being a sacred blood pet. They could still get one hit killed by a super creature, so their purchase and subsequent usage was pointless. After a temporary silence, the applause came in slow like the first droplets of rain before a storm. Then, cheering and hurraying erupted from every corner of the stadium. Super pets are overpowered. They really are much stronger than sacred blood pets. It is no wonder it is titled a super pet. They are so cool. They one-hit kill everything. I was hoping to see the pangolin last longer than that. I can only suppose my hopes were misplaced. Haha. They had it coming. Them old cheese sure think they're powerful, but all they ended up doing was inciting the wrath and ire of Han Senator. He didn't kill a single pet earlier, but here, he made sure to make his feelings known. Chi Shouwen's face had been robbed of all color, and he gave out the prizes, embarrassed. For the life of him, he could not figure out how he had lost, and he was so ashamed he almost fainted. He knew he had screwed up, thinking the pet pills would be enough to make the Chi family famous. All he had done was send them straight to hell. Sure, the pet pills could aid the family's development, but after this, that development would be far slower. Haha, that is so funny. Why would the Chi family even do all this? Their pet pills really were effective, and things would have turned out much better for them if they had instead just come and hired you to do something promotional. Huangfu Pingqing met with Han Sen to receive her portion of the beast pills they had agreed on. She smiled and continued by saying, I'm afraid the price of the pet pills will be significantly reduced now. Han Sen shrugged his shoulders and said, Yep, and there's nothing I can do now. I'm an easy person to talk to, so I'm perplexed by their hesitation to consult me. If the person in Donglin heard you talk like that, he'd be furious. Huangfu Pingqing said, with the same vibrant smile. Well, it doesn't matter to me. I have the goodies, and that's all I ever wanted. Provoking them any further would be unnecessary. Han Sen couldn't be bothered doing something that would not directly benefit him. He didn't stay much longer after the event, and after bidding farewell to his mother and father-in-law, he returned to camp. Aside from the beast pills he gave to Huangfu Pingqing, he also received a few exclusive medicines that were not available for sale. After reaching camp, he entered the sanctuary so he could feed some of the new medicine to the silver fox and see if they helped. Han Sen brought the medicine to Moment's shelter, but was startled to find everyone absent. He called out for the missing creatures, but he received no response. Believing something bad to have happened, he used his Dongxian aura to scan the area. Eventually, he found them all gathered in the plaza. What are you guys doing here? Han Sen asked, as he ran into the plaza. He saw that Moment Queen, the silver fox, and the rest were in the middle of the plaza observing something. There is a tree growing here, Moment Queen told Han Sen in a strange, captivated tone. What is so special about a tree growing? Does its slow growth make for a fascinating watch? Han Sen continued walking closer, and as he went he said, You guys are super creatures, how can you not know anything about trees? You guys must be dumber than planks. Han Sen approached the silver fox and then saw what had caught their attention. A small tree had taken root between the cobblestones. When Han Sen saw it, he froze. His face looked even worse than the silver fox and Moment Queen's did. How did this tree come to be? Han Sen struggled to ask as his trembling finger pointed towards the tree. The tree was only 2 feet tall by now, but it was growing healthily. With it being so small, it almost looked like a bonsai. The entire tree was like perfectly sculpted green jade. Each and every leaf was stunning. What surprised Han Sen the most was the presence of 6 fruit growing amongst its leaves. For fruit to grow on a tree was nothing outstanding, but these weren't your average fruits. They were in the shape of miniature treasure chests. They were gold and adorned with a number of distinct, indiscernible carvings. The tree was luxurious, and a strong life force crackled from it. It emitted some form of holy aura, which manifested in a white mist that veiled the tree. It was a curious sight. A green jade tree with golden chests. Whoever saw such a thing would need to pinch themselves. Han Sen knew that it wasn't some created art piece, it was something natural and alive. The mini gold chests were the fruit, and Han Sen could see they were very lively. Moment Queen shook her head and said, We don't know. When we came out here this morning, it was just here. We haven't a clue when it began to grow. When we saw the tree, Little White was next to it, Moment Queen then added, as if she just remembered something. And as she said this, she pointed towards the white deer. Han-sen was pretty pleased at hearing this. He approached the deer, held it, and kissed its head. He then merrily said to it, "Little white, you are awesome. You really are a lucky beast. You've only been here for a few days, but already you have bequeathed me treasure. I love you." The white deer just stood there without eliciting any reaction or emotions. Little Silver, on the other hand, looked incredibly mad. It leapt onto the deer's head and ruffled its fur. The silver fox was consumed with envy, as it detested the times Han-sen was affectionate with other creatures. Han-sen then picked up the silver fox in his hands and returned to observe the jade gold tree. The energy it possessed was like that of a super creature. Perhaps it was like that cactus or peach tree? When the tree grew larger, perhaps the 6 chests would yield a greater benefit than the peaches had. Can I eat the gold chest fruit thingies? Or are they something I can open? Perhaps there are creatures inside? Han-sen thought to himself. After a period of observation, he gave up trying to guess the nature of the mysterious tree. Instead, he turned to talk to Moment Queen. He asked, "Can you tell me anything about this tree?" "Not really. The only thing I know for sure is that this isn't normal. If these gold chests do mature, however, they should present something valuable," Moment Queen replied, with her eyes still fixed on the golden fruit. "Even I know that." "Of course they'll yield something good," Han-sen said, thinking Moment Queen had not elucidated a single thing to him. But Moment Queen shook her head and said, "I mean, treasure like this is very similar to the empty vine. What's more, it will draw the attention of many super creatures. I am not sure if we can keep it. We cannot beat the Devil Blood King, and if he does bring his army of super creatures to attack, I do not believe we can withstand such a siege." Han-sen froze. Amidst his joy, he hadn't considered this possibility. Hearing Moment Queen tell him this, he believed that the possibility she proposed was quite realistic. That would be a big problem, wouldn't it? But if this tree has grown in one of my shelters, then nothing can deny it belongs to Han. I cannot allow others to intrude and steal what is rightfully mine, Han-sen said, with obvious greed. With the power we have at our disposal, I don't think so. I'd say you're wrong. Moment Queen emptied a bucket of cold water on the blazing fires of Han-sen's greed-fueled hopes. "Well, don't you worry your little mind. I have an idea. Tell me, when do you expect the gold chest fruit to mature?" Han-sen asked, as he looked over at the chests once more. "Judging by the rate and pattern of its current growth, I would estimate another 2 to 3 months, Moment Queen said. 2 to 3 months, huh? Han-sen frowned. Even he knew keeping claim to the jade gold tree would be difficult. Still, it did not quell his excitement for the fruit. Feverishly, he pondered what sort of treasures might await inside. It would take a long time for the jade gold tree to mature, so there was no rush right now. Han-sen examined the pills he had won, and taking one of each, he lined them up before the silver fox and his other pets to see if they were interested. When the fairy saw the medicine, one in particular caught her eye. But just as she was about to grab it, the silver fox gobbled it up. The little fairy had no choice but to select another pill to swallow. Han-sen was surprised to see it was the latest pet pill, the silver fox, and the fairy decided to go after first. Han-sen pulled out another pet pill to gauge how much they desired it. All too quickly, the silver fox and fairy wrestled with each other for it. Han-sen had received 100 pet pills, so he decided to give one to each of his pets. Spirits weren't keen on pet pills, and the same applied to the little angel. Big Black and Small Black really loved the pills, too. But unfortunately, 100 was not enough and they ate them all. There was no effect. It looks like the pills are more desirable than I thought. Ethics aside, the Donglin Company is fairly amazing. I wonder what materials compose the pills, since they seem to work for both genuine pets and the creatures that adhere to my command here in the shelter. Hansen knew he had destroyed any enthusiasm that had been built for the pet pills, but it was going to be sold no matter what. However, due to their blundered promotional campaign, the price of the pills was sure to be lower to start off with. It would eventually rise in the future, when more and more people became aware of how effective the medicine was. It looks like I need to stock up on some pet pills while the going is good. Hansen then thought about how he might buy a large number of pet pills for the lowest price possible. It was worth getting them to feed his pets. Hansen prepared to visit the Alliance, trying to figure out where he could buy a large number of them. But when Hansen arrived, he arrived to shocking news. Angel Gene had killed a super creature in the second god's sanctuary and obtained a life geno essence. They also began selling their high-tier Angel Gene fluid. For evolvers who had a fitness level of over 100, they could use it to obtain a temporary boost of strength that lasted 2 hours. The drawback of subsequent weakness was also made known, but there was no permanent damage. And after appropriate rest, users would be right as rain. With the technology of the Alliance, all users would have to do was rest in their recovery baths for a few days. If the user had already unlocked their first gene lock, their fitness would be boosted to a level that almost rivaled a celestial being. They would become incredibly powerful and the effects would last far longer. Angel Gene used this fluid to slay a super creature, and after they did, they used the Life Geno Essence as a promotional item to advocate the effectiveness of their product. Right now, Angel Gene was number 1 when it came to the needs of evolvers. Their juice could also work for surpassers, although it wasn't as effective. The Angel Gene fluid announcement rocked the entire Alliance, and it had most certainly ushered in a new era for humanity. The sales were off to a flying start, and it quickly made Angel Gene a household name within the Alliance. The Zhao family were depicted as gods, and everyone could not stop talking about their Angel Gene fluid. This entire event had a grand effect. The product, however, was difficult to mass produce. As a result, it was extremely expensive. Angel Gene did have a range of products suited for those who lacked the required money, suitable for the average evolver. That being said, its effectiveness was far worse. The low-tier Angel Gene fluid was their main product, though. Angel Gene also announced the primary ingredients that composed the juice, and one of them was raw Shura blood. It was impossible for technology to recreate the properties of such blood. But this also meant humanity could not make peace with the Shura. For continued production of the fluid, the war would have to go on. Some people opposed the Angel Gene fluid, but they were too few. And their voices were drowned out by the rest, who clamored for power above all else. The Angel Gene fluid bandwagon did not seem likely to stop, and the repercussions of its existence were surely going to be felt across the universe. Hansen wished he could murder everyone in the Zhao family, but he did admire the power Zhao 7th possessed. Angel Gene fluid really was a breakthrough product. Although the G family had obtained the Angel Gene fluid off Hansen a while ago, they had not focused on the Geno business enough. As a result, they were unable to discover the ingredients. But Hansen could not blame them. The Qi family operated in the same realm, and when they were given the Angel Gene fluid, they couldn't make heads or tails of its ingredients either. The Qi family had suffered the most damage, however. After the pet pills, they believed they would become even more famous, but their advertising ploy went awry. As if that wasn't damaging enough, the Zhao family had now announced their humanity-changing Angel Gene fluid. Angel Gene fluid could immediately increase your power, so who would want to spend more money and time on raising pets that weren't very useful, anyway? They had mass-produced a vast amount of pet pills, prepared to sell them all. But now, they had a horde of them sitting on store shelves, unable to be moved. Their business chain broke, depleting their cash reserves. Hansen was not too concerned about Angel Gene fluid, though. After all, the high-tier variant required Shura blood, and that was a precious commodity. Besides, when humans used a high-tier angel fluid, their bodies would not be pure. And they could not solo a super creature. Even with many people making use of the juice, it'd still be difficult to slay a super creature. But still, it was indeed an all-round boost to the development of humanity's ascension and the speed of their evolution. What Han Sen was most interested in right now, however, was the Qi family's pet pills. The Zhao family's angel gene fluid still had a number of issues with it. It wouldn't be effective enough until they managed to sort out the side effects and make it last longer. Plus, they needed the blood of royal Shiraz. Unless they found a way to artificially create a compound that provided the same benefits, it would not be effective in the long term. Pet pills were different, though. Although their effects were not immediate, their slow boil of improvement was more likely to benefit humanity in the long term. After Han Sen learned of the Qi family's troubles, he planned to buy out their unmovable surplus. They needed the money, after all. It was only a matter of time before humans discovered how effective and useful the pills actually were. And once they did, the price was sure to skyrocket. Han Sen did not want to visit the Qi family himself, so he asked Ji Ruozhen to buy the pills for him. He also explained to him the likely benefits the pills would provide humanity in the future. Ji Ruozhen's thoughts aligned with Han Sen's own. He had convened a family meeting earlier, in the hopes of asking the family whether or not they should buy all the pet pills produced by the Qi family. But everyone present was keener on the prospects presented by angel gene fluid, and they disregarded what Ji Ruozhen told them. He was unable to convince the others in the family. Ji Ruozhen instead used his own money to purchase as many pills as possible. Han Sen himself sold everything he did not need, and used the money he amassed to buy as much of the Qi family's stock of pills as he could. Because the Qi family had overstocked, unaware of the promotional blunder that was waiting to happen, they were facing bankruptcy. They had spent a fortune on ingredients for future production of the pills, but the low sales put a large financial strain on the family. To regain as much of their capital as possible, they settled for setting the selling price of the pills under their production cost and selling at a loss. Now that Ji Ruozhen was buying so many, the Qi family was extremely grateful. After all, a lot of money was going Angel Gene's way instead. Few had the money to help the Qi family, especially when competing with Angel Gene. The help Ji Ruozhen lent the Qi family was massive. Han Sen was the one funding most of the purchases, however. Ji Ruozhen only stood in to make the transactions and deal with the business. And as this was happening, Han Sen spent a lot of time in the sanctuary, wondering how he might protect the jade gold tree. After much deliberation, Han Sen came to the conclusion he would not be able to protect it from a siege. Therefore, he thought about striking out against the Devil Blood King first. He wagered that offense, at a time like this, would be the best defense. Not bad. But how are you going to draw the super creatures out of the Devil Blood shelter? Although Moment Queen had faith in the plan working, the super creatures were inside the shelter and there was no way Han Sen could just wander in. If they couldn't be drawn out, any preparation they now made would all be for naught. Drawing them out will not be difficult, provided I can be as fleet of foot as I need to be. Han Sen laughed. He was thinking of calling upon Wang Yuhang. To draw super creatures away, he figured they would have no choice but to rely on him. It was fortunate Wang Yuhang had been captured by the Zhao family not too long ago. Finding him again in the surrounding regions would be much easier now. When he did find Wang Yuhang again, he asked him whether or not he wanted to hunt super creatures with him. Super creatures? They are not compared to the strength and zeal I command these days. I will lay waste to aught that comes our way. Wang Yuhang's chest was puffed in a display of cockiness. Han Sen was surprised at Wang Yuhang's behavior and asked, "Little uncle, since when did you become so brave?" Teehee. I will not cloak the font of my bravery. See here, this remedy I possess? As he said this, he pulled a metal box out of his pack. Inside it, there were 2 vials of a certain concoction. Angel Gene fluid? Han Sen remembered what they looked like. Teehee. The higher tier variant, as well. You can cast elemental powers like projectiles with these nifty little potions, Wang Yuhang said. Where did you get it from? Hansen was surprised. They were very popular, and many people clamored for them, but with the limited amount of blood available for their creation, their stock was low. Wang Yuhang was by no means a famous evolver, so the fact that he owned two was startling. I bought them. You would be silly to believe the Zhao family would grace the magnificence of myself with these, free of charge. Wang Yuhang put away the vials and continued with a thump of his chest, so, where is this place you speak of? For whatever monstrous devilry challenges you, I shall slay unwaveringly. Oh, so it's good that I can depend on you. Hansen smiled. Wang Yuhang was very confident right now, so it was the perfect time to bring him to the Devil Blood shelter. If it were any other day, he would most likely refuse to come. There were indeed far too many super creatures residing there, and with his bad luck, it'd cause a number of troubles. The angel gene fluid had not only boosted his courage, but when they engaged the monsters they'd fight there, the juice might very well save his life. They both traveled north towards the Devil Blood shelter. Wang Yuhang's confidence had yet to waver, and he was visibly firm in the comfort provided by his ownership of the angel gene fluid. Hansen merely hoped his cockiness would not get the better of him. When it came to fighting super creatures, he could still be destroyed. The Devil Blood shelter was like a castle, and it was smaller than Hansen had imagined it to be. It did look haunted, however. It wasn't as elegant and holy-looking as Moment's shelter. Did you not make mention of a trial of frightening fury? Pa, look hither. I, all by my lonesome, will engage this entire eerie estate solo. After speaking, Wang Yuhang retrieved his injector and prepared to inject himself with one vial of the angel gene fluid. Seeing that the shelter was not too big, he did not believe anything powerful could reside within. Hansen grabbed his hand, however. He said, I won't stop you from killing anything, but I think it would be best if we did some reconnaissance first. Fine. I'll allow the wretches that reside within a couple more minutes to cling to the fleeting, miserable excuses they deem as lives. Wang Yuhang put away the injector. When Hansen and Wang Yuhang neared the shelter, the latter's face turned pale. The heroism that had previously driven Wang Yuhang dribbled away. Above the Devil Blood shelter, a large dragon could be seen flying. A strange bird was also up there. There were many vile creatures outside the gates, including something like a minotaur. Half an hour later, they had positively identified 5 different super creatures. God knew how many more resided within the shelter. Little uncle, your opportunity has arrived. Do you want to go out there and kill them now? Hansen smiled at Wang Yuhang, whose face was still pale. When he heard what Hansen had asked him, he jumped and said, Is it my death that you earnestly desire? The number of creatures there are too many, and to attempt an infiltration would be suicide. I am not fond of the concept of following you inside merely to die. We cannot rush in, you are right. But we can draw a few of them away. Aren't you quite proficient in that? Hansen laughed. Wang Yuhang's face turned bitter and he said, You are well aware of how unfortunate I can be. If I venture any nearer to this sordid hellhole, every monster in the vicinity will lust for my blood and come at me like hounds. Think of the variety of grisly deaths I might end up suffering. Don't you have the angel gene fluid? There is nothing to be afraid of, Hansen said. I spent every last penny I possessed on obtaining these delightful solutions, and I bought them so that I might slay super creatures. I hadn't planned on using them just so I could run away, Wang Yuhang said. Little uncle, it won't work. So, how about you go and draw them out? For any super creature we kill, you'll get 60% of the shares. Of the life geno-essences we sell, I'll only receive 40%. If there are beast souls, you get first pick. Hansen conjured a wide array of different temptations for Wang Yuhang. Killing the super creatures was what was most important, and Hansen did not care too much about the rewards. There would likely be more first generations inside there, anyway. If that was the case, Hansen wouldn't mind giving them to Wang Yuhang, at all. Are you sure? Wang Yuhang's eyes suddenly sparkled. When have I ever lied to you? Hansen said, with a smug and righteous look. No, I want 70%. And all the beast souls we receive will be mine, Wang Yuheng said. Okay. Hansen agreed. Why do I always bend over backwards if it means securing a coin or two? I will die for this money, I tell you. Wang Yuheng was speaking to himself, doing his best to inspire a return of confidence. Little uncle, what you have just said is not down to luck. If you want to make an inspirational speech, don't tell yourself you are going to die. Hansen laughed. Wang Yuheng replied, Oh, yes. That is correct. I am going to waltz into that mangled hive of doom and tango out with vast riches I can use to woo a woman and make her my wife. If you are listening, God, disregard what I said earlier. Wang Yuheng started to leg it forward, but Hansen pulled him back and said, Whoa, don't rush. We should be extra sure of what we're walking into here. Fire an arrow from afar and then run. You'll need as much distance as you can get. Oh, yes. Of course. I am not an imbecile, I'll have you know. I am an aged warrior, one who has far more experience than you in such arts. Wang Yuheng rolled his eyes, and then started his approach from the nearby stands of trees. He slithered around like a snake doing the mamba, and when he was in firing range, fired an arrow towards the Minotaur. When the arrow took flight, he didn't wait to see if he had struck his desired target. As soon as the arrow loosed, he ran off quicker than a spooked bunny. Hansen froze in disbelief. He had missed, and the Minotaur was none the wiser. Pat. But just as Hansen believed Wang Yuheng to have failed, the ground seemed to quake and move. A rocky golem picked itself up out of the mud. Catching sight of the human who had disturbed its slumber, it cried out and chased after Wang Yuheng. This also spooked the Minotaur, and after propping its spear, it ran after Wang Yuheng, as well. The bird in the sky dive-bombed in his direction, with its razor eyes peering at its troublesome prey. Not bad. Hansen sighed with relief. The arrow had totally missed its target, but even despite that, he had managed to draw the ire of at least 3 super creatures. Seeing Wang Yuheng about to lose his lead and succumb to the creatures that hounded him, Hansen stealthily caught up. Hansen did not dare attack just yet, as they were too close to the Devil Blood shelter. The creatures inside the shelter, if they were made aware of the trouble outside, would send out reinforcements before he'd be able to slay even just one. Escape from such a situation would be no trivial task. Bossman, save me! Wang Yuheng called out at the top of his lungs when he caught a glimpse of the manic bird that was descending upon him. It was still too soon to do anything, however. To avoid his presence being known, Hansen just continued to follow, ignoring Wang Yuheng's plight. They still needed to go further before doing anything. Wang Yuheng was a proficient kiter, but even his speed could not outpace a super creature. Eventually, the bird did indeed catch up. It twirled its lethal talons in the air to cast bladed gusts of wind after him. The rocky giant, at the same time, threw its boulder fist into the earth and created a large hole. As this was happening, the Minotaur swung its spear to cast a fireball towards Wang Yuheng. Quite clearly, he was now in danger. Bossman, save me! I will not last much longer, I beseech your immediate aid. This entire ordeal was a maniacal concoction of your own twisted mind. You tricked me into this. Arg! Wang Yuheng cried out, pitiably. The razor wind sliced his arm, drawing an alarming cascade of blood. The fireball caught his clothes on fire, which set him ablaze. Through the fire and blood, he was being pursued by 3 super creatures. And now, more than ever, he truly was in danger. His life was at risk. But still, Hansen ignored his cries for aid. He expected Wang Yuheng to have used his angel gene fluid by now, but he hadn't. Hansen thought it was typical of the cheap and stingy bastard he thought he was. They were still too close to the shelter. Attacking now would foil his plans of infiltration. And as Wang Yuheng was still alive and able to scream and shout just fine, he'd let him be chased for a while longer. When Wang Yuhang noticed his cries for help being ignored by Han Sen, he acknowledged the danger he was in. He realized that he might well and truly die where he was. With great regret, he knew what he had to do. He pulled out his injector and a vial of angel gene fluid and gave himself a shot of the super juice. As Wang Yuhang ran, his eyes turned red. A horn grew out of his forehead, and his speed and agility increased. He was still under the cruel pursuit of 3 super creatures, but at least he wasn't suffering anymore. Managing to flee their wrath with greater ease, he reached the cover of the forest much sooner. He should have done that far sooner. Being stingy at a time like this is a surefire way to reach an early grave. Han Sen despised his hesitance. Wang Yuhang's mobility was admirable as he attempted to escape. It was quite remarkable, watching him flee. Han Sen couldn't help comparing it to a salmon leaping upstream with unpredictable movements. Still, it wasn't anywhere near the dexterity one could exert when making use of Heavenly Go. Impressed by what he saw, Han Sen used his Dongxian aura to track his movements. Surprisingly, he found it difficult to predict what he'd do next. He had mustered a very strange manner of flight. Every time Han Sen predicted a movement, he'd be wrong. But he didn't think Wang Yuhang moved the way he did consciously, and it was more like he was making up his movements as he went. Each step was random, but despite that, the results were good. Perhaps it wasn't that it was entirely inferior to Heavenly Go, it was just different. Heavenly Go engaged your intelligence and abilities of prediction, in which you thought of where to move next before committing a step. Wang Yuhang was just moving, simple as that. He did whatever entered his mind, to surprisingly decent results. His ability to move with such recklessness and survive almost made Han Sen reconsider whether he had good luck or bad luck. Han Sen, I beseech your aid once more. Death follows me at a very near distance, it mocks me. It tells me I will be in his company very soon if you do not help me right now. Wang Yuhang continued to scream. By now, he had been running for over an hour, and the red of his eyes began to fade. The size of his horn reduced. The benefits of his angel gene fluid were quickly wearing away, and he wouldn't last much longer. Seeing Wang Yuhang reach a valley, Han Sen thought it was time. He summoned Moment Queen and the little angel, and commanded them to tackle a super creature each. He himself went to engage the Minotaur. Moment Queen went up against the rock golem, and he commanded her to use speed to kite it away while he kite the Minotaur. Han Sen still depended on his little angel more than anything. She was currently possessed by the Steel Knight King, which made her stronger than the average super creature. It made her more reliable to him now, as well. With her power, she'd be able to easily slay the wind elemental bird. And as suspected, the little angel did not disappoint Han Senator. Within a few moments of fighting, she had covered the bird's back with a number of lacerations and wounds. A whirlwind of loose feathers and blood formed in the sky as the bird struggled against its new foe. It would be killed very soon. The strange bird caught to the skies, as if it were sending an SOS signal to the nearby shelter. And when it did this, Han Sen's eyes looked murderous. His flaming Rex spike smacked into the Minotaur's spear, like 2 geysers of fire colliding. Han Sen was knocked back 2 steps, not as strong as the Minotaur. The silver fox, who was perched on Han Sen's shoulder, suddenly opened its mouth and fired a thunderbolt at the Minotaur. Boom! The advantage the Minotaur had just gained on Han Sen quickly disappeared. As the Minotaur was unable to follow up with an additional attack, the silver fox saved its master by delivering an unavoidable bolt of lightning to the Minotaur. Roar! The Minotaur was electrified. Its fur and bushy mane stood up on ends, starched. Not wasting a second, Han Sen followed up with a cruel smack to its head. Pang! The Minotaur's head gushed blood, and it roared more and more as it tried to fight back. But the silver fox was not done yet, and it spat more bolts of lightning towards the beast until it writhed around on the ground in a state of paralysis. The specific silver lightning the silver fox was casting did not seem particularly damaging, but it was effective at paralyzing enemies. The Minotaur couldn't move at all. And Han Sen again took the opportunity to strike the monster's head. Kill! 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 With the silver fox by his side, Han Sen didn't even have to try to defend himself. He swung the flaming wreck spike down on the Minotaur like mad, as if it were a punching bag. It bled horrifically, and all it could do was shriek helplessly. The body of the Minotaur was tough, however. Although he had managed to draw blood, it wasn't nearly enough damage to kill the creature. Even after a dozen hits, he knew he'd have to deal far more. But then, multiple life forces began to emerge from the Devil Blood shelter. "Little uncle, go now. I will rendezvous with you at the Black Peak," Han Sen barked to Wang Yuhang. He was afraid that if the effects of the angel gene fluid wore off, the man would be so weak he'd be unable to even run. Without hesitation, Wang Yuhang took off. As Wang Yuhang ran, Han Sen beat the Minotaur repeatedly with his flaming wreck spike. It was a brutal scene, as the squishy mound of the writhing Minotaur streamed with blood. Just as this was happening, Little Angel cleaved the strange wind element bird in half. Then, she swooped down and hewed the Minotaur's head off its body. Super creature Windhawk killed. No beast soul gained. The flesh of this creature is inedible, but you may harvest its life geno-essence. Consume its life geno-essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. Super creature Flaming Minotaur killed. No beast soul gained. The flesh of this creature is inedible, but you may harvest its life geno-essence. Consume its life geno-essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. The two announcements overlapped. Han Sen knew they were first-generation super creatures, so he wasn't too surprised at the results. Quickly, he gathered the 2 life geno-essences and ran away. The scary presences that were coming from the Devil Blood shelter was not far behind. Knowing that he could not deal with the golem, he disappeared in his flight towards the mountains. The spooky presences had now reached where the 2 super creatures fell. They cried out, unable to catch up with Han Sen. Eventually, Han Sen reached the Black Peak and met up with Wang Yuhang. "How fared the battle? Did you acquire beast souls?" Wang Yuhang ran up to ask, excitedly. He wanted a super beast soul for himself very badly. "I only managed to get these 2 life geno-essences, so you can take them." Wang Yuhang was filled with mixed emotions, receiving this response. He hadn't received a beast soul like he wanted, but he got not 1 but 2 life geno-essences. "Don't be sad, little uncle. When you recover, we can try that again. Beast souls are bound to pop up sooner or later. How long will you need to rest?" Han Sen looked at Wang Yuhang as he spoke. "It will take me at least 6 days." Wang Yuhang looked across his own weakened body and smiled wryly. He could hardly stand following the side effects of using the angel gene fluid. He was in a slightly worse condition now, however, due to his stinginess. He had received multiple lesions and bruises, sustaining quite a bit of damage before using the liquid. Han Sen was going to use his holy light to heal Wang Yuhang, but the silver fox suddenly spit out silver lightning towards the man. Arg! Wang Yuhang was electrified, and the power sent him flying through the air. Amidst the blood-curdling screams, Han Sen was shocked at the silver fox's behavior. The silver fox had never attacked a human before unless provoked, so why would it attack Wang Yuhang? Had the uncle's bad luck made a new breakthrough? But then, quickly, Han Sen noticed something. Even though Wang Yuhang was electrified, his wounds began to heal. Ever since the silver fox ate the transparent little fish, its lightning had seemed to behave differently. It was different from before, and it was most certainly strange for the lightning attacks to simultaneously heal and inflict pain. The silver fox spat out more silver lightning towards Wang Yuhang, and the wound started to heal very fast. But seeing him electrified, thrown into visible pain, writhing, and screaming, was an unnerving scene that sent a chill down Han Sen's spine. In the future, Hansen thought he'd stick to his holy light and no longer trouble the silver fox. Pat. When the silver fox stopped shooting its electricity, Wang Yuhang lay on the ground like a crumpled mess. He jumped back up and started running towards the silver fox, in a bid to attack, screaming, "You animal! You are dead!" Wang Yuhang had tears in his eyes, as if he had been humiliated. The pain brought by the silver lightning must have been unfathomable. Seeing Wang Yuhang's face, Han Sen decided it would be best to never allow the silver fox to heal him again. Halfway through his run towards the silver fox, the little creature sent out another beam of silver lightning to shock Wang Yuhang. The body sizzled and smoked, as tufts of hair were singed and fell to the ground. His skin turned black. This lightning strike was different. It was purely destructive, and it did not possess a single glimmer of a remedial desire. Wang Yuhang, following his electrocution, was charred like charcoal. Smoke arose from his head, and yet, the silver fox did not relent. It spat out even more bolts of lightning. This time, Wang Yuhang's body began to return to its original color as if he were healing. Just as he was healed, Wang Yuhang became a recipient of more destructive lightning. And then, with his skin like scorched wood, he was healed by another remedial bolt. Hansen wasn't sure what to think. He was almost scared, and as he watched what was going on, he vowed to himself never to mistreat the silver fox and incite its ire. "Fox Master. I was wrong, please, forgive my slight." Wang Yuhang chugged out those strained words in pain. Amidst his screams, brought on by the frequent electrocutions, those were the only words he managed to gasp out. Desperately, he tried to kowtow before the silver fox. The silver fox lifted its head elegantly, and then leapt back onto Han Sen's shoulders. It seemed to have forgiven Wang Yuhang's sudden disrespect. Wang Yuhang, however, swore he would do whatever it took to eliminate the silver fox. One day, he'd destroy the little creature. And as this desire took root in his heart, his exterior only presented a pretty smile to the silver fox, like that of a lady. The silver fox's healing power was most certainly different than other creatures Han Sen had encountered. And to his surprise, after Wang Yuhang was electrified, he was no longer in his weak, post-angel gene fluid state. He was energized, the same as usual. They waited the night out together, and on the next day, they returned to Devil Blood Shelter. But this time, they approached from another side and looked for the perfect opportunity to draw out more super creatures. Wang Yuhang had only one more vial of angel gene fluid left, so he'd have to use it sparingly. Therefore, Hansen opted for a more careful route this time, and only aimed to attract one or two powerful super creatures. In the meantime, Wang Yuhang would be sidelined a good distance away, ready for the pull, lest his poor luck ruin Hansen's precision. "Little uncle, any idea on how I can draw them out?" Hansen crouched low behind a rock, pointing towards a creature that stood along the ramparts of Devil Blood Shelter. Hansen used his devil eye mask to get a proper look at it. The super creature had the strongest life force he had seen yet, and it could very well have been a second-generation super creature. It was quite far from him, but he didn't dare get any closer. The limited range was what made his Dongxian aura ineffective. "And for what reason would you select that brute? Why not the golem?" Wang Yuhang asked, looking at the super creature with a confused expression. The super creature was a silver-white ape. It was a 3-meter-tall beast with silver fur. Its muscles were pronounced, glistening like brushed steel. It looked tremendously powerful. That being said, its body looked clumsy. It moved quickly, with shining eyes. And the ears were weirdly curled, like snails. "I have a feeling it will drop us a beast soul." Hansen laughed. "And might you explain to me how you were able to deduce such a thing?" Wang Yuhang balked, with his eyes wide open. The silver ape didn't look as if it would drop a beast soul, no matter which way he viewed it. "Do you have any ideas or not?" Hansen asked. "To attract Brutus? That shan't be a problem." Wang Yuhang looked around and nodded an affirmative. In that case, I will leave it to you. Han Sen, with the silver fox in tow, sneaked away in preparation for their cooperative action. Wang Yuhang did not use an arrow this time. Instead, he merely came out from behind the rocks and shouted in the direction of Devil Blood Shelter, "You there, monkey boy? Over here." His call garnered much attention, and the silver ape looked over in his direction. Wang Yuhang reached out his arm and presented a fist. Slowly, he lifted his middle finger. In the next second, the thumping of a chest and a frightening roar sounded. The silver ape cried out to the sky, and the dragon joined in. Next the golem did, too. They all screamed at their latest intruder with bloodlust. And then there were more. Oh my days! This is far too much. Wang Yuhang was shocked by the sudden additions to his fan club, and he wasted no time in running away. His stinginess was not an issue this time either, and so he injected himself with the angel gene fluid immediately. Han Sen saw 10 super creatures chasing after Wang Yuhang, and it shocked even him. His eyes stared at his fleeing companion with wide eyes, unsure of whether or not the two would survive whatever battle was about to occur. Han Sen followed after them in the shadows, and the 10 creatures were determined to chase down the rat that was Wang Yuhang. If he needed saving, Han Sen wasn't sure he could do anything for the little uncle this time. Even Wang Yuhang knew this was too much. With the boons and bonus effects granted by the angel gene fluid, he did not stop running. And as great as his initial advantage was, nothing he did nor anywhere he went shook loose his tail. When Wang Yuhang was in genuine danger, he would not shout. He knew doing so would be pointless, and he was aware Han Sen was in the vicinity, regardless. He believed shouting would only distract Han Sen and delay his own rescue. Han Sen followed the pursuit for a while, but soon came to the realization he'd get nowhere by merely continuing to follow. There was no chance for Han Sen to save Wang Yuhang, and there was no possible way he could tackle so many super creatures, all at once. But as he watched them go, running off as they did, Han Sen suddenly had an idea. So many super creatures have run out, the shelter must be empty. Should I try to grab the spirit stone? If I nab Devil Blood King's spirit stone, this entire situation will resolve itself. If Devil Blood King opts for suicide, the creatures will become nothing but sand, Han Sen thought. Han Sen bit down on his teeth and summoned Moment Queen. Continue following him and ensure he draws them as far away as possible. If he looks as if he's about to keel over and die, save him if you can. Try to stop the monsters. You are going to Devil Blood Shelter? Moment Queen was quick to understand Han Sen's plan. There's a chance, and I'm going to take it. Han Sen's eyes told her of how sure he was of this plan. Then be careful. There are at least 5 more super creatures inside, Moment Queen informed Han Sen. If there are 5, I have a chance. I won't have to defeat them, after all. All I have to do is grab that spirit stone. Han Sen nodded reassuringly. Moment Queen did not say anything further, and she simply took off after Wang Yuhang. Moment Queen's teleportation abilities could save Wang Yuhang if the need arose. If he sent Little Angel, the same could not be said. Even though Han Sen needed Moment Queen with him, he still sent her to safeguard Wang Yuhang. If the creatures returned to the shelter, Moment Queen could use her speed to kite them away again and guarantee Han Sen the time he would need. Han Sen turned around and ran towards the shelter. He didn't rush inside immediately, however. He used telepathy to communicate with Moment Queen, so he could get a clearer grasp on the situation with Wang Yuhang while he was away. Generally, there was a finite range in which the super creatures would follow. They wouldn't pursue a random trespasser to the ends of the world, as they were bound to a shelter. But of course, Wang Yuhang was Wang Yuhang, and he had led them for far longer than he should have had to. 2 hours later, he was still leading them on. Wang Yuhang was injured, and the angel gene fluid would soon run out. It was a miracle he hadn't died yet, being chased by 10 super creatures. Han Sen is going to get me killed. Wang Yuhang's spirit had been drained of hope. Seeing all the creatures still chasing him, he closed his eyes and readied himself for death. But then, he was lifted up by an unseen force with great haste. He evaded every super creature's attack and all of a sudden, found himself at a great distance away from his aggressors. Wang Yuhang was delighted at this sudden happening, and when he looked up, he saw Moment Queen had picked him up by his clothes. "Continue inspiring their ire," Moment Queen coldly said. Wang Yuhang had snapped out of his death-ready daze, and in Moment Queen's arms, he turned and shouted towards the creatures, "You turtles! Come and get me, I'm right here. Come and get your Wang Piñata." Hansen finally arrived in front of the shelter he sought to infiltrate. Like an arrow, he went straight inside, unwavering. Hansen leapt into the shelter, and before he reached the ground, he espied a red whip lashing towards him. He quickly dodged it, before turning to see more headed his way. It was a super creature that looked like a lion, but its mane was a nest of red snakes. Those snakes were the vines that lashed towards him. Hansen's movements were quick, and he used arrow to dodge each attack. Like a sparrow on the breeze, he gracefully evaded each strike. Returning to the ground, he sprinted forward, bewildering the red whips. Following his evasion of the whips, the ground suddenly began to rise. Directly in front of him, the very earth rose to form a wall and prohibit his passage. Pang! Hansen was not willing to bend to the will of the phantom wall. He summoned his flaming wreck spike and drilled directly through the earthen clumps. But as he drilled through one, another arose directly behind it, determined to prevent Hansen from continuing. The red-haired lion had not given up on Hansen either, and now, it was closing in on the intruder and the walls he drilled through. Hansen continued to drill as the walls continued to rise. It wasn't long before his drilled holes began to resemble a cave, but soon after, the snakes of the lion's mane began slithering inside. Hansen gritted his teeth and cast Toxic Dragon Drill in a bid to drill through the wall and escape their trap. Boom! 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 After quickly drilling through the next set of earthen walls, Hansen broke through into a vast emptiness. Soon after, he noticed that he was standing inside a behemoth's mouth. The mouth was lined with a number of fangs, and it smelled like rotten blood. It was the mouth of something not unlike a hellhound, and Hansen was aware of what he had just walked into. He felt the jaw of the monster move, and the roof of the mouth began to close in and come down to crush him. It was too fast for Hansen to contemplate an escape, so he straightened his wreck spike to act as a sort of pillar. When the monster bit down, it bled and produced a strange noise at its inability to close its mouth. Hansen took this brief opportunity to drill his way out of the wretched maw, but upon escaping, he found that the lion was already waiting for him. The mane of snakes lusted for Hansen's blood, and they barred his way. Suddenly, spikes pierced through the floor below in a bid to impale Hansen. But Hansen was quick to react, and he took off airborne once more. Like a bird, he was able to evade both the spikes and the lashing of the red vines. In the next second, the crying of a baby sounded in Hansen's ears. He turned to look and saw a black bat, bigger than any human, come flapping towards him with its claws raised. Hansen clutched his flaming wreck spike and blocked the slashes of the bat's talons. Dong! The flaming wreck spike had 3 dent marks in it, and the force sent Hansen falling back down to the ground. The hungry maw, the red-maned lion, and the black bat were now descending upon him simultaneously. Hansen cast arrow in a bid to evade each of their attacks and used a formation skill to plan his route. He managed to fly past the 3 creatures and realign his course for the spirit hall. If Hansen managed to reach that hall, he would no longer have to fight. All he would have to do was secure the spirit stone. The 3 super creatures that followed him were horribly powerful, and each were vastly stronger than Hansen, but with the grace of Eros movements, they could not do anything to stop Hansen from racing towards the spirit hall. Hansen combined the Dongxian Sutra and arrow, and for as long as he had space, no super creature could stop his passage. Wang Yuhang's movements were different than Hansen's, as they were all random. He never knew where he would step next, unable to focus and calculate an appropriate target of where he should place his foot. In comparison, the Dongxian movements and arrow were very different. Each move had a purpose. There were no unnecessary movements, and each step worked towards a common goal. Everything was under the user's control. In the next second, however, Hansen frowned. A beautiful woman appeared, one with bat wings and a scimitar, a bladed weapon that curved like the fangs of a wolf. She quickly came to block Hansen's way. The woman was not wearing anything, and she had no armor. She had the tail of a monkey, and with her red hair, her appearance was a perplexing sight. The woman used her scimitar to prevent Hansen from nearing her. She was so fast, Hansen's passage was instantly halted. Hansen had already used arrow, but still, he was unable to dodge the witch. She moved so quickly, she was like a sudden shadow that was determined to block Hansen, and one that was keen to leap right into close-quarter combat with him. The sword emitted a distracting fragrance of dried blood, and it lusted for more. Madly, it slashed towards Hansen repeatedly. And as this happened, Hansen's aggressor pulled out another sword in an attempt to strike him down. It was fortunate Hansen had already summoned his Devil Ant King armor, for one of the two swords she wielded connected with his belly. Blood was immediately drawn. It was lucky that most of the damage was spared, due to the hardy strength of his armor. He was knocked away, but at least his organs were still intact. The other three creatures had now caught up, as well. With his wild, beating heart, Hansen's kidneys kicked into overtime as they imbued him with constant energy. A weird noise hummed from within him. While his body was operating like mad, every step he took left a shadow. Under the thumb of four cruel super creatures, he was still able to march forward. He might not have been the absolute fastest, but he had what it took to dodge each and every attack. None of the creatures could stop him now. If Hansen wanted to enter the spirit hall, it would take him another 2 hours. He was afraid that by then, the creatures Wang Yuhang had drawn away would have returned. Hansen spoke to Moment Queen telepathically, and he learned the Devil Blood King had summoned the creatures to return. They weren't following Wang Yuhang any longer, they were already on their way back. Moment Queen attacked the host of creatures from behind, in an attempt to slow their return. Unfortunately, her efforts were in vain. 1 hour. I have 1 hour to enter that hall. If I fail to nab the spirit stone, at least I'll still be able to run. If I take any longer, I'll be a dead man. Hansen looked upon the giant spirit hall ahead of him in awe. It looked like a cathedral. Through the use of his Dongxian aura, Hansen was able to predict every single movement of the red-maned lion, the big mud beast, the black bat, and the scimitar witch. Every time they attacked, every time they turned, every twitch of muscle, it was all foreseen by Hansen. He orchestrated each of their movements, unbeknownst to them. With everything going to plan exactly as he wished, he was feeling very good. This was the first time he had ever pushed his Dongxian aura so far in a fight. In combination with arrow, Hansen was like a god, conducting the fates of all that sought to usurp his rule. For powerful super creatures, despite their greatest efforts, were unable to capture, ensnare, or damage Hansen. The combat was a mess, but Hansen saw everything crystal clear. He was playing his opponents like a fiddle. He even had the time to observe their energy flows. Out of the 4, 3 of them were blurry. Only the witch had an energy flow he could follow, which meant she was a second-generation super creature. Hansen's eyes didn't look strained in concentration, as he effortlessly weaved his way between spikes and walls, red vines, and black claws. Hansen had allowed the witch to lightly strike his chest a number of times. But suddenly, this time, Hansen dodged. A red snake became tangled across the scimitar, and a black bat flew directly against a stone wall. The 4 super creatures had been tricked to go against each other. This is it. Little Silver, kill them. Hansen shouted, and then also summoned Little Angel. Boom. The silver fox, which had been casually resting on Hansen's shoulder, finally moved. It opened its mouth and shot out a bolt of lightning towards the scimitar witch. With a wicked screech accompanying the hit, her body became paralyzed. Little Angel's green eyes lit, and he swung her transparent greatsword across the witch's neck. Dong! Han Sen had been working towards the execution of this plan the entire time, thinking he could take out his greatest threat, the witch. But suddenly a shield of light encompassed her. Although Little Angel was able to break the shield, half of the power that would have been delivered directly to the witch's neck was gone. What's more, the sudden shield also helped the witch recover from her state of paralysis. Raising her two scimitars up, she was able to deflect Little Angel's strike. Han Sen frowned at this turn of events, and when he looked towards the cathedral, he saw a holy light ladybug. Its eyes peered directly towards Han Sen. It looked like a ladybug, but its shell was like jade. It glowed, adorned with a number of symbols. The silver fox cast out much lightning, attempting to break the knotted web of super creatures in front of them. But before the lightning reached them, the bolts were repelled by the light shield again. Nothing was able to hurt them while that shield was in play. Sitsi! The holy light bug made a sound. It was able to create an aura of protection for the dazed foursome, defending them from any attack that came their way. Little Angel could break the shield, but couldn't harm the creatures inside. Damn! How can there be a super creature like that? Han Sen was speechless. If it wasn't for that troublesome creature, he'd have killed the witch by now. His plan had failed. Fleeing the battle, Han Sen took off running towards the spirit hall. He didn't care about killing the witch as much as he did retrieving the spirit stone. Little Angel and the silver fox did their best to kite a few monsters and keep them from following Han Senator, but as he neared the spirit hall, Han Sen saw a black shadow. A chill followed, freezing his spine in sudden horror. He touched his neck and his hand was suddenly covered in blood. His armor had been cut open, exposing an area of his neck that had been nicked. If he had not reacted, he would have been beheaded. You dare come to my shelter? You are brave and foolish, young one. The Devil Blood King wore a black robe, and his cold, red eyes peered directly into Han Sen's soul. I am fairly brave, yes. When Han Sen said this, he resumed his race to the spirit hall. The Devil Blood King's eyes blinked, and after that, his body disappeared. Catcha! Han Sen had already assumed a defensive posture, but somehow, Devil Blood King had slipped behind him and scratched his back with his wretchedly long, dagger-like fingernails. It was so close. Han Sen tried to dodge, but the armor was broken to expose his bloodied back. How did he get so close? Han Sen frowned. He was confused about why his Dongxian aura was unable to sense his movements. It was as if he had an unbridled ability of teleportation. Han Sen knew such a thing was impossible, even Moment Queen wasn't able to teleport. The Devil Blood King couldn't have been any stronger than her, so how was he able to suddenly teleport in the manner that he had? Han Sen was starting to feel as if something was wrong, and he felt his body begin to numb. The Devil Blood King coldly laughed now, no longer attacking. Han Sen was shocked. He touched his wound and noticed his blood had turned into black, sticky goo. This was bad. Han Sen was able to heal himself with the holy light, but it seemed as if he had been poisoned. You have been poisoned by my devil blood, boy. In 15 minutes, your blood will have become stone. Once that occurs, you will die. The Devil Blood King coldly laughed and continued by saying, if you want to live, hand over all your super pets. Tell them to obey me, and I will spare your life. And let me guess, do I have to obey you, as well? Obey you, and I don't have to die? Han Sen said, with simmering terror. Yes, the Devil Blood King coldly said. Okay, I'll obey you. But first, uphold your end of the bargain and cure me of your devil blood, Han Sen said, with a face full of fright. Accept my spirit mark and I will. The Devil Blood King pulled out a cane, and then, Han Sen knelt in front of him. He allowed the Devil Blood King to use his jewel-encrusted cane to brand his forehead. Yi Dongmu wasn't the only one dexterous in the arts of assassination, Han Sen was, too. When the cane approached Han Sen's forehead, he made a quick dodge to the left. As he moved, he threw his palm towards the spirit's chest like the sudden lunge of a snake. The Devil Blood King coldly snickered, seemingly prepared for this. His dagger-like fingers snatched Han Sen's wrist, and his lethal nails pierced through the armor and into the flesh. You have already been poisoned by my devil blood powers. How can you willfully elect to escape? And worse yet, attempt to assassinate me? Fool, do you have a death wish? The Devil Blood King was ready to break Han Sen's wrist. Not really. Han Sen's eyes glimmered with amusement. He reversed his hand and a fairy appeared, blowing white mist into the Devil Blood King's face. In a single moment, the spirit became ice. Kill him. Han Sen summoned over Little Angel and issued the command. With her greatsword, she sliced the icicle in half. The Devil Blood King scattered into dust and returned to the Spirit Stone, dead. Then, Han Sen used his holy light to remedy the devil blood poison. Wasting no time, he immediately took off running towards the Spirit Hall. The Scimitar Witch had yet to submit, however. She went after him, but Han Sen was aware. His eyes shone blue as he caught her gaze, and she froze in place for a moment. And in that single second Han Sen cast his sonic thunder powers. He punched the Scimitar Witch's light shield, and so great was the power of the strike, it pierced directly through without reprieve. The silver sun of his fist smashed into her body, unyielding. Ah! The Scimitar Witch's body was enveloped by lightning. Her body convulsed as she tried to retreat. Little Angel found her window of opportunity, and after flapping her wings to draw closer, swung her greatsword. She cut open the light shield and severed the witch's head from her body, allowing blood to gush from the exposed throat. Super creature cruel witch killed. No beast soul gained. The flesh of this creature is edible, and you may harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. Han Sen summoned his spirit owl and let it gorge on the witch's flesh, and then, he took off running towards the spirit hall without any impediment. The status quo in the shelter had yet to be wholly flipped, but Little Angel and Han Sen's pets had more than what it took to handle 4 rival super creatures. Without worry, he ran to the spirit hall as quickly as he could. There was a statue inside, reminiscent of Yiksha. In its forehead, a spirit stone rested. But as he looked, Han Sen began to develop an uneasy feeling, suspecting something was amiss. The spirit stone did not seem alive. It lacked its spirit and was instead just a stone. Regardless, he flew towards the statue and collected the lifeless gem. The Devil Blood King did not show after this, and so Han Sen crushed the jewel into dust. He didn't believe that the spirit had been killed. D***it. This is not the spirit hall. Han Sen felt awful. If this wasn't the spirit hall, then he knew he'd have great difficulty searching for the true location in such a large shelter. The real spirit hall must have been hidden, a machination of the Devil Blood King, undoubtedly. Running out of the false hall, he used his Dongxian aura as he ran all across the shelter. His time was running out, and still, he could not find the Devil Blood King nor the Spirit Stone. D***it. Han Sen cursed his predicament. He calculated his remaining time, and determined he had 50 minutes left before the rest of the super creatures returned to the shelter. But Han Sen stopped scouring the shelter for the Spirit Hall. The Devil Blood King had obviously devised a way to make finding the Spirit Hall nigh impossible, and he knew he wouldn't have been able to find it in the time he had. Instead of wasting more time, he thought it would be better to kill as many super creatures as he could. The red-maned lion was battling the silver fox, the black bat fought with Little Angel, and the fairy did combat with the big mud monster. Although Han Sen's pets were stronger, the holy light bug had continued buffing and increasing the defense of its compatriots. As such, the time it was taking them to kill the super creatures was far longer than it should have been. Seeing that the spirit owl had devoured half of the cruel witch, Hansen then summoned his death knell to soak and drink as much blood as it could. The blue bell hovered in and above the blood, sucking the blood up like a vacuum. The blue bell then became red, with diagrammatic symbols and etchings illuminated brightly across its surface. After that, the bell tolled. Of course, Hansen didn't have the time to inspect what had happened closely. He summoned his flaming wreck spike and kept on running towards the holy light bug. If he did not slay that pest, it would be extremely difficult to kill anything. Hansen had already sensed that the holy light bug was a second-generation super creature, due to his ability to discern the energy flow inside it. The holy light bug, seeing Hansen approach, skittered away rapidly with its 4 legs. Hansen was surprised by this. He was exhausted and weak, so he was taken aback about why the critter would be so scared of him. The holy light bug ran away from him as if it was panicking. Suddenly, its condition became clear to Hansen. That bug keeps on buffing other super creatures, yes, but it never joins the fight itself. Does that mean it is really weak? Thinking of this, Hansen's mood lifted. With greater haste, he sped up to chase after it. But when Hansen ran faster, so too did the bug. And with the speed of the super creature that it was, Hansen was unable to catch up. The holy light bug eventually turned around, as if to mock Hansen. When it looked back, Hansen summoned his devil eye mask. His eyes flashed with a blue light that seemed to confuse the bug. It stopped moving and its holy light dimmed. Die. Hansen cast Sonic Thunder Punch at the shell of the creature with unbridled force. Thunder sounded in the shelter as a sun of silver light was driven inside the bug. It screamed as lightning poured out of its every orifice. Little angel? It hadn't been killed yet, so he called over his pet to deliver the finisher. With her greatsword, she pierced right through the shell. Super creature holy light shield bug killed. No beast soul gained. The flesh of this creature is edible, and you may harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence, gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. Again, no beast soul? Why am I so unfortunate? Hansen recalled his promise to Wang Yuhang, who was set to receive the first beast soul. Now, his thoughts were starting to shift. I shouldn't have allowed him to get first pick of a beast soul. With his bad luck, we are likely not to receive any today, anyway.